Oh, just when we thought La Union couldn't get any better, it does, because we turned up this morning. The surf is pumping, and we are here to crown World Junior Champions this week. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Dai Wacko. Day one, it was a big day, but we just got to see this incredible amount of talent come from our junior surfers.
Definitely a lot of strong performances and exciting performances on the day one. It's day two, and we're gonna have some big heats today again.
We plowed through a lot of action yesterday. We got through all of the opening round for the men. We got through 6 of the 8 heats of the opening round of the women. It felt like it was just going to be a massive first day, no matter what. We've got a couple highlights that we're going to roll through for day number one. If you missed any of the action, enjoy what we've got now.
I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded, we run it full court. It's a touchdown, you better press record. I'm a champion with rings, but I need more. I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded, we run it full court. It's a touchdown, you better press record. I'm a champion with rings, but I need more. Prime time 21, yeah, on my Dion. I'm cooler than the AC on blast with the Freon. Run you over with the shoulder, that's the one you lean on. Hook shot, I'm a dream, tell you be gone. Game time, cross you over like triple too much. Yeah, I'm used to playing tackle, I don't know nothing about touch. Hit your fastball, play some Mookie, better home run. Cause I've been doing this just like Brady in the shotgun. I run the 40-yard dash and a heartbeat. It happened in the flash like nobody else can stop me. Home court advantage or the outdoor concrete. Anyone can get it or the competition obsolete. I'm an all-star in every sport.
I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that on day number one. The swell, it picked up throughout the day. There was this pleasant surprise that we had here at Mona Lisa Point, and we just saw every single one of our competitors continuously lift.
Definitely, we had just like you mentioned, unexpected swell. It was 2 foot in the morning, and throughout the day, it becomes like 4 foot, the solid 4 foot on the set, and it was pumping whole day. It was a big, massive day, but today we had same condition like yesterday, looking really, really beautiful.
Yeah, it's looking extremely fun out there this morning. We've also got blue skies, a really nice temperature. We, of course, are in the tropics. Thinking about the rest of today, we've got a big day of surfing. But when you take a look at the draw, I mean, the accolades of these juniors, it's out of control. We've got Stab High champions, previous World Junior Champions, Championship Tour surfers, Challenger Series surfers. The list of how incredibly talented these juniors are, it's out of this world.
Definitely, juniors surfing level is just up there. It's a CT level, and we're gonna see winner of the Stab High in about 30 minutes. So it's on.
Yeah, it's definitely on. We've got this beautiful drone angle shot this morning here of right where we are in San Juan, La Union, the point that we get to surf on Mona Lisa, and we just see the juniors make it look so fun, so rippable. We're lucky to be back here for the second time to crown World Junior Champions. Last year we saw Luana Silva, Bronson Mady take the win and take home that trophy. Based on your day one highlights so far, Di, thinking about the men's, because we haven't seen the entirety of the women's round yet, who's your kind of standout for taking home that trophy?
I gotta say Winter Vincent, his surfing is improving so much throughout the 2025 season, because he was surfing in the CS Tour whole season, and I can see his level is just up there. And I would say Dan Henry, he was a little bit feeling sick yesterday, but still surfing great, incredibly.
Yeah, Dane was looking really sharp. And for someone who was a little bit under the weather as well, he definitely didn't make it look like it, but I agree. Winter looking super sharp. As far as actually, let's change over to what we're going to see this morning. The WSL World Junior Championships, day number 2 is going to be underway. Opening round, heat number 7. Talia Swindle will be in the red. Bahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii in the blue. And Emily Jenkinson from South Africa out there in the white. We just heard that morning who to go, and we are underway of competition here this morning. So we're picking up with 35-minute heats again to finish out this round. As far as you look at the talent in this water, Di, it feels like we're going to be kicking off the morning in a really strong way.
Definitely, and the waves are firing today again. It's glassy morning. There's little bit of texture on the surface, but still, when the set comes, it's just firing, just peeling nicely along the reef, and it gives you a lot of opportunities for all the surfers. So we're gonna be seeing some big performances.
Yeah, chatting to Huey Vaughan, I ran into him on the way on my walk to work this morning. He was like, it's kind of pumping out there. It's definitely better than yesterday. Conditions looking a lot cleaner. Obviously, we're looking at the West Philippine Sea, and this particular reef break loves a good north swell. So we're dealing with that again here this morning. Lighter winds, maybe a fraction smaller, but we're still seeing those bigger looking sets come through. Feeling like those mid-sized sets, though, they're kind of still the ones to pick off here this morning.
Definitely, it drops off a little bit, but I reckon it's better situation for this point. Like we mentioned yesterday, the medium ones are better, just peeling along the reef. So probably, just like Huey says, it's better than yesterday.
No one better to tell us about the conditions here this morning than our own Stace Galbraith, who's down with a conditions update.
Yes, yeah, good morning. Good morning, Di. Yeah, yesterday was a ripper day. We had lots of different action, heaps of waves. Got maybe too big in the afternoon, but I think today's going to be perfect. Here with an SMC infrastructure update, and the height of the swell's actually dropped off, but the period's still there. So I think it's actually going to hit the reef a lot better today, as Di mentioned. A little bit smaller here, probably a little bit better. And what better way to get us started with the two last heats of that opening round of the women's absolutely stacked. Then we're going to go into the men's elimination round. We'll get through all that round, and then the women's elimination round's actually on standby as well. So expecting another big day surfing down here, Jess.
Yeah, Stace, what's the vibe like down on the beach this morning?
It's always kind of heaving, to be honest, which is sort of catches me off guard. You walk along the beach and you're kind of thinking, I'm just going to ease into the day. But no, it's already packed. Bean bags are full. Yeah, I guess that's just how it is in the Philippines, non-stop.
Non-stop. Save yourself a beanbag, Stace. Get amongst it.
No, on the trotters all day, Jess. You know me, working hard.
Awesome. Thanks, Stace. All right, straight into live action here. Talia Swindle kicking us off for day number 2 here. Nice second connection. She's got a really strong power hack. Not really getting to show it off on that opening wave there, but Talia, been in the World Juniors before. She's made a quarter-final finish here, semi-final finish actually, losing to Sierra Kerr, but this is her first wave here, Di.
She took off really deep, but managed to come around the section. She hit the section really nice, generating so much speed. Unfortunately, that wave just shut down on her, but definitely it's a good quick start because it's 35 minutes hit, and it always, you kind of get to be the person who's waiting for the ones for quite a long time because it's a long heat. But definitely it's better to have a quick start, and that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, 19 years old from Malibu over in America. She gets to compete with Vahiti Mahana Inso a little bit. She goes by Vi pretty commonly, who is from Hawaii. Both of them on that Challenger Series, so they come up against each other a fair amount of times in competition. But for someone like our South African Emily Jenkinson, this would be her first time coming up against big names like this.
That'll be there's going to be a lot of pressures, but coming here that means they are good in their region. They're coming in the top 2 in their region, so probably there will be some kind of pressures, but still they'll be fine.
Yeah, just 16 years old. So one of our younger surfers in the draw, Emily Jenkinson. She's competed on a pretty international stage before over at the ISA World Juniors, just in Peru pretty recently. It's cool to see, our juniors getting a couple of reps in over at the ISA over in Peru. Very different. It's a left-hander. It's very cold over there. Narrowed appealing right-hander, tropics. It's pretty cool to see how these guys adapt consistently all around the world. But how cool is La Union? There's just a plane hanging on the beach. We go straight into everyone hanging out down on the sand there. It feels like no matter where you go, there's always something going on down
Definitely.
here.
And then it's still 8 o'clock in the local time, and then there's a pack of people just hanging out on the beach, just vibing on the beach. So it's great to see that strong community.
Yeah, we're looking at the beachfront here right now on your shot, and then there's a full street behind it that has so much going on. There's restaurants, there's shopping, there's some cool little tourist centers as well. It's one of those places where it kind of is a hot spot to come to and hang out. Everybody loves it. You can see why a lot of people flock here on the weekends. Vi, really vicious first turn there, just the one, but you can see exactly what her intentions are. She's going to go big in this opening round. Big paddle here from Talia. Gets over by there, but yeah, felt like that wave might have had a bit of a slower pace to it, but Vahiti, she's not mucking around here.
Nah, she's just You know, she was just trying to get the first heat started. That was a great surfing from Vahiti Mahana. You know, she did a great job at a Pipe Pro a couple weeks ago, but this is her backhand. Beautiful backhand attack. It's only, you know, one single maneuver, but still great surfing, and I already can see that she's a very powerful backhand attacker.
Yeah, I really love her style as well. That really low drop knee, that kind of more traditional style of surfing as well. It feels really stylish, which is quite cool. Looks like we might have a paddle here from our South African. She's not super into that one. So a couple of those waves still trying to close out up on that first peak. We see on that low tide, sometimes it closes out there. You've got to pick those right ones that are going to stretch out down the point, just like this one here. Our South African kicking off her campaign, but Finn's not holding in there, just skipping out a little bit.
Little bit, you know, just weight on the back foot, so off the back foot a little bit. So it was really unfortunate for her. It was her first wave, so definitely, you know, trying to take the edge off. This is her first heat at a World Junior Championships. There's still 28 minutes left.
Yeah, 35-minute heats to kick off these first two heats of the morning, and then we'll be finishing out the opening round, moving on through to the elimination round of the men, and then we have the women's on standby. They're all going to be 30 minutes long, but kicker is two-man heats in the elimination round. So it's only you and one other person out there for 30 minutes, Di. I mean, it's going to be pretty different to what we saw from the competition yesterday.
Definitely. It'll be better for the surfers, but also it'll be tricky to figure out where to sit, actually, because there's no people out there.
Yeah, it'll be one of those ones where really you've got to lock in, make sure you have your lineup styled. Obviously, we spoke about it a lot yesterday. Great coaches coming to this event, helping out our juniors. Right now, though, scores starting to lock in. So Vahiti, just the one turn, a 3.83. It's step in the right direction there.
Definitely. You know, judges are just showing that one big single maneuver will get rewarded, and that's exactly she got for the first wave, 3.83. That is a good start for just, thinking about it was just single maneuver.
Yeah, thinking about that last heat of the round yesterday, Anon Matsuoka taking it. It's obviously a lot different to what we saw yesterday afternoon, just like Stace mentioned. But Anon, she's always just been that powerhouse, and I feel like she was definitely one to watch yesterday afternoon.
Definitely, and she got this one big backhand turn, and it got the 6-point ride. So definitely you need to have just a couple of big turns, and then you get 6s and 7s, probably into the excellent range.
Yeah, we're looking at the beachfront right here. We've got the athletes area to the right, the judges and commentators area to the left there, and you can see just already so much support heading down the beach. We obviously have our presenting partners, Magnolia and Purefoods, who have just been delivering the goods all morning down the beach. They've got egg sandwiches, they've got coffee, and then you get to about midday when it starts to get really hot, they've got ice cream machines running. So it's one of those things where there's an endless supply of exactly what you need down here at San Juan. It looks like this is what we need, though. Waves from our competitors. Vahiti getting her second wave here. A bit of a slash to start this one off. You can really see just how she's demonstrating that power surfing. Clicks with that finishing section there, but I feel like, you know, she's demonstrating how she's really strong, but you can see she's eager for more of an open face.
It was a good call for her to select this wave because it was smaller waves, peeling nicely along the reef. Nice first turn, you know, just kind of a checking turn, just waiting for the wave to stand up and gets this finishing turn. So good 3-turn combo from her, and completely different approach compared to the her first wave.
Yeah, I really love her style. I know I touched on it before, but just how far her back foot is. You know, we spoke about it yesterday, how on these rights, even though some of them can get a little bit slopier, you got to be really on that back foot, and you can see it's all the way back on the kicker of her tail pad there, and that's going to give her so much drive into those sections.
Definitely love the back foot surfing here, and you always don't want to be on your front foot because maybe that will make you, catching away a little bit. So definitely her technique is there, and it's just suiting this condition.
You've got scores locking in for that last one. So a 3.93, couple of small scores to kick us off this morning. That 3.83 really standing out with that big one turn there for Vi. Talia Swindle, 3.17 for her big turn as well. She's a great, powerful surfer. We saw her on display in a pretty solid way over in Bolito at the Challenger Series there, where she came away with a pretty big result. And it was pretty cool to see, you know, Talia, best friends with Bella Kenworthy, came over to all of the Aussie CTs, to all of them, Burley, Bells and Margs, and you know, you could see she was really feeding off the energy of that championship tour. She was surfing with all of the competitors, and I felt like it really improved her surfing. And then Bella returned the favour and came and supported her in the first event of the year at Newcastle. And those two are here travelling together again, and it seems like they've got this really great friendship where they can compete with each other but push each other as well.
Wow, that is a good opportunity for two of them to have surfer like them. You know, they really focus surfer, competing in the highest level, and especially those, you know, ages in between like 10 to 20, you can get really good and better in about 12 months. So it's good to have travel with the same age group of the same age, and then traveling into the higher level competition.
Yeah, Talia and Bella, cool to see those two pushing each other. Seen Vi hanging out pretty closely with Lennox Smith and Huey Vaughan over here, surfing with them a bit. And they went on a pretty cool trip with Sunbum earlier in the year over in Indo. We saw some great footage come out of that. Miller Coco Brown was on that trip as well. So we kind of get to see this new wave of these competitors who also have a dabble in the free surfing. Reed Van Wagener on your screen right now. She is definitely one to watch, an absolute powerhouse. She came away with a pretty solid result here last year, and I'd never really come across her before until this event, and I was really pleasantly surprised with how hard she hits the lid.
Well, she looks really focused right now. I wonder what kind of music she's listening to now.
Yeah, it feels like probably a little bit of hype-up music for Reed. She loves a bit of energy. She came over to Bolito, competed over there. Right now, though, live action. Emily, just a quick in and out there for our young 16-year-old. You can see just trying to catch a couple more waves, find her feet at this point, because, you know, just a 0.5 to her name right now, but she's got so much talent. You go to her Instagram, you can see so many clips. We've got two of our Aussie surfers coming up in that next one. Ranked number 1 in the white there, that's Isla Huppert. She took out the Oz Regional Series. And one of her good mates there, Sierra Curve, we all know her, 4-time Stab High champion. She's going to be coming up next. And she was here last year doing airs in the opening round. Hopefully we get that again here this morning.
Well, definitely. I heard a surf yesterday afternoon, but let's back to the live action.
Emily's trying to get a couple scores on the board here. Great looking first carve. A lot of body torque through that upper body there. Gets the finishing connection too, so this is a great step in the right direction for Emily Jenkinson. You can see just a really cool approach to her surfing. Great looking style here, Di.
Really love how she's done that on that wave. You know, she had a third priority, so there's, you know, she did great. Just keep busy and great couple of turns. So just shaking off the nerves. There's still 20 minutes left on the clock. So yeah, I had a surf yesterday afternoon, and Shira was there, and she was ripping, and she did some kind of airs, one of the straight airs. So definitely we're going to be seeing her doing a big airs.
Yeah, she doesn't look phased at all. She's looking pretty excited to be back in the Rashi. Had a bit of time off over the last year. She had a couple of health issues, but she's back feeling it better than ever, competing. And yeah, we're definitely excited to see Sierra Kerr in the water. She's already a previous World Junior Champion, so she wants to be one of those few people that has 2 under her belt. So we'll see her in that next heat coming up in just over 20 minutes time. Right now, it's still Vi. She's out there in the lead, a 3.93 and a 3.83. But for what we saw was super consistent this morning. Lots of waves starting to roll through. A little bit quiet in this heat.
I know, yeah. I've seen a lot of set coming through this morning when I was walking from the hotel to the contest venue. But yeah, like you said, it's been really quiet. You know, I think we are just passing the low tide this morning about 8:30, I would say. But looks like
Talia, she's going to try and get a bit more work done here. Floats this next section. Bit more energy here. Just loses connection with her board on that end section. We're getting excited. It felt like something big was coming. It's just early in the morning, you know.
Right.
Sometimes you just got to fall a couple times before it really does start to click. Maybe a little bit of energy coming our way here. We'll see if Vi or Emily can get themselves in position for these. Coming through sets right now. Here we go. It is going to be our lady in blue, Vahiti, current heat leader, looking to add. She's highlining through this section here, trying to get around. She's got a bowl in front of her, but just couldn't get her weight over that front foot there, Di.
What live actions
Emily,
continues.
yeah, we'll see if she can make the most of this set. Beautiful carve, but it's just that one turn there. So a couple of mistakes from all three of our competitors in that last exchange.
Wow, it just like you mentioned yesterday a couple of times, it's always good to not to race down the line. You can generate so much speed, but it's gonna be really hard to control the surfboard. So probably, I think it's a good idea to not take off really deep. And then yesterday, when I was surfing this point, I kind of found out that every wave looked really nice, and every waves looked like they're gonna have opportunities to hit. So you kind of struggle. I was struggling to get actually the good waves in there. So definitely, it's good. It's pumping today, but also it's tricky to get right ones.
Yeah, we see time and time again. It is just one of those ways where you do have to hit what's right in front of you. It's so easy to get sucked into that trap of, I'll just go round and I'll get down the line. But the longer you wait to get around that section, usually the fatter that wave gets through that inside. And you can see that there's going to be some big scores on offer, even just for a couple big turns. Right now, though, we've got a little bit of the break in the water. We've got 18 minutes to go. Vahiti in the lead. Stay tuned. We're going to go to a quick break and see if she can hold on to that lead. Said it before, we will say it again. La Union San Juan is providing the goods this morning. Waves looking so fun here. Day number 2 of the World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. I'm Jessie, joined by Di. We got the first heat of the morning out there. It's opening round number 1, heat number 7. Vahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii currently holding down the lead with a pair of threes, but what we've seen is with some really nice power surfing. We're just touching on how you can kind of get a little bit fooled about trying to race and get to that wide section when there is some big turns out there in front of you. Someone who nailed that brief, we spoke about her briefly just before, Anon Matsuoka. She came to mind straight away. Just those big turns, thinking of Arena Rodriguez as well yesterday. It feels like maybe there's a little bit more potential in just those big single maneuvers.
Definitely, just judges are showing clear message to all the athletes that one single maneuver will do the job, because yesterday, like you mentioned, Anon got a 6-point ride for the big backside attack, and so that means you probably need a couple of hits, so you don't really want to be chasing the line down, racing the down the line and just waiting for the section to come up, but just like you said, you gotta hit what in front of you.
Yeah, so we're pretty much 20 minutes down in this heat. So 35-minute heats for these first two. Then we're rolling into 30 minutes for the elimination round. We're going to have to start to say goodbye to some of our competitors here. Talia, she's going to use priority on what is a nice-looking wave in front of her. Swoops to start off. That's the power surfing we know and love from Talia Swindle. Best turn of the heat so far, I'm going to say.
That was a beautiful combination. I love how she was patient on the bottom turn and then straight into the big last section.
Yeah, we're not mucking around. More live action, tight turn in the pocket here for Vi. Didn't muck around, straight back into the lip and holds on. Is there a question mark around the finish there, Di?
Gotta say it was a question mark for the landing. I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a completion, but definitely beautiful first turn. That was a big, strong, carving turn from her. But unfortunately, on the last turn, it was kind of a question.
Yeah, I feel like potentially a little bit on the back foot. I think the judges will pay it. But you always got to be a little bit careful with those completions that can slightly slip away from you from time to time. Right now, though, loving that last wave of Talia Swindle. We'll get another look at those in just a moment. It's going to apply a little bit of pressure to our lady in the lineup right now, Emily Jenkinson. Couple of small scores to her name, a 2.5 and a 1.53, but we've seen some really cool flair come from her surfing so far in this heat. So 14 minutes. It's still a really open playing field right now.
Definitely, it's just everyone's game, and it's being quiet, but definitely if you can wait for the right ones, just Ocean is providing great opportunities. Just like last two sets. It was a great wave and a few scores on the way.
Wow, big number. Locking in best of the heat so far, a 6-5 for the last of Talia Swindle, straight to the lead, meaning that last wave of Vaihiti needs to be a 5-7-5 to get her back into that first place. Like we mentioned yesterday, first straight to the round of 16. Second and third, unfortunately, they're going to have to go through the elimination round. Now, we've touched on it before. Not a bad thing to surf in the elimination round. We saw both of our champions go through that round last year. So maybe, you are going to feel the pressure of the elimination round. But we're going to take another look at this big 6-5 here, Di.
Love the first turn and love how she was staying in the bottom really patiently, and she hit the section really hard, clean landing. And I love how she approaches the section, throwing buckets of spray straight into the section, a little bit late to the section, hold on to it, but not sure if it's going to be completion, but looks like it's a completion.
Yeah, it feels like it was. That first turn definitely had a lot of spice in it, that one for Vi. A 5-3-3 for that last wave. So now we've got a bit of a battle on our hands. Vi knocked down to second. So Talia Swindle holding down the lead with a 6-5 and a 3-1-7. Bit of pressure now on our Hawaiian, chasing a 4-3-5. Not a big score, but you can't force a 4-3-5. There's got to be something kind of special on it. And here is the Victorian, now lives in Queensland, Isla Huppets, but AFL, a big part of her life. This is part of her routine, no matter where she is in the world, has to pass the AFL ball around. And then, of course, Sierra Kerr with the man. We all know him. He's a big name in our sport, Josh Kerr. And you really couldn't ask for anyone better in your corner.
Definitely. He travels for over 20 years and he knows every wave pretty much on this earth. So definitely great one to have in your corner. There's going to be a lot of talking in between them.
We saw Josh compete in a couple of the Challenger Series events starting of the year over at Newcastle, and it was pumping at Newcastle, and Josh was absolutely ripping. It was pretty solid too, and he was on this twin fin doing these crazy laybacks under these solid 5-foot lips, so it's cool to see that Josh still has the fire. He's looking just as locked in as Sierra at this point. Clancy Dawson just to the left of him, great coach from Australia. Right now though, our South African looking to add some more points to the board. 16 years old, so much talent coming from young Emily. Puts it on rail again for another turn. Unfortunately, just not getting that powerful wave that she's looking. Vi, she's chasing down the lead here, and that's one way to go for it. Unfortunately, though, can't hold on for the finish there, so needs a 4-3-5. Talia's got priority and the lead. She's going to need to be making sure that decision-making in the next 10 minutes is on point.
That's for sure, and this is a replay blast with White. She took off really nicely there, but it was kind of hard to surf on this wave. There was like two peaks, turning to the one-way wave, but there was not much opportunities for her. But this is the important wave, needing small score. She was on the way to the score, actually, but unfortunately couldn't really stick to the landing.
Yeah, just a bit of a smaller wave, that one there, Di. Maybe a little bit of strategy in those smaller inside ones. They look up, they bowl pretty nicely, but they're shorter-looking waves. Emily, great section there. Capitalizes on that one too. Loving the way her board's looking under her feet. Unfortunately, that is just going to be the one turn, but it feels like she's starting to loosen up a little bit.
Definitely, different strategy is working for her, just getting those smaller ones, but probably getting, even though you want to get the smaller ones, you kind of want to be at the point. You don't want to be down the point, because like you said, you can easily approach the deeper section.
Yeah, you're not going to get probably over a 4 down the point there, especially when that wave starts to taper out from up the point. Talia looking with another big section, up and over. Cool skatey approach to that one. She's going to keep chasing more down the line. Can't quite get to that end section there, but you can see now Talia, she's starting to loosen up a little bit herself. She's looking free. We're seeing those bigger open sections just start to get capitalized, and her completion rate, it's gone up from the start of the heat.
Definitely, seems like she started to figuring out where to sit and what kind of wave she should get, because her wave selection is on point. That last wave was great looking wave and did a great job on that wave. So definitely she's going to get rid of the 3.17.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what that score comes in at and just how much it's going to ask for our other competitors. Right now, oh, there it is. It's going to come in straight away. It's a 4.83, that last one for Talia. So now our Hawaiian Vi, she's looking for a 6.01. 8.5 minutes to go. Emily Jenkinson from South Africa needs an 8.83. So a pretty solid score there. Excellent number. This is all right, though. We've got the opening round. They're going to get another chance no matter what. Reed starting to get ready as well. I'm looking forward to this next heat. A lot of big names, and this is a great way to round out the opening round.
Wow. There's another morning. I mean, the prep for her, stretching. Did you have any prep, like heat prep?
Yeah, I had some weird heat preps going down. I had this, actually, we'll get back to that in a second. Replay here of this one, Di. We loved this wave here.
Wow. Wave selection was on point. Just time it super well. Releases the fins a little bit. Come around the section, trying to get one more in. Unfortunately, Wave didn't really cooperate, but still, she did exactly what she can do on that wave, and definitely great techniques from Talia.
Yeah, it felt cool, that snap. It looked like she was up and over the coping. Fins would have been out the back for sure on that one for Talia. She's got this really cool approach to her surfing, similar to Bella, where it's almost like this skateboard style approach to it. I actually really enjoy it.
Me too. Really enjoy the skating approach, especially when they release the fins and just coping the section and just drives off the lip. So it was, they got some great techniques.
Yeah, love it. But no, I had really weird preheat warm-up. I had this, fully outing myself here, I had this crystal necklace, and I was obsessed with it. It was like rainbow crystal necklace when I was younger. And I would hold that and I would listen to the same 3 songs, and then I would stretch still holding the crystal necklace, and then I'd visualize holding the crystal necklace, and then I would go surf my heat.
That's a good heat prep, actually.
It was honestly from when I was probably 12 all the way through to when I stopped competing a couple of years ago. I
so that's
still had
your
this
go-to.
same necklace. I loved it. It was like my thing. I don't know where it is anymore. We're going to take another look at this last wave here, Di. This is this cool skateboard technique we were talking about. You can see really pushing that back foot at the top of the wave there.
Beautiful surfing. Just like you said, I love the second turn. Just get over the coping section and then just drive off the section. And unfortunately, didn't get a finishing turn, but it was enough for her to extend her lead.
Yeah, nothing quite like clicking with a section like that. Feeling like you're floating on top of the wave. It's honestly, it's the greatest, it's the coolest feeling actually. So Talia making that happen in a Rashi, and you can see obviously we've got this kind of double world in our sport. We have competitive surfers and free surfers. Some people can't do that type of surfing in a Rashi. It really does take a certain type of someone to be able to feel so loose and free to put the best foot forward. It feels like Talia's kind of found that flow state.
Definitely, probably first half of the heat, everybody's just struggling to get figure out where to sit and what kind of wave they should get. But now, like you said, they are all loosened up and just ready to perform. Yeah,
looking great. We're pretty much 30 minutes down in this heat already, so flying by for this opening heat this morning. 5 minutes to go. Talia Swindle holding it down, a 6.5 and a 4.83. Pretty solid lead against her competitors. Vi with a good score of a 5.33, looking for a 6.01. Pretty cool Vahiti. She's always had support from Carissa Moore in her corner, which is one of the greatest of our sport. It's got to be, I feel like it's got to feel amazing to know that you have the support from a 5-time world champion.
Definitely. What could more, you can ask for. That is a great person to have in your corner. And then she did a great job at a Flowland Spike Pro, coming with 9th place finish. So definitely she's capable of getting those bigger waves, but as well as these rippable waves here. Yeah,
two of these ladies in this heat will be heading over to Pipe for the next Challenger Series. Big section goes down, unfortunately, for Talia Swindle. Just too much on that toe side rail there. We've seen a couple boards be snapped in situations like that there, so she's lucky to come out with her board in one piece there.
Definitely. I was like, I hope she's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of power out there, Di. You would have got a good feel for it yesterday afternoon by looking for a score here. Great first turn. It's just a single one, but you can see just the mass amount of power that comes from these waves, especially when they explode on that inside section. You've got to be well and truly in control of your equipment.
Definitely, on screen it looks really mellow when the set comes, but like you said, the inside section can get really hollow, and it just picked up really quickly. So it's hard to time it right. And then, just like you said, there's so much power coming from the wave.
Looking like Vi, she's not done yet. She wants some more. Not super keen on that one. She's chasing a pretty big score now. It's going to be a 6-0-1, so you can get that in one turn like we saw from Anon Arena yesterday. But 2 turns out there as well. It'd be nice to get a combo of maneuvers, so we'll see how our Hawaiian can answer back in the next 3 minutes. Big score required of our South African surfer, an 8.83. Emily Jenkinson, she's got so much talent, but feeling like maybe, sometimes in these opening rounds, the pressure really does start to mount up and you can get in your head a little bit more. She'll be watching this heat back and have a couple takeaways from it.
Definitely, it's good to have that elimination round, heat like this, because you want to perform your best surfing, but sometimes, like you said, there's so much noise going on in your mind and then you can't surf like you surf usual. But definitely it's good to have elimination round, and you can watch the heat again and then learn from it and then maybe perform better in an elimination round.
Yeah, so that is what's coming up after the next heat. So we've got one last heat of the opening round to roll through in just over 2 minutes' time, and it's a pretty solid-looking heat. Reed Van Wagener from the United States taking on Sierra Kerr and Isla Huppets from Australia. So they'll be battling it out in the next 2 minutes, like we mentioned. First place straight through to the round of 16. Second and third, we'll see them compete again today. This is going to be our South African having a look here. Looks like a good bowl in front of her. Slash to start this one off. Loving the speed she's got down the line. Unfortunately, had to pull through that one there. So just getting away from her. She's coming off a big second place in the Ripkel Grand Search over in Hossegor a couple months ago. Trying to channel that same energy right now for Emily. 90 seconds to go here. You can see Vaihiti sharking around. She wants that score.
Definitely, she's just super hungry for the first place, just moving around the section. But the first priority with Talia, and she's not going to let her have the wave because she has first priority. Probably she's going to play some defense now.
Yeah, you'd have to think with a minute to go, Talia won't let a 6 roll through her fingers with first priority. So she's going to get nice and close to Vaihiti. Just textbook competition surfing here from both of our girls. Unfortunately, we did see an interference yesterday, so all of the competitors, they'd be really locking into that, making sure they're keeping a little bit of distance because the judges, they're not mucking around. They're saying you've got to keep your distance. We're playing by the rules. We're not letting anything slip through. So 35 seconds to go here. Maybe some lines starting to roll through. Priority is with Talia. You can see by getting out of the way. Talia playing defense here. Coming through the inside. She wants to build her scoreline. Checks that first section. Love when there's some oncoming water coming her way. Unfortunately, couldn't connect with that one there. 15 seconds. We're going to see a last-ditch effort here from Emily. Smaller looking inside one. A couple foam on the face, but starting to find her flow here. That's more like it from Emily Jenkinson. That's the type of surfing we're used to seeing from her. Unfortunately, we're not going to see another ride from Vaihiti Inso, but it is going to be Talia Swindle taking it out through to the round of 16. Vaihiti and Emily will see them again in the elimination round. Don't go anywhere. Last heat of the opening round coming up. Sierra Kerr, Isla Huppets, Reed Van Wagener. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. We have 48 of the world's best junior surfers battling it out for a World Junior Championship. Right now, this is the last heat of the opening round. Reed Van Wagener in the red, taking on Australia's Sierra Kerr and Isla Huppets. What a way to finish out the opening round here. We've got a stacked heat in our hands. We've got a stacked boot in our hands because guess what? It's the Starling sisters.
That is an intro for the century, Jessie. That was incredible. Okay, I have to go back and re-record that.
Yeah, I'll do it for you if you want.
Thank
Should I
you.
do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam, can we rewind it? I'm kidding. We got a pretty solid heat here at Boots.
Yep.
Putting you straight on the spot. This is maybe the most stacked heat of the round.
Yeah, it really is. When I saw this heat yesterday, I was talking with Stace during that last heat of the day, and I was like, hang on a minute. These last two heats of this women's opening round is stacked. That last heat was so huge in regards to names on paper, and now this one, we have a WSL World Junior Champion in this heat. This is crazy.
Yeah, Sierra looking to be one of the few to take home the trophy, not once, but twice. And you know, Diana and I were talking, she's had a bit of a rough trot over the last year, had some bad health issues, couldn't compete in a lot of the Challenger Series events last year. Amidst the health issues, though, became a 4-time Stab High champion. So she's got the talent no matter what. You know, she's definitely got a really long future on her hands. We'd love to see her channel a bit of that Stab High energy here at San Juan.
Bring it on. I'm ready to see it. And I feel like even looking at some of the women, we've got Sky Suit. She's coming up in the elimination round a little bit later on today. And there's so many other women, I guess, that are in here. Vahiti Mahana, Inso, that are so good in the air that you're thinking, okay, what are we going to see right now? Are we going to see heats where these women are going to go to the sky? I'm here for it. I'm ready to see it because I feel like female surfing at this point is going in that direction, and it has been for a while. So let's bring it on for these World Junior Championships.
Yeah, taking it back. Think back to Carissa Moore's air reverse at Newcastle that year. We had a championship tour there. That really started to feed into that junior surfing. They were already pushing the limits. You know, thinking of Tia Zabrowski, obviously Sierra Kerr, Katie Simmers.
Yep.
And now this next generation, we're seeing 13-year-olds land full rotations.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying.
I don't know what you were doing at 13, Jessie, but I was not doing
weird
that.
flat caps. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
And muscle tees.
I think I'm going to line this up and we'll get some examples going at some point over the week.
No. Two can play that game. Careful. Careful now.
Stones and glass houses.
No real rides just yet so far. Obviously, Reed Van Wagener coming here last year and such a standout, you know, a really strong goofy footer and honestly a real chance for victory here.
Yeah, 16 years old. She's on the Challenger Series. As you said, Jessie, she's, you know, a strong goofy footer. She's got that power behind her as well.
Isla Huppets, having a look. We love Isla, one of the strongest surfers coming out of Australia right now. Had a second place finish at a big QS 6000. Looking for something big. Starts to jam the tail here. This is what we love from Isla Huppets. Bit of variety. Starting to flare up. She's got to be, you know, one of the underdogs coming out of Australia junior surfing. She's now getting her name out there a little bit more, but probably one of the most talented under 18-year-old surfers coming out of Oz.
Yeah, she definitely is. And I think, you know, you're looking at that and she's an underdog, but she took out the Australia Oceania Pro Junior region. You know, so for her, she hasn't really been competitive surfing on the QS and the Pro Junior for a long time, but she's been making statements and they've been loud. You know, thinking back to a lot of the events throughout the year, Isla's just been really consistent, and it feels like every single event she comes to, she just gets more and more confident, and that's, you know, a real scary realm for the other competitors to be watching, because they're like, well, hang on a minute, Isla Huppets just gets better each time she's in a heat. I know that she has Clancy Dawson here, part of Surfing Australia, supporting all the Australian athletes as well. So, and her dad, Marcus, is here too. This is a look at that replay. A little bit of a whitewashy takeoff for Isla. There's a bit of a slow moment here. Love how she just extends on that rail this turn. That was a good moment. Lights up into it. She really has those turns on lock. She didn't try and force that wave. She didn't try and do too much, but that's a money turn right there. That's where a bulk of the points are going to come from. And yeah, her board, I know that she's been working really closely with the Board Lab and Sharp Eye, and she's been trying to really, you know, focus on her equipment and what she's riding.
Yeah, Liam and Adzi really looking after their Board Lab team riders, just like Isla Huppets. Really impressed by that opening heat from Talia Swindle. She took out a very convincing win. Stace, have a chat with her for us.
Ah, yeah, love to. Thanks, Jess. Took a couple to get going, but when you did, you absolutely belted one. Great start to the day.
Yeah, great start today. Definitely had those first heat nerves. Like, I've been here for a week, and waves have been cooking the whole time, so I was just amping to surf a heat, and yeah, glad to get it done.
What's the feeling like when that buzzer goes and there's waves breaking all around you?
Yeah, no, I was definitely a little, like, hesitant at the start, just, like, kind of got caught in the middle, like, fighting for the position, but then once the waves started coming, it was, like, kind of all started to, like, play out, and yeah.
So you've been here for a week. Have you just been out the front the whole time, or have you been surfing around the place?
Yeah, I've only surfed this wave the whole time, which is pretty crazy. Like, normally I like to, like, venture out and surf other waves, but I love a good right point. It feels like home, so, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you're skipping around now. You can get a little look around, fun little lefts and rights down the beach. I'm sure there's lots of people tuning in back at home. Did you want to say hello?
Yeah, what's up to probably my dad, my sister, all my friends. Love and miss you guys. Just keep it going.
Congratulations. Well done. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Stace. She's so cool.
Yeah.
She's got a really cool flair to her. I like it a lot. I actually ran into her yesterday. She saw me get annihilated on the wall walking home. I got so splashed by a wave, and Talia ran straight to me. I was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "I'm fine." Sierra, wow, jams it to start off her campaign here. Looking like she is in form for this event. Scores locking in. Isla Huppert's 4.67 to start off her campaign too. This is a solid heat. I know we talked about it, but this has to be the heat of the round. Isla having a look, Reed saying, hey, I've got priority. She's looking to start up her campaign here. Pushes hard off this tail. Love when there's a section coming her way and just unleashes Reed Van Wagener. Wow, we've had a great start from all three of our competitors.
This is, the heat of all heats really right now for this opening round of the World Junior Champs. I feel like Reed, as we said before, she's 16 from Carlsbad. She surfs waves of consequence. She's on that Challenger Series. It's really interesting to see a lot of these Challenger Series come to this event and have that maturity, and Reed is really showing that right now, but she almost needs to lift again, because with Isla and Sierra, I mean, that first wave of Sierra's, she's looking like she's hungry for a second, to go double with that World Junior title.
Reed, also an incredible longboarder.
Yeah, her brother's on the the WSL longboard tour.
Oh, no way. Very talented surfing family. I love when you see, people double dip, whether it's in the longboarding or in the shortboarding, thinking of an Indonesian who's incredible at it, Danny Widianto, does a lot of shortboarding and longboarding, and we're starting to see it kind of cross-pollinate between the two now.
I love it. I honestly take my hats off to people that can do both, because it is such a different... I know that it's still surfing, but it's so different. It's such a different part of the sport that it's just... It's honestly elegant to watch. I love it. I love seeing that longboarding with different approaches, but then you have those short, sharp bursts of shortboarding, and it gets you really excited.
Yeah, a couple of different styles and approaches to longboarding. We're going to break that all down after this event here, right at San Juan, for a pretty big international LQS where a couple people are going to the championship tour. So plenty of surfing coming up over the next 2 weeks here in the Philippines. Right now in this heat, though, scores locking in, but we're going to have to wait to read him out. Isla Huppert's on a bowly looking wave here. Attack mode for Isla Huppert's. Big finner there. That is exactly what we see her do time and time again out deeper.
Wow, that was huge.
Sierra, she wants a piece of it too. Lays in, just losing her footing there for Sierra Kerr, but I'm calling the biggest turn we've seen in the women's division so far.
That's an easy score to put down, I think, for Isla Huppert's. That was, first of all, the section that she had there, that bowly, clean, beautiful section in front of her, and then she absolutely laid into it, fins out, gets that tweak as well. That is so hard to do, and the commitment that she had for that section, it wasn't even like she was second guessing it. She's like, yeah, I do this in my sleep. I'm ready to go. That is, I think that's going to be a big score for Isla Huppert's. It was an excellent turn.
Yeah, Isla on her way to the Challenger Series as well. She's currently ranked number 2 in the Australia-Oceania region. Couple more events to run there, but she's with surfing like that, she's Challenger Series ready.
Oh, absolutely. She's ready for, some big moments in her career, and at such a young age as well. She's making a statement, Jessie, and this score is big.
Oh, my God. 9-point ride for that last turn of Isla Huppert's. Excellent surfing. 1 point off being a perfect 10. Biggest section that we've seen, and Isla just absolutely folding this section in half.
Wow. Let's just let this Oh, do the talking. That was such a big turn. You could see how deep she was off the bottom as well, and then just absolutely belts it. And half her board was out the back of that wave. That is so hard to do. And honestly, that would have been a 9 in the men's side of the draw as well for this event, because that turn is highlight for me of the event so far. That was huge.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, we already have our first excellent score of the day so far. And we really didn't expect anything less. This heat, it was always going to be a standout one. 9 points for Isla Huppets. I mean, and in a single turn, well, what happens if she does 2? You know, we're 18. Let's go there. I mean, that was a serious looking turn. Gonna call it even CT worthy, that turn.
Absolutely.
You know? You see, she draws a lot of inspiration. You can tell in her surfing by Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum as well. Those big finner turns that we're so in love with seeing from those top tier women. You can tell it really does filter through the generations.
And the scary part is that's probably not even Isla at her best. That's just what she does every day. You know, so you're looking at that and you're thinking, wow, that's a 9-point turn. That's huge. How much better can she get? Well, she will. You know, she'll start to build throughout the event, and that's where we're going to start to see more excellent scores come in. But I also love seeing how Reed and Sierra are going to answer back in this heat. Reed got that 6 a little bit earlier on. She is, as we mentioned before, a Challenger Series surfer. She's ready to rise to those occasions. And Sierra as well, we know that she's good in the air, 4-time stab high champion. That's huge. And I feel like this conversation that they're going to have it's going to be, a shuffle in the leaderboard.
I feel like we're going to see something pretty special from all of our competitors in the next 22 and a half. Sierra looking for it here. Big section as well. Goes down, showing how much water. Isla, she does it again, not mucking around. Another big section coming her way. And getting that one under the priority of Reed as well. So, wow, there would be a lot of thoughts starting to flow through all of our competitors' heads, not just Reed and Sierra. Isla would be like, all right, I need to hold down this lead. How am I going to do it? Well, guess what? I got a 9 for that last one. I'll just hit it like that again.
Yeah, that's all she has to do. That's the judges are basically telling her what her turns are getting scored, you know, and I think this is going to be really interesting because Isla, she's got room to move now. She's got that 9, a 4, 6, 7 she needs to upgrade. She's got a score to come through. Sierra, I feel like that first turn that she did, the 5.33, was so strong and so smooth. She surfs with so much speed and whip. So to see her on a wave that's similar to what Isla had on that 9, it's going to be a really cool approach and attack that she's got.
Yeah, I'm really fizzing to see that 9-point ride again. It was just so clutch in the pocket there for Isla Huppets. Looking at these scores, we've got all of them locked in at this point. So situation looking like this, 9 and a 6.83 has Isla Huppets in a very commanding lead. So commanding that Sierra Kerr is chasing 2 scores, 15.83 combination. She's got a 5.33 and a 2-point ride to her name with 21 on the clock, and Reed looking for a 9.83. Her high mark, a 6 for a pretty solid turn herself. So all of these surfers still pretty much sitting in first gear. If it came out and, you know, we watched the entire event and we look back to this first round and one of these 3 women took out the title, you wouldn't be surprised.
Not at all. This is a heat of champions right now. That turn there was so strong for Sierra. Unfortunately, goes down, and then this, a 6.83 for Isla. Different entry, a different turn, but still was really, really well rewarded. She's got the 9, as we said, a 6.83. I feel like looking at this heat on paper, we knew this was going to be a big heat, and it's really living up to that expectation. Isla, she's setting the standard, she's setting the tone and the pace in this heat. Now it's just time for Sierra and Reed to answer back. And Reed, you know, she does have those excellent scores in her. She's got the ability to get a 9.83. Once she gets a wave and opens up, we're going to see big things.
Yeah, Isla definitely put in a bit of a target on her back now. She'll have all the girls whispering and saying her name, because you think about competitors like Laura Rupp, Arena Rodriguez, they don't like losing.
No.
At all. And when you hear that one of the other girls on the other side of the draw from you has started off their campaign with a 9 and a 6.83, that's going to leave a taste in their mouth thinking, I want to come up against her. And I feel like we're going to see the competition now lift because of what Isla Huppets is doing in not even the first half of this heat. You know, we're not even halfway down.
Yeah, I'm honestly still just bamboozled by that 9. That was one of the best turns that I've seen this event so far, and it's only day 2. There's still so much room to move, and you know what the best thing is about this heat as well? We are still in the opening round for the women's, so we're not going to say goodbye to either Sierra or Reed right now if they get knocked out or knocked into the elimination round after this.
Reed wants a big score herself, bit of a slopey start to this one. Here we go, starting to bowl up through this inside. Big section turn there. Unfortunately, a little bit too much on that back foot. Couldn't get the weight rolling over the hip there to come back down. So Reed, she's going to start again, having to, look for a 9.83. It's doable in one turn. We know that. Excellent is doable in one turn. Reed's got this really epic backhand hook. When she connects, it's really, it makes you, make an involuntary noise. You're like, oh, when you watch Reed really connect with a section. She actually competed over in Bolito early this year and then went over and watched J-Bay. So she's already surrounding herself with the world's best because you can tell she really wants to be there.
And she's 16 years old. To have that awareness so young is pretty incredible. And she's got, as you said, Jessie, that hook is huge that she's got under her belt. And I feel like right now you could kind of see maybe the overthinking starting to come in. So she needs to really reset. We still have 18 minutes to go in this heat. We pretty much have half the heat left. And Reed has a great opportunity right now to just reset and go, okay, it's all good. Let me just see if I can get into the 7s and above, which she definitely can. So can Sierra. If they can do that, then they're putting themselves back into the firing line of first place.
Yeah, thinking back to Sierra's run to her first World Junior title over in America. She took down a lot of big names that are actually in this draw, in the likes of Talia Swindle, Laura Rapp, Anastasia Venter from South Africa, so she's already started to make a couple enemies. She's looking for another title here. We're going to see if she can get it right now. She's got a bit of answering to do. 15.83 is the total she's looking for. 17 minutes to go. Isla putting on an absolute clinic. We're going to a quick ad break. We'll be right back with the remainder of this heat. Well, you've tuned into the right heat. We've got a 9-point ride to the name of Isla Huppets, and we're straight into some more surfing here. Sierra starting to widen her stance. We know what that means. Goes for an air reverse. Unfortunately, just misses the grab there. But during the break, we saw Reed Van Wagner pick off a great looking wave, and it just teed off all the way down the line. We'll catch back up with that in a second. But a 9 and a 6.83 has left our 4-time stab high champion and previous World Junior Champion needing a combination of points in the opening round.
How crazy is that? This is the opening round. We're literally day 2 of this event and we're seeing excellent scores be locked in, people be putting combinations. This is that last one of Reed, deep off the bottom. It's a smaller wave, but then she really starts to open up here, and that's that backhand hook that we're talking about. She's got it on lock, go straight up into that section once again. So Reed, she's looking to better those scores. She needs a 9.83. It won't be that, but that was a solid connection there, throwing a fan of spray. And, she's in a good position to sort of wriggle her way back up into that, 6s and above and really challenge for first. But it's just that wave selection right now. It's an okay wave, a little bit smaller though. So that's where we're going to start to see things come in. You can do good surfing on small waves, but we'll see the scores be capped at that.
You know what? I feel like that's not even Reed's best.
No,
it's
no
probably
way.
her absolute cruise control, because when Reed really drives into it, gets a meaty section coming back towards her, it's something pretty special. That score locking in, it's right where you saw it going through. It's a 5.57, so not lessening that requirement. Still needs a 9.83 for the lead here. Isla Huppets holding it down. 14 minutes to go. Sierra Kerr, like we mentioned, needs a combo, but we've said it before, she's a 4-time stab high champion. She's really leading the charge, I'm going to say, in the side of women's aerial. She's got great technique, and she's consistently winning in those specialty air events in both ocean and pool. So she's actually done it both, where I feel like we're seeing a lot of people start to learn how to do airs in pools, and it's epic because I can't even do an air. But you see Sierra, she's got that same technique and that same lift and height in her airs as she does in a pool in the ocean.
And it's hard to do as well because you're looking at, the difference in the power, the difference in the section in the pools. It's just constantly there. You know where that section is. You have to analyse it when you're surfing in the ocean. It changes. You need to adapt. You need to maybe change your entry into it. So Sierra, as you said, Jessie, she has it on lock. She looks comfortable in the air, and you know when she's going to do it as well.
Yeah, current heat leader. Having a look now. She's trying to better a 6.83. She's going to need to connect with a section just like that one. She's chasing a bit more down the line, but you can see just that wave pushing her a little off balance on that second turn there for Isla Huppets. That board looking great under her feet right now.
I remember watching a Australian junior title 2 years ago with Isla Huppets in it, as well as Mila Coco Brown, and both of these women were going to the air. It was huge, and we can see Isla's rail game right here. She's so good at those turns. It looks like she's got super glue or something on her feet. It's like she's not even worried about falling off. But Isla as well, she's in that air conversation. She's good at doing air revs. I vividly remember this final, seeing Isla do a frontside air reverse, and then Mila Coco Brown doing a little bit of a bigger one behind her out the back. And Mila ended up taking the win in that event and was Australian Junior Champion. But Isla put up a great fight, and it's probably one of the best women's heats that I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, I remember
Junior
that too.
women's.
Minute to go as well. So there was pressure on both of the ladies, and they just outperformed each other. It was really cool to see those two great mates as well. They're just pushing each other. And I think it's great to see that, all of these women and men, but more specifically chatting about the women right now, they're pushing each other so much, but they're not at the point where they're not friends. They're not they're not enemies. They're not taking that competition back to land. They're supporting each other and helping the community grow. And I honestly think that's why we're seeing women's surfing grow at such a rapid pace, because we're seeing women support women.
Well, you feed off each other's energy, right?
And that's where the magic happens, honestly.
Yeah.
I really loved seeing this new wave of women surfing, thinking back to, even just not even just the new wave, but thinking back to, our predecessors who did the hard yards for women surfing to get to where it is today, thinking of Pauline Menzer, Pam Burridge. They all stuck together. They supported each other through the hard times, and big thanks to those women, because now we get to see the world's best under 21 in the Philippines competing and performing at such a high level, to the point that we have nines in the opening round. Sierra Kerr, she wants some excellent numbers herself. Great looking bowl here. Nice connection on that first one. A little bit hung up there. She's got to go to the rail. She's got that skidded out carve on lock there. Might get some more to work with, and she does. So 3 nice turns for Sierra Kerr. Anything above a 5.83 is going to help her situation at this point, because right now, 10.5 minutes to go, you break combo, the lead's not out of reach still.
Yeah, it's not. And I think even though Isla does have that 9 and a 6.83, I do still feel like it's a situation where she's not quite safe. She's got 1 foot into the round of 16. That was a good first turn for Sierra. You could see she got a little hung up, and then that could have gone either way, that turn for Sierra Kerr. But as you said, Jessie, she's got it on lock and then finished it nicely. It was a good 3-turn combo. I feel like we're still yet to see more from Sierra, and you can see that she's really feeling like she wants that air section. She wants to take to the sky. You could see it on her previous wave. So hopefully she gets an opportunity in the last 10 minutes and enters, or, brings that conversation back.
Yeah, do you think the judges are going to see those as mistakes or flair on that wave there for Sierra?
Well, that was a good turn from Reed, but I think it kind of lacked a little bit of the flow that we're used to seeing from Sierra. It wasn't a bad wave at all. It was just more a little bit tricky, a little bit misjointed in some moments. So I feel like we do have more to see from Sierra Kerr. We know that there's more to give. That was a really strong turn from Reed. But again, both women just a little bit out of time. And that's, unfortunately, with Isla's Huppets, she's been so in tune with her timing and her turn selections right now. So when you're seeing people be a little bit offbeat, it makes it stand out a lot more.
Taking a look right now, Lennox Smith gearing up for his heat. He's coming up against Troy Espejon, one of the local boys, one of the very talented Espejon brothers. He's in the elimination round. He's found himself in that round before, especially this time last year. crazy buzzer beater finishes for Lennox Smith consistently last year. We've got a couple big names in the elimination round, thinking of Keone Lasser, Lucas Skinner, Willem Watson, Dylan Wilcoxon, Riki Sato, from Japan. And there he is, Troy Espejon. He was a real standout yesterday, looking super sharp on his feet, but Dane was just in another gear yesterday, unfortunately. Came up against a very informed Dane Henry. Troy snapping his board right before his event, so not on his magic board, on his backup board, and still surfing great on it. Really talented goofy footer, son of Dodo Espejon, who for a long time was known as the best goofy footer in Shargao.
Yeah.
Challenged now by Filma Alapayo. You think of Rima Magaluna. There's a lot of talented surfers coming out of that part of the world. Right now, though, Lennox Smith, he's trying to take on one of Shargao's best. Bit of sportsmanship. We love to see that at the start.
This is when we talk about that, fun-loving, larrikin sort of vibe from Lennox. As soon as that hooter goes, that facade drops.
Oh, yeah.
And he's a lethal competitor.
It's all part of his game. It's all part of his game.
And also, Jesse, you mentioned yesterday, Dane, taking out that heat. He was actually really, really unwell the night before. Yeah, I was like, I had a little bit of insight from Adam Dufner, his coach, saying he was, not feeling too great and was almost thinking maybe I'll just forfeit that round. But Dane, he just was like, you know what? I know that I need to just surf this heat, get myself in rhythm, and ended up taking it out. So,
yeah, can't expect much less from Dane Henry. Can you? He's really turned into this incredible competitor, sharp and well-rounded. Right now, 7 minutes to go in this heat. Isla Huppert's with the lead and priority. Probably the dark horse coming into this heat. You've got names like Reed, who has gone on to have a really great season, her first season on the Challenger Series, and then obviously this international name of Sierra Kerr. So Isla probably the one with the most point to prove, and what a way to do it, in this heat. She is really stamping herself as, right now, the best female junior in this round. She's got the highest heat combo and the highest score of the event so far. We haven't seen anyone else break into that 9 range.
Yeah, she's definitely, I feel like she hasn't even worried about who's in her heat. She's just wanting to surf her best. And I feel like Isla, she has such a great support team around her, people that are just really feeding off that energy and helping her make those decisions. What board am I going to make? Where am I going to sit? Things like that. She has her dad Marcus here, which I know really helps to keep her at ease. But Isla's also just quite happy to do her own thing. She's like, you know what? I'm going to do my own thing, focus on me, and it's quite clearly working for her. She's got 2 incredibly talented sisters, Mia and Anna, back at home as well, who I'm sure are tuning in. And it's, being at these World Junior Championships, it's a big thing. You're in the mix to be a World Junior Champ, and that's huge. We've already got one in this heat, being Sierra Kerr. And I feel like Sierra has a target on her back, having that title to her name.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. All three of these women from really talented surfing families. Like you mentioned, the sisters of Isla. We've seen Mia go on to compete in some Challenger Series events. Anna, she's still quite young, but she's surfing so well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her compete in one of these in a couple of years' time. Obviously, Sierra, her dad Josh, everyone knows him. He's such an icon of our sport. And then Reed's talented brother on that longboard tour. So all of these guys can kind of feed off that family, environment, which a lot of people don't usually get to have. So pretty cool for our women right now to be able to have some family on the road and understand the sport, the sport from the inside out.
Well, it's a sense of comfort as well. You've got that comfort with you. You've got, a space where you're feeling really comfortable and you're like, cool. I've got my dad here or my brother or my sisters or my whole family, whatever that is. And it takes a lot of pressure and stress off because you're just already, feeling at ease with those people supporting you here. So I know Sierra, her dad Josh, travels with her a lot. I'm sure he's giving her words of advice.
Yeah, having a paddle here. Goes to the yag, misses the grab again, unfortunately, there for Sierra Kerr. So she's going to be looking for another one. You can tell a bit frustrated. They're usually turns she's got on lock there for Sierra. So she didn't break combo on that last wave. She got a 5.4. So still chasing a 5.83 to move out of combination land. And that's kind of the big goal at this point for Sierra. She really wants to make it as easy as possible for her, and she needs to get 2 waves in 4 minutes. And going to the air is definitely one way to do it.
Yeah, it is for sure. Unfortunately, that section just didn't quite have the, the wave underneath it where she was able to kind of engage with that power. So it is what it is. Sometimes you have them unlocked some days, other days you don't. Maybe it's even some heats you do, some heats you don't. I vividly remember Sierra Kerr taking out the Shargout International Surfing Cup 2 years ago now, back in 2024, off the back of 2 big airs. And that's probably the first time that's happened in an event for a woman.
Isla looking to improve. A little late to that first section here. Another bowl. Great connection there for Isla Huppert. She is going from strength to strength here, trying to get some more down the line. This is where we start to see the waves slope out a little bit. She's going to lay her rail, really flare her technique, get a bonus finishing turn here for Isla. So trying to better that 6.83 read. Good looking bowl. Just unfortunately, I feel like letting her bottom turn go a little bit too early there, and then not getting around the inside. You could see it left her slightly off kilter after that turn.
It's, Reed is surfing so well, but when you go back to back with Isla, who is just it's really the Isla heat right now. She's in control. She's probably going to better the 6.83, to be honest. And you can really see that start to stand out if you're just off time. It was a really good, strong first turn, Jessie, but as you said, just gets caught behind. You can see the wave not even really open up. So unfortunately for Reed, she had a great start, and she's got a 6 and a 5.57, and usually you'd be thinking, yeah, you're on to be into the round of 16 so early on in an event, but she really needs to lift right now, and it just, it feels like it's the Isla show.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Reed herself, she's got 11.5 points, just like you mentioned. That would have won pretty much all of the other heats in this round, bar maybe 2 or 3. So that was just, that is kind of the goal, is to get 12 points, at least in the opening round, and she's got pretty close to doing that. So nothing shy of her performance. It's just like you mentioned, it's been the Isla show, just on those big sections, throwing those hammers down. And now she's got a formula for success, Isla. So hopefully she keeps sticking to it, keeping it nice and simple, big single turns from the young Australian. We've got Sierra Kerr. She's looking out the back. 90 seconds to find 2 waves. We've seen it happen before. Let's see if Sierra can do it. Great air. Unfortunately, goes down. She got the grab this time, but just landing in a bit of a weird spot. But you can see she's still got such great pop on her airs.
Wow, a moment like that could have really changed that heat for Sierra Kerr. If she had made that, we're talking excellent. For sure for that. I mean, that was a really technical air. She got very tail high. Unfortunately, just the completions, if you're not completing it, you don't get the score. So risk versus reward, but Sarah had to go for it. She was in a position where she's in combo. There's not much else she can do. Yeah. So I loved that approach and that commitment.
Yeah, she's definitely doing what she needs to be doing at this point in time. Unfortunately, 40 seconds to go. It's probably not going to happen for Sierra Kerr. This is going to be one of those heats she kind of is just going to want to forget about. Leave it in the water. She's still swinging. She's such a competitor. She really wants to break this combo right here. She's coming through this inside, getting a showcase, that rail surfing that the whole world has grown to love, along with her airs. She's going to come through this inside, tag it for a turn. You can see a bit of deflation in the body language, looking a little bit just frustrated with that performance. Reed, that's what we're talking about. Big turn into another swooping calf here. Looks like she's already down through the inside section. This heat's over. This is going to be the last wave of the heat, but let's see what she can get done out the back. We're going to come back with the results of this incredible heat, but it feels like it's going to be Isla Huppert's with a 9 taking the win here. Elimination round coming right up. We've got Lennox Smith and the local boy Toby Espejon battling for a spot in the round of 16. Bringing in Paul Evans to the booth. Enjoy.
Welcome back to the action here from the Philippines. A beautiful morning, blue skies, and elimination rounds for the men hitting the water. Lennox Smith, 20-year-old out of Australia, taking on a local with a solid surfer name in this part of the world, Troy Espejon. He's from Cloud9. I'm Paul Evans. She's Truzy Starling. Morning.
Good morning, Paul. I'm so happy to have you here.
I'm happy to have me here.
Oh, yes. Day 2, let's go.
Look at the waves. It's blue. It's pretty smooth. There's energy. What are we thinking? How are we seeing this? Where are we going to get scores out here? What are we trying to do? What's the name of the game?
The name of the game, that's a good question, Paul. I'm feeling like if you see a lip, hit it.
Smash it?
Yeah,
out
absolutely.
the back, that section out the back seems to have a bit of meat on it.
Yeah, well, it's changed a little bit, the condition since yesterday. It's dropped a fraction, but there is still some really good inside bowls.
Here goes the goofy Troy, opening up, bends into his bottom turn and gives it a hit late off the top to finish. He will get a completion. He'll get a score on the board as well, and that'll feel good for him just to get a busy start here.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave, but he does really well to kind of navigate these sections, goes up and into it a little bit late, but does well to ride out. I mean, Troy, he's such a strong, goofy-footed surfer. His brother Toby as well here representing the Philippines.
Here goes Lennox Smith, smooth as he builds up speed and then goes off the top. Timing gets just a little wrong. He's tangled. He will get out the back and try and find priority. As an expert of Filipino surfing, he spent a lot of time over here.
Yeah.
How good are these Espejon brothers?
Oh, they're pretty good. Yeah, they are from over in Cloud 9, so they're used to surfing those kind of steeper, more hollow waves. So coming over to La Union, particularly here at Mona Lisa Point, it's a little bit fatter, doesn't have that steep section. So it's more about those turn selections for them and really identifying, okay, cool, this is actually where I need to go straight up into it. But when you have the support and the people here surrounding you in regards to the Filipino community, no matter where you're from, they're here to support the Filipino Wildcards, and they're like, yeah, okay, any advice and any info we can give you, take it. And they're such, they're such a sponge, they take all that information in and try and digest it out in the heat.
What's your thoughts on that shiny black board, though, in this blazing sunshine? It looks quite melty, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Quite
I'm
melty.
not a blackboard girl myself, but, whatever works for you.
So quite a bit of wax on there we saw on the walk down. He seemed to be very well attached to it to open up, and he'll keep a close eye on Lennox Smith, who will sit with that priority and try and make amends for just a little misstep. Been impressive, though, hasn't he, last year in this event? Tell us, I really enjoyed from him that clip that he made with Oki earlier in the year. How good was that?
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of a character, Lennox.
He is, yeah.
Tell us a bit more about him.
Yeah, we actually were saying this yesterday. He is a bit of a larrikin, when he doesn't have the ration, he's super fun-loving, like cracks a joke whenever he wants, and he's funny. You're always laughing when you're with Lennox. But then as soon as the hooter goes, it's like the facade is gone and he's ready to lock in and have a bit of fun. And he's happy to just kind of take the mickey out of himself afterwards, but he's ready to lock in. He got equal third here last year, so I feel like Lennox, he wants to keep doing better. He's got his best mate, Huey Vaughan, here as well. So those two together, you're in for a good chuckle.
Pretty strong team from the Aussies here in the Philippines for World Juniors. Speaking of which, let's go down here from one of them. She smashed the last heat. She's standing by with Stacey Galbraith.
Thank you, Paul, and welcome, Paul. Great to have you, mate. Isla, congratulations. Thank you for the entertainment. How good does a turn like that feel in a jersey?
Yeah, not bad. I don't know, it was such a sick wave and such a sick section, so I just put everything into it. Felt good.
You're no stranger to that. Big turns and big moments.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my strengths. I definitely look for a nice closeout section, and I got one in that heat, so that was nice.
You grew up surfing lots of beautiful points. Tell us how hard it is to surf this wave and not get too sucked into chasing it down the line and just focusing on what's in front of you.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the waves, especially down the end, fizzle a lot and just go fat. But I don't know, you're just out there, you just look for one big section, and yeah, that's about it.
You had a couple of days off before your heat. Are you someone that looks at the heat draw and looks at the names, or do you just worry about what heat you're in and get out there?
I've never really been like one to think too much about who's in my heat or what heat I am. I just focus on myself and the waves and everything.
And clearing those neural pathways.
Yep, definitely.
I'm sure there's a packed house watching at home. Did you want to say good morning to everyone back at home?
Yeah, thanks to everyone back home watching.
Go on, name some names, call some people out.
Well, I reckon my mum would be watching, my two sisters, probably my nan and poppy, and all my aunties and uncles and cousins, and thanks as well to all the friends watching.
There you go. Well done. Congratulations, Isla. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Stacey. That was thorough, wasn't it?
I loved it. He covered all the points.
Gets it done, doesn't he?
He does.
He shows up day after day with
Yep.
that infectious enthusiasm, professionalism. What a guy.
He brings the energy for sure.
We'll fly over the point here and just drink in the sea. There's a little breeze blowing. It's still pretty smooth out there on the sea surface. Kind of dreamy looking conditions as we make the most of this swell. We opened up yesterday. Some really fun conditions. What were some of the key learnings? Any major upsets from you? Anyone emerging as a front runner from your point of view, True?
That's a really good question, Paul. I feel like no major upsets because we didn't really lose anyone yesterday, because you don't lose anyone in that first round. Lennox, though, that was a good first turn. He's got such a whippy start. I love how he just pushes off that back foot and gets that little bit of extra rotation. And then Troy as well. He's got a different style, of course, being a goofy footer, but a different approach. And, right in front of Lennox, wow. Just kicks off basically over the top of him. So a good back and forth between these two competitors. But Winter, he just picked up where he left off from last year, to be honest. Had a great heat yesterday, took it out, so we won't see him surfing today. Lucas Cassidy, actually, the Mexican.
He's good.
He was bringing the passion. He was bringing the fire. A few claims left, right, and centre. I was loving it. It was really exciting to see. And then highlights for the women was honestly that last heat of Isla's. It was huge. A 9. That's the biggest score we've seen in the event so far. But yesterday it was tricky. I was talking with Stace a fair bit, and we were saying that those opening round heats you really need them. You need them to kind of figure out where you fit in the lineup. It was tricky to kind of find the spots to line up with and to sit out there. It was such a big open ocean, and there was really a lot of flat spots in the heats. There wasn't many waves rolling through, and then you get some big sets. So it was tricky to navigate for sure.
These two having a nice little chat in the lineup. It's all very cordial.
They're just enjoying it. Lennox is going, I wasn't in your way, I swear.
Yeah, just got to settle away, didn't he, Lennox? He kind of waited a little while and then found that way. Didn't need to do too much. Got a couple of turns done, got the 5 locked in, I think. Pretty kind of smart, strategic type of surfing. And then the reply from Troy, just a little bit of a softer one. He kind of did well to make a completion, but he's got a little bit to do here. And he spent the most of this heat thus far under the priority of Lennox. We'll look to try and snaffle something a little bit more significant as well. But interesting to see the approaches and whether surfers have been kind of light-hearted about it or whether they're really sort of loading up emotionally. Let's have a look at Lennox here. Nice and crisp. And then a decent section stands up and he'll whip all the way back around. Hit the white water again, looking really loose. Little extra zag in his zig as he'll bring it through the midsection and he'll find a lip here. He'll go layback to add a bit of variety and just swinging away. It's very smooth and polished, and I think he enjoyed that. Yeah,
I think so too. That was a fun wave, honestly, and a fun wave to watch because you're not sure what he was going to do. That first turn again, he's got that on lock, and I love when Lennox goes to his rail. This one right here, just a little bit of extra power in it as well. And this wave honestly just kept opening up, and we haven't really seen ones like that with a big long wall. Love, as you said, Paul, that variety, and then up and over to just finish it. I feel like Lennox, he is from Shell Harbour, particularly that Barrack Point area, so he's used to surfing all these different waves, especially waves of consequence. Lennox is not scared. He got second at the NIAS Pro last year, which is a right point as well. So we know that he's good on his forehand. His backhand as well is really strong. So I just think for Lennox, it's about finding that groove.
It's the Spaniard, Suarez, coming up in next here against the wildcard out of Brazil, Klausner. That'll be our second heat for elimination rounds. And as a competitor looking on and seeing this morning, I think you'd be quite pleased to see pretty consistent. Quite a lot of opportunity. Just 2 of you obviously in the water as well, so a chance to bang a couple of scores.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little smaller today, but I feel like that's actually working in our favour. It's really fun. There's good opportunities, and there is definitely slow moments, but yesterday we were seeing sometimes 5-10 minutes without a wave. So it's more consistent, which is really good.
What about this Australian team that are here? We watched Australia go to glorious victory in El Salvador in the ISA Juniors, didn't we? How good is this Aussie team, and what about chance of maybe even going men's and women's junior champions here this year? It's not been done for a while.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance of it happening. Just off the likes of that last one of Isla, you know, we saw Dane Henry win the juniors and the opens, and he has the same team here as well for this event. So that, to me, makes him pretty lethal, makes him definitely a target to be winning that. And Winter getting second here last year, he's the same. He's got the same support team. His mum is here. Looks like a very similar routine. So
Huey Vaughan.
Wow. Yeah. Lennox. It's sort of incredible, you know, the talent and the depth of talent that we have in the Australian team. Willem Watson as well. So there's a good possibility for that to happen. And as an Australian, very, very proud Australian, I'd be happy to see that. But then you look at the rest of the draw and you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute. The talent in this event is huge.
Yeah, let's see how it all unfolds. We're looking forward to a great week of surfing back in La Union in the Philippines. Provided us with fun conditions last year. And looking this week, we're making the most of this swell. Maybe a couple of quieter days coming up, and then some more energy coming to finish for next weekend. Is that what we're looking at? Yeah,
I think so. It's looking like tomorrow and the next day is going to be kind of fun, but it's sort of a wake up and see sort of couple of days, and then, it definitely gets better towards the back end of the period. We'll have the first international longboard QS also starting after this, but that looks like it's so far long range. Looks like it could be pretty big. So we're just got to deal with what we got, and we're lucky that it's kind of pumping right now.
Yeah, it's one of those places as well. It's definitely something I picked up last year where you got the forecast, but there's also definitely some of those more local swells, and you expect it to be small, and there's fun waves out there. So it really is one of those places where you do use the forecast, but just come down in the morning. I tell you, it's a lovely temperature in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so nice.
Come with your little cup of coffee and have a look over the sea, and it's all kind of purple and pastel coloured. And
it's the best way to start the morning, Paul. With a coffee, can't complain. The tides at the moment, they're calling them the mono tides because not much really changes throughout the whole day. So feeling like we'll see the conditions be very similar throughout this day of action, and potentially the rest of the days as well. So it's not going to change too much, which for the surfers is such a good thing because they don't have to worry, oh, I'm on high tide or I'm on low tide. It's all very similar.
Well, that long wave at Lennox Road got him a 6.33, so really consolidated and put a pretty decent score on the board. And what's been actually sort of quiet this one, just wave-wise. Haven't had loads, have we, come through compared to that last heat that we saw from the women, where it was a little bit more pulsing. This one quieter. When that does happen, you'd definitely rather be the surfer. He's managed to get points on the board. An opportunity now for Troy. He's got that priority. He's got a little bit to think about. Numbers, nothing crazy, insurmountable. We can still surf towards that mid-range number, and he'll have to try and be a little bit picky. On the other hand, Lennox can just roll the dice. He'll do that, coming from behind, making up ground. There's that wrapping turn in a smaller pocket, and then a bit of flares. He'll blow out the tail, and he'll click it as well. So able to be creative on waves with slightly less energy. And once again, that was super smooth. And that's the scene here. As you see the point, see that bend in the swell. Looks lovely this morning. It's delightful.
Picturesque.
All sorts of waves as well down the coast there.
We got little waves that we can find. Got on a little mission. Stace was eyeing off some right point a little bit further down. And he's like, that's where we're going to be later. I was like, okay, Stace. Happy to roll with your mission and see where it takes us.
Yeah, coming from the Gold Coast, he thought while he's travelling, just do something different, go and look for a right point. Yeah.
You know, stick with what you know, they say. Well, Lennox, I liked this wave. It was a smaller inside one, but this first turn was really nice. He identified that section and was so tight in the pocket, turning on a dime, and then gets something a little bit different, nails that rotation really easily as well. So I like how he's bringing something different to each wave. That was a smooth first turn. You can see really stomping on that back foot. The timing here was really good too. kind of went through the lip, so maybe actually a fraction late, but Lennox, he knows what he needs to do with those turns and where he needs to place them, and he gets rewarded.
Yeah, he gets a 6-6, so his high score, the high score of the heat, and his total definitely heading in the right direction now, 12.93. Pretty good returns for the waves that he's caught, and a little more scoreboard pressure on the local Espejon. Surfing in this event with his brother Toby, and he's just hasn't really, well, he's ridden a lot of waves, just 2 of them so far. That priority for him, he's waiting for a set to come through, something significant. And it just hasn't really happened for him. And meanwhile, around him, Lennox has been able to be busier. So sort of crucial stage of the heat now, under 14 minutes to go in the elimination round. Just a little extra pressure as well, because you think about this event, you've had a bit of a while to consider your participation and what could be, and just how big it is on this stage against this level of surface. No one wants to go out the first elimination rounds. Sad times.
It is. We're not loving. I don't love saying goodbye to competitors.
13.5 on the clock here. A little lull in the action. Time for a quick break from World Juniors here in the Philippines. More live action men's elimination rounds right after the break. Welcome back to the action here from the Philippines men's elimination round. Opening heat of that round from Australia, Lennox Smith. He's going all right so far. His scores are decent. They're just getting better. His last 2 waves has applied a little bit of pressure. He's taken on Troy Espejon with a bit to do. And this was during the break here, True.
Yeah, this was a nice connection there for Troy. He needed that as well. He needed that turn, that wave to give him a bit of confidence. And then Lennox, you know what he's going to do. He's going to go big. He's going to go crazy, and almost made it. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. But Lennox is so good at those turns. He's so good. He's got that wow factor in him. And when he brings it out, you're thinking, oh, Lennox, you should be doing this all the time in Arashi. And he had a great year on the QS as well. A second in the NIAS Pro. We got third in the Tara Pro QS 6000 as well in Japan. So he's no stranger to being in the pointy end of a draw. Kind of feels a little bit, I don't know, I'm surprised to see Lennox in the elimination round.
Yeah, a couple of big names that we'll enjoy watching in the draw here today in men's elimination. But so far, so good for Lennox. And with those 6s locked in, he can be a little bit playful, as we saw there on the replay. You know, anything that's not going to offer him at least the 6.5 doesn't need to bother with. So he can afford to be a little bit picky and just surf with the freedom. And when that happens, that's usually when we see the best out of our competitors. Is Gabriel Klausner, the Brazilian, here as a wild card, making his final preparations before taking on Alfonso Suarez. And Klausner, another electrifying surfer, mad air game. No real surprise there. I think I can say that basically about everybody in the draw, but a lot of people pretty excited about this guy for a number of years. He's found himself taking on the Spaniard in elimination. We'll see how that all goes down, just making sure the wax is well applied. Just a bit of tunage as well in the headphones. Get psyched up.
What's your preheat song, Paul, if you had one?
Go for something a little bit emotional. I think maybe like a power ballad.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure about the fast music. You go get super psyched, you go out there and you kind of just sit down.
Yep.
And then you just sort of wait for a while and you wait a bit more. So and then you go, and it feels like it's all unraveling.
Yeah.
Suarez will trot down the beach to the keyhole to paddle out. I'm thinking something, a power ballad.
Yeah.
Something, yeah.
I love
maybe
that.
maybe a bit of Adele.
Love. Huge.
You know, just really find something from deep within.
Yeah. Just speaks to your soul.
Yeah. Maybe a little cry on the beach and then go out and surf a heat.
Wow.
And then
just
cry,
like the
and
emotions
then cry
out.
afterwards as well, again, in the interviewer stays.
Yeah,
Because it's
exactly.
all just a bit overwhelming. Here we go. Here goes Espejon. Backhand from him. Gets forward on the board to drive it. And as quite often happens here, if you see one really lined up from the takeoff, can go into a bit of a hole. And he's having a heat where he's just out of rhythm. Almost every set that comes through seems to go the way of Lennox, who will also have prio now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for Troy. I feel like we had a lot of west in the swell yesterday. We want a little bit more north in it, and you can sort of see those ones that do line up and look really good. But then, yeah, it's hard because there's moments when you're thinking, I'm just going to try and go this, try my luck. If I get 2 good turns in it, then I'm looking at a good score. But for Troy, yeah, as you said, Lennox has just been on the best waves of this heat so far, and it's really just caught Troy out a little bit.
You familiar with the work of Self-Esteem?
Yeah.
Do you know who she is? Rebecca Lucy Taylor? Do you know her?
No.
Yeah, maybe her.
Maybe her. Okay.
Yeah. Depends how many
Okay.
heats I'm surfing. Obviously,
I'm loving this.
I might need a couple of tunes. Yeah, maybe a bit of Self-Esteem.
All right. Bring it on. Maybe we'll have to psych ourselves up for the next comps.
What are you running? What have you got? I mean, you actually do surf heats, so this is slightly less hypothetical than mine. What's on your playlist?
I am a big Paolo Nutini girl.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Before, so that would be
I didn't even
the
know he
go-to.
was still going.
Yeah, I love him. He actually released a new album a couple of years ago. It's really good. But I'm old Paolo Nutini before the heats.
Yeah,
Vintage.
like mid, sort of early 2000s.
Yeah.
That was the sort of era, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
the Candy album. Love it. Love it. That is my go-to.
Just over 7 on the clock here. Lennox Smith, one of a very strong contingent from Australia here at World Juniors this year, kicking off our 2026 season once again in the Philippines. And he's going all right in the heat here. Couple of 6s. Good enough for a big lead at the moment over the local. Troy Espejon, who's struggling to find rhythm and scores, needs a big number, 9-6. He's going to do it in one wave. Still got time to get 2. A couple of 6s will get a minute, and that's really where his head's got to be at the moment. Just find a way and connect with it.
Yeah, really. It's so tough too because it feels like, I don't know, with these 2-person heats that we're going to see throughout the rest of the day, I think it's going to be really clear who's in rhythm with the ocean and who's not. And, you know, even looking at these scores, Troy is just not quite in rhythm just yet. Lennox has got the priority when the big sets are coming through, and then he's converting as well, which is a whole nother ball game, really. But for these Filipino surfers, I've watched a lot of them compete. They do like to sit and wait. They like to not be on so many waves. They're selective with their wave selection, but right now he's just been not on the, good to excellent waves that have come through. Been unlucky, and for his brother Toby, who's coming up a little bit later on in the event as well, it's a good lesson for him.
Here's Smith again, just chops this line down with a snap to set up, and a bang up of a closeout turn. He'll get a little crunched and down. A little grimace from him, as he would have loved to have made that turn. So priority back now with Troy, and an opportunity for him here. And with 5.5 on the clock, I hear what you're saying. I think we need to see a little bit more of a busy approach, though, don't we? He needs some scores there. He's going out of competition here, unless he can earn himself some points. So he needs to just really catch pretty much the next wave that comes through, put a score on the board, get a bit of momentum going, a bit of energy.
Yeah, if you're not on waves, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to get a score. And that's a really tricky position because you do want to be sitting and waiting for the good ones, but then it's like, hey, if there's not a whole lot of good ones coming, you almost need to manufacture that score. And if he can get into the 6s and above, then he's in a position to really challenge Lennox for that lead. It's a really tough one, but with 5 minutes to go, you want to be, giving yourself any opportunity you can.
A little adjustment in positioning out on the peak here. These two just heading a little wider, so that indicates energy. We'll see lines fill in here and a little bit more purpose to the paddle cadence of Espejon. He'll just let this one go, as it will go a little wide and soft. What's behind it? Is there a wave for him, or has it just really kind of dragged him off the peak a bit? And that'll eat up a little more time as well if that is the case. It's still in this heat. Time for a couple of scores in terms of that short paddle out. We've seen surfers maybe even get a wave sort of halfway back out as well and get a wider one. But just the way the energy's going with him hasn't really been able to unlock so far this morning. And on the prow, going past him, Lennox. And it'll be a joint the way this one's going so far. does
You
seem
can
to
see
have
that
that sort of-
smile.
yeah, he does sort of always has that light-hearted kind of energy about him
Yeah.
as well, doesn't he? But particularly at the moment, I think he's enjoying his morning.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's enjoying it. That's a Filipino crew. JR, front and center as well. He's just reporting back to the team, watching
He looks
back
a bit
in
more
Cloud
serious
9.
because his
Yep.
guy's got a bit to do.
Yeah.
So he's like,
He's like, the Shagao team, they're going, JR, what's going on? Where are you pointing him? What direction is he at right now? So, yeah, there's, such a big support crew from the Filipino surf community. So to see them here right now is amazing.
all right, here we go. Espejon finds a wave. Just sort of banks off the top now. A steeper section for him if he can get it up there, which he does. Does pretty well. He's got some speed. He's got some whip. And looking for a strong finish. If he can get this, which he will, he'll go complete, and it will be his best number, and he'll get himself back in the heat. And what he would love to happen is a little wide one come down the point away from Lennox and just go again. 2:45 on the clock, true.
There's time. There definitely is time for Troy right now to get another wave. He's got a good score to come through. I feel like that middle part was a lot of the same turns. It could have been, maybe quality over quantity. But, he's got, if he can find another wave, he's got another opportunity. So comes from behind on this one, just sets it up. You can still see how powerful he is as a goofy footer. That was a big, strong turn, so tight in the pocket. Kind of speed, sort of setup turns there, and then goes vertical once again for Troy. So that's going to be his best wave of the heat so far. It's a smaller one. It probably won't go into the sixes like we saw from Lennox, but it still gets a good score on the board for him. And you can see through here, it gets a little bit wobbly and weird, and he really has to navigate that, but finds a good moment there to go straight up and vertical in it to finish. So he's got himself back into the heat, but is it just a fraction too late?
Yeah, it's a helpful wave, but not as significant as he would have hoped. The 4.33, his requirement still in the excellent 8.6. Just the timing with the sections. He was sort of surfing a little bit after the sections, wasn't he? Had to wait for them to break and then kind of surfing what was left. Was never really able to fully connect, so kept the number down. And he'll be struggling here. And the Filipino surf fans at the moment looking a little bit concerned as Lennox Smith controls the peak. He's got the numbers. He's got a big, big lead now, and it's going to have to be something really quite spectacular from Troy. 8.6 is what he needs to jump to first at the moment, and in the final minute feels like a bit of a tall order.
Yeah, it really does, and you can see the ocean. It's just cruising right now. It's in no rush to bring in some waves. So that's really unfortunate for Troy right now. He might not have another opportunity. An 8.6, it's a tall task. Lennox is stoked. He's got the lead and first priority. So he's like, yeah, this is, exactly how I wanted this heat to play out. And from his approach in his heat yesterday, he had a couple of fumbles. He didn't have the greatest surfed heat. So now he's really got himself back into that rhythm and that confidence, and you can see it shining.
Final 20 seconds now. And Lennox Smith has enjoyed himself here this morning, having a little scan around, just making sure there's nothing going to come through. It'll just pop up where Troy is, and he'll come in, and they'll have a little handshake moment as well. An entertaining heat. Good work done from Lennox early on, mid part of the heat. Just kind of got control of it and never really looked back from there. He looks like someone bringing back that form that he showed us last year. More live action from the men's elimination round from World Juniors here in the Philippines right after the break. Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point. Looking beautiful this morning. We've wrapped up opening round for the women into men's elimination. Alfonso Suarez from Spain, Gabriel Klausner out of Brazil. I'm Paul Evans, and joined now, I'm very happy to say, with Di Wacko. Morning, mate.
Good morning. It's been a while since the last time I saw you.
Yeah, happy to see your face, mate, and happy to be back in the Philippines, and we've got some fun waves out there in the water right now.
Definitely. It's been pumping, and straight away, live action.
All right, Klausner just kind of snipping down the line and then scything into a turn. Gave that one a bit of energy. And he's looking to really just try and find a lip. It's been a little bit pockety. There we go. big spray from him, and then this section will just continue to offer. It's a nice combo to finish.
Definitely, we don't really see the inside section, but did really well on the first couple of sections here. Floats the section, come around the section, and tried, there's a little bit of downtime there, but still find the section. And wow, there's so many turns he did on this wave. But definitely that was a money turn, beautiful carving turn from Gabriel. And this is where we don't really see often at this point. But there's a bonus section right here. It's a great combination, like you said.
Really nice finish from him. Multiple turns, just swinging away. Interesting to see him, just the way that board responded. Didn't look super drivey, did it? So obviously going for something that's like really maneuverable to try and curry favour from the judges. Speaking of someone that's gone well this morning, Lennox Smith from Australia in that last heat getting the win. Let's go down and have an interview with a special guest reporter, Huey Vaughan. Let's go.
G'day Lennox, how you feeling out there, mate?
Yeah, feeling pretty good out there, mate.
How you feeling? Just wiping the floor out there. Was it fun or what?
I didn't really wipe the floor, but yeah, it's a bit of fun. Pretty gassed, to be completely honest. Yeah, felt like a freaking fat old man out there.
Well, depending how the draw goes, me and you could be in the same heat, maybe. How you gonna approach it?
Mate, I shouldn't even be talking to you at this point. Like, I'm sick of it. Can someone get him out of here?
Who even is this guy?
Mate, this is a joke.
Wait, we got some Magnolia chocolate here. You wanna have a sip?
Oh, mate, last thing I need is a bloody chocky milk. Have you seen the size of me?
Back to you, lads.
Oh, love it. Boys are having a good giggle down here this morning.
Yeah, that was classic interview. Sick.
Huey Vaughan on the mic there asking the big question. And Lennox Smith with a smile on his dial. That's pretty standard fare for him, but out in the water, surfing is very, very legit. Look really, really good here this morning. Disappointing to see one of our locals bow out. Espejon, he'll stick around and just bring the energy here. What's it like for you being over here in the Philippines? I guess this Asia region for you, got so many fun ways that you're traveling to and being over here. Something unique about surfing here in Philippines.
Like you said, last year on an Asian tour, we had a lot of traveling to Indonesia, and especially in the Philippines. We had one at Siargao, one in Bali, and now back in the La Union. And this is my first time actually visiting La Union here, but this is the really cool place to be, hanging around because good energy. We started this morning at 8 o'clock and there's so many people already hanging out on the beach. Great vibes. So it's just great to be here in the Philippines, feeling the vibe.
And with your insights into the talent out of Japan particularly, what's your feeling about the team of your surfers that are over here to compete this year?
Oh, they're so ready. They've been in this area quite a bit for the last couple of years, so they are used to this kind of condition, and they've been training together, and they bring in the 2 female coaches and 1 male coaches from Japan and 1 cameraman from Japan, so they are all ready, so super ready.
Klausner again here, multiple pumps off the bottom, good section, and goes up and gives it a hit. Just gets maybe just slightly early there just to make sure he finished that. Didn't try and do too much. I don't mind that approach. Just make sure you get a second score locked in. He's got a 4.67 already. That's on the board. We'll get another number. Suarez has had a 3. But interesting, a bit of a variety in the waves that we're seeing. They kind of look sort of similar on the peak, but there's sort of a number of things that can happen after that. And that one had that speedy section and that big pocket to hit.
I really like that, performances from Gabriel, but it's a live action from Alfonso.
There goes Suarez with a bit of foam on the face from that last wave, and he's looking to try and tee off on it here. We'll go into the lip.
I love the compression landing there from Alfonso. Did a great job to get the 2 combination turns from that wave. And, one single maneuver actually get you a good point. Yesterday we see Anol Matsuoka getting 1 single backhand attack gets her 6-point right. So, really love the performances from Gabriel on the last wave as well. There's still this is 7 minutes in and just start of the heat. They just trying to figure out where to sit and what kind of wave they should get.
Just feeling things out for the moment. We'll get a number to come in for Suarez as well. It's not an enormous one, but it will be helpful just in terms of himself finding momentum. So this was that closeout bang from Klausner.
That was a beautiful hit, the section, because it was a beautiful section to hit. It just with a really, really speedy and powerful maneuver. But this is a different approach from surfing red. 2-turn combo, beautiful, nicely done. Great finishing turn as well.
Quite a tricky one, wasn't it? He got that foam on the face. It's quite hard to get that momentum going. He did pretty well to join up the dots here.
Definitely, he did a great job to just, put the 2 turns in the tight condition. And like you said, it's really hard surf on the foamy wave, but he did a really amazing job to be able to put the 2 turns in.
Sets on the peak with priority. Out the back, it is Gabriel Klausner, the Brazilian. He had a look at a couple of waves, realised they're a little bit straight, paddling back out. Suarez just lurking himself a little wider and thinking, could I maybe get a wide one? Wasn't to be the case. We'll go back and continue towards the peak. And with 2 waves apiece, there's a narrow lead at the moment for Klausner, but nothing majorly significant as yet on the boards. Alfonso Suarez out of Gijón in Spain, Asturias region, beautiful part of Spain, and some amazing waves around there. Generally speaking, a lot of our surfers from that region, they're coming from the Basque Country, so further along.
A beautiful coastline, right?
It's stunning, yeah. Asturias is my favourite place on that whole coast, actually. It's a really, really lovely part, and some fun waves, beaches, some points, all sorts of waves scattered around, but not somewhere where we're necessarily seeing loads of talent competitively. Certainly recently, anyway, out of Spain, it's been really dominated by the Basques or surfers from the Canary Islands. But it's great to see Alfonso here represent Spain at World Juniors, and a big opportunity here to keep his campaign going. That Spanish team has been really strong in junior surfing in particular over the last couple of years, and he'd love to keep that going here.
True. Me and Jesse had a conversation yesterday that a lot of talented surfers coming from Europe the last couple of years, so they've been surfing, probably just looking up to Rio and all the other surfers. So, yeah, European surfers doing really, really great.
Yeah, it's a bit of depth as well, particularly what we're seeing from places like Spain, where we've maybe had a couple of an outstanding performer, and then the surfers, a bit of a gap between. I think it's really competitive at this age group as well, with just how much talent there is. I think it's a story we could say about a lot of places as well. I mean, you think about Brazil and what they've been able to do, absolutely dominant on tour, particularly with the men over the last decade or so. Of course, got the win over here with the women, with Luana Silva last year at Juniors. And the talent they've got here this year in competition. Surfers like Ryan Kainalo as well has been someone that's been amazing for a number of seasons. Got loads of competitive experience out qualifying from really young, maybe 13, 14 years old. So looking to try and turn that into a world title here in the Philippines in juniors. And then names like Klausner. And then right now here's Suarez, and he's in action here. Just trying to force his first turn, but able to be pretty acrobatic. Nice and bendy in the knees to get that second turn done, but a short wave.
Really similar approach from the previous waves from him, but definitely the last hit was one of the money turns. Just like you said on the first turn, a little bit of forcing turn there, but still great combination from Alfonso. Just like you mentioned before, there's not much going on the scoreboard right now yet, so definitely they are looking to get those 5-point range or 6-point range, but this is a live action.
Whoa, here's some speeds loading up. Klausner, look at the venom in his surfing as he goes down the line with a major spring in his step. And then a little error at the end. The wave was just kind of running out of gas right there, actually. We'll give it a little look down the line, but so evenly poised, this one. Let's see how significant that last wave proves to be for him. But just able to have a bit more speed, wasn't he? I think that's really been the difference. The waves that they've caught in this one, neither have been able to go crazy, but that looks a lot more legit from Gabriel.
Definitely good-looking wave that he got on the last wave. You know, managed to put couple turns in, different approach. So I'm curious, you know, what he's going to get for the last wave. So let's take a look on the replay. I love the deep bottom turn and straight into slashing turn, generating so much speed and floats the section, trying to get one more turn in. Probably he wants to get a big finishing turn to get the highest score, but definitely beautiful first turn, and I love the floats from here, generating so much speed, engaging the rail quickly and trying to get one more turn in, but the wave really, you know, didn't cooperate with him.
So we'll wait for that number to come in. I think it's going to be similar kind of order around about where our scores have been. I tell you what, so evenly matched at the moment. He ain't hanging around though. And from a high line, beautiful drawn out bottom turn. That's the best turn we've seen in this heat so far. He's able to really open up. And then a softer section, we'll see him just try and maintain momentum, but great work done out the back. Speed was definitely his friend. You picked up on the bottom turn, just on the replay previous to that, and then right on cue, he held that one for ages, and it looked amazing.
That was beautiful. Just like you said, that bottom turn drives through the bottom turn, straight into this one of the biggest turn in this heat. Love the layback turn. But again, probably he wanted to get the finishing turn there, but you know, you can see where he took off the wave. It was more like inside down the point. So definitely you can approach to the deeper section, and like you said, it flattens out really quickly. So probably, you know, surfers want to get the wave up the point.
Really entertaining, this one. Suarez right now with priority, lines out the back, energy pulsing here at Mona Lisa point. And in a heat that sees our Brazilian Klausner building up momentum, with you a score for him. Here's a faded takeoff on a meaty looking wave. The Spaniard Suarez banks off the crumble, does it pretty well, adjusts the feet and goes into the lip and gets a nice layback jam, just forcing into the lip. And again, tricky wave to surf from him. Will stay with it, push wide this one, and it'll push into the channel in a brilliant way. Just to reply immediately, would have been aware of Gabriel's last wave, the last two waves, and then picking with priority a solid set out the back. The scoreboard's going to move a touch. Klausner improves, a 5 for him previous to last. We've got another score to come for him. We've got a wave to come for this guy, Alfonso Suarez. We'll have another look here, Di.
Wow, great answer back from Alfonso. Fades down to start with. Nice tags to the white water and just waiting for the section to come up. And he did a big layback turn and straight into the third. A little bit late to the section, but still managed to do the clean landings. The beautiful 3-turn combo from Alfonso. That time was money time. Really loved how he just pushed the tail really hard, releases the rail, and straight into this last section. Great answer back from him.
So these two figuring out this lineup, working out where they're going to score points, impress the panel. Number 4, Klausner, his last wave, 4-4-3, but we're expecting something really big to turn the heat to come through from Suarez. Judges still deliberating on it, and it will have to be the high score of the heat to get the lead. I think it's going to be the wave was quality, the surfing was crisp, the number drops. Good news for Spain, 6-8-3 for Suarez. And the first moment in this heat really where we've seen someone really connect, just give us that little bit of excitement as we watch on. And the judges rewarding that with a big number, 6-8-3 for him into the lead. Still pretty tight though. Klausner now, his requirement, just under that 6 mark, 5-9-4. He's got priority. We've got a great heat on our hands here.
Wow, that was a great answer back from Alfonso. 6-8-3 is a healthy number to keep. It's definitely a keeper. But like you said, there's not much difference, big difference between two of them. Gabriel now is only 5.94, which isn't the big score for him. He's already locked in 5.0, and wow, Alfonso up and riding again.
Here we go, Suarez from under prio, having a swing and just losing the front foot. He seems all right. Those ones can be nasty. You just fall suddenly looking down the line and your board all of a sudden it's coming at you, but looks like he kind of took that on the chest rather than anywhere else. Meanwhile, out the back, Klaus has been pulsing this one, been really consistent. I think that's been key to building up momentum for these surfers, particularly that priority of Alfonso. He didn't have a lot going, and we saw in that last heat, we saw try sit for ages with priority and nothing really come through. A bomb came through. He'd only been in the lineup a minute or two, and exactly what you want when you got priority, something of real quality. Didn't really have to second guess himself. He always knew he was going that wave.
And it looks like Alfonso having a look at this one again. Just quick in and out. But it's sometimes when you have a first priority, you kind of stuck in the lineup, and especially at this break, you don't really want to be sitting there for a long time because you get lost easy.
Particularly, younger surfers over here for juniors, maybe not as experienced in surfer-on-surfer competition. Is a different skill set. That's what they're doing here in the elimination round. We'll see Toby Espejon. Just saw his brother go down. He'll be taking on Keone Lassa, representing Spain out of the Basque Country, Zadouts. And that'll be another fun heat here. Let's see how he can fire up this Filipino crowd. They'll be bringing the energy for him. He'll be dialed in with all of his preparation and good energy, good juju from the crew around here, willing him on to success. Right now out in the water, it's just simmered a touch. We put a lid on it for the moment. It's really, really well poised. Klausner, the Brazilian, priority is with him, but he's in second at the moment. 5.94 is the number that he's looking for. In a little while just to think about that. Right now, Suarez, he'll be going, all right, I've gone up high 6, close to 7. I've locked in with the best wave for sure that's come through. The energy is with me. Give me another one. Is that what he's thinking?
Definitely trying to get rid of the 4.10 quickly. That's exactly what he's hoping to achieve at this stage, because there's not much difference between them. 5.94 is the requirement for Gabriel, so definitely Alfonso wants to have one more wave before Gabriel actually gets set.
Fly over the point here and have a look down the coast. You can see sort of a mixture of sand and rock that shape our waves. Multiple peaks to surf. We've got that beachy just down the coast from where we are on the point here, with sort of multiple rip bowls and then yet more points down the coast. All sorts of opportunity. Interestingly, really, when you think about Philippines, you're generally thinking about waves that are facing out into the Pacific.
Right.
Thinking of Siargao and Cloud 9, and we're actually on the kind of tucked away a little bit on the other side. So we're on the sort of South China Sea side of this main island. We're on the northwest coast here. It's amazing to see how swell even gets in here, but it's so consistent here.
I know, that's what I was thinking yesterday, because where we are is just like you said, it's the left side of the Philippines, and it's the swells actually coming from the north area, and I have no idea how this point can get so many swells every day. And yesterday even we were thinking, we are expecting smaller size waves, but we did get this like an unexpected swell.
Super consistent so far this morning. This heat, a real frenzy actually. Opening 15 minutes was kind of breathless and non-stop, and right now it's just gone a little quiet, and surfers with that mental preparation, the plans that they've made in their head, what to do in certain situations, that'll be where they're trying to go at the moment and just figure out, all right, what do I need? What's that going to look like? How do I get it? Priority has been with Klausner for a while, but he hasn't really had to make any decisions since he's had that priority. There's been nothing coming through. A little buzz around from Suarez. He's had a couple of waves, but nothing particularly significant. All right, expect some good energy on the beach here from the Filipino crew. Toby Espejon. He looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, it seems like
Just
he's
cruising.
really cruising and probably big sports on the beach. It's always great to have the big sport from the local community to cheer you up. So definitely, he's already surfed in the first round, so probably he knows what to do and he knows how to get through the heat. So he seems very relaxed, like you mentioned.
Nice little stroll in the sunshine for him, down to the paddle out. It's about 8 minutes or so away from taking on Keone Lassa. Very highly rated surfer out of Spain. Been going all right on the Challenger Series this season. Getting great experience, part of that strong push out of Spain. Loads of talent from that region in this event once again this year. Brazil being represented alongside Spain right now. And Brazil with a little work to do. That number still 594 for Klaus Nutt, as we'll tick away a bit of time. It's been a good 5 or so minutes since anything really has come through.
So definitely we'll be seeing more sets in the last 5 minutes. But like you said, it's been really, really quiet. So it's, there's, a little bit of noise in his head can't be coming up at the moment because there's nothing on the horizon, thinking about the requirement. And this is the elimination round. This is the last hit that you can surf. One of them has to say goodbye to the competition, so definitely this is a very, very important moment for all the surfers.
Yeah, I mean, it feels obvious, but just what you really, really want at this stage is just waves. If you're, either surfer, but particularly Klaus Nutt, what you don't want to have to do is kind of sit there and get in your own head. You want to pull the trigger and go. Meanwhile, Suarez has found an opportunity here, and I think maybe that's why there wasn't a lot of interest from Klaus. It was a bit of a straight one, bit of a closeout. So tried to just force that layback into the lip. Not quite able to do it.
We really liked how he approached the section because it was one of the closing out wave and there's not much after the section. So probably he just wanted to have a big attempt on that section. But unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of it. But still, a good attempt.
You mentioned earlier as well, the one turn, his low scores are 4-1. He can definitely improve on that with one big turn. That's what he's trying to do. And he's sort of done everything right tactically since going into the lead, not having the priority. He's been buzzing around. He's been pushing it and kind of surfing up sections, trying to impose himself a bit. Hasn't quite paid off in terms of scores, but just in terms of keeping that energy moving and also maybe just sort of rattling Klausner a little bit. He's just had to be quiet and just sort of sit. He's paddled up and down a little bit. He hasn't really shown interest. 5.5 on the clock again. He'll have a little rueful look down the line, realise that's not my wave. What's out the back? More energy coming through here. Bit of a pulse after a quiet moment. Klausner would love to get surfing. He's thinking about his requirement. 5.94, so just call that a 6. That needs to be something pretty decent as he found it here. He's trying to get wide enough to go. It looks like he will go. Well, he won't.
Wow.
He'll have a look, a double take, and he'll say, no, he's not blinking.
He didn't pull the trigger out there, so being selected for the last 10 minutes, just staying there, probably watching over the previous wave from Alfonso. But there's still, a couple of lines on the horizon. Hopefully there's going to be a good opportunity for all the surfers.
Yeah. You think about a long priority hold in a heat like this, and from his point of view, from Gabriel's point of view, the good side is there's been no improvement from Suarez. I mean, quite often when you sit this long and you serve, there's 3 waves unchallenged that Alfonso's caught, but he hasn't added to the score as well. So I guess that vindicates his decision not to go any of those waves, which can also obviously play on your mind. But, from just the point of view of the scoreboard, whereas his requirement is still a high 5 that he's looking for. But that number would just seem to maybe just grow in his own mind as we're close to inside 4 minutes to go here.
That's so true. Pressure is building up at this stage. Just like you mentioned, he holds the priority for quite a long time now, and probably, starting to doubting himself. But he's in top 2 of the junior division in his region, so definitely he has confidence and he knows how to play in a heat. So I'm pretty sure he's managing his emotion right now.
Yeah, this is why they're the best in the world, isn't it? And they're going to have to draw on that mental strength as well to get through tough heats to get out of situations. If you're going to go and claim a World Junior title here in the Philippines, you will have to get through heats that really test you, that require you to use that concentration. It's not just about going out and ripping. It's about dealing with those quiet times as well, some of that adversity in a heat, maybe some decisions that didn't go your way. You have to just deal with all that and keep the campaign going, keep the momentum. Facing elimination at the moment. Klausner of Brazil with 3 on the clock. His score is not huge, but it is about a point more than he's been able to garner so far in 20-odd minutes of surfing here at Mona Lisa Point. And his busy start, sprightly start to this, sort of fizzled out a little bit. He's not had to really make many decisions in terms of what's come through. He's looked at them. It's not even really been close to going. It's been fairly obvious. It hasn't been ways of scoring potential. What's Suarez head at this stage? A couple of minutes to go, and he's thinking, I can't believe he hasn't had a wave yet.
Probably Alfonso also is not feeling really safe right now because the requirement is not that huge. 5.94 is not a huge requirement for Gabriel, and that's exactly, Alfonso knows. And then he's not just feeling safe yet, and just he's hoping there's going to be no waves coming through, or maybe 2 of the sets so that he can get another shot, another opportunity to actually get rid of the 4.10. So there's a little bit of pressures on both of them, I reckon.
Inside the final couple of minutes here, 150 on the clock, a little paddle. A touch deeper from Gabriel Klausner, the Brazilian, over here to try and secure further World Trophy silverware for his great surfing nation at the moment. He's facing elimination from the Spaniard, Alfonso Suarez, with a speculative paddle on the shoulder. That wave won't let him in. 120 on the clock now, time ticking away. It will be down to probably just one opportunity now for Gabriel. As you mentioned, Suarez with that 4-1 is vulnerable, and he just wants rid of that as well. So anything that he thinks that will offer an improvement, he will go. We're going to get down to the final minute here. It's really surprising to see how this one absolutely pulsed. First 8-10 minutes was non-stop. I mean, they're just catching waves, getting straight, not even really sitting on their board, and then it's gone really quiet.
Last 10 minutes, probably no sets for the, opportunities for all the surfers. Alfonso just stayed with the same scores, didn't improve his situation, so definitely it's been really, really quiet. But Gabriel, looks like there's something coming.
All right, here we go. A little bit of a kick of the feet and maybe a bit of desperation. What do we got here? This is it, 20 on the clock. Klausner up, looking for 5.94, driving down the line. Small away, but a great turn, tons of spray. There's another, drifts the fins, really, really technical. He'll go up and tag the lip again, and he ain't done yet. Another section, once again, just tagging it. Where has this wave come from? He'll get the finish as well. What clutch decision-making, surfing. He kept a really cool head out there, and that wave came through, and you think about that number, he's got a great chance of getting it.
Wow, what a finish from Gabriel. Like you mentioned, it was a testing moment for him. He pulled the trigger. He did everything he could do. Couple good turns, needing 5.94. Wow, it's going to be really close.
Crisp surfing, no downtime. It looked good.
I really love the looking of that wave too. Love the first turn, throwing buckets of spray. And then this turn, really loved little bit throwing the tail slice there and straight into the third turn. And this one actually keeps getting him the opportunities. And the last time was huge, so he just ticked every boxes.
Just ripping in here, and what a way after sitting for so long to respond. Chasing down a number, really mistake-free surfing as well. Just kept that energy up throughout the ride, didn't he? You can see the concentration from him, and this is that mental strength that you're going to need to go deep into the event here. And right now it's with the panel of the judges, but you can see That wasn't that sort of claim where he's trying to sell anything. That was really just with himself. That he was having that conversation there going, that's exactly what I was waiting for, and I did what I needed to do. The numbers in, it's the high score of the heat. What a heat that was. A dramatic finish. Brilliant surfing for a 7-3-3. Heartbreak for Spain and Alfonso Suarez, but well done to Gabriel Klausner and Team Brazil, as he will swing through to the next round with a bit of momentum as well. Dramatic scenes here at Mona Lisa Point for World Juniors. Time for a quick break. We'll keep the action going for men's elimination round. Jesse Starling coming in for the call. Stay tuned.
How good is a buzzer beater finish? Exactly what we got in elimination round heat number 2. We saw Gabriel Klasner taking out the win. Let's see who does it in this heat. Elimination round heat number 3. Keone Lassa taking on Toby Espejon, one of the last hopefuls for the Philippines. Hoping to go all the way, but he's got a big task of the Basque countryman. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by the one and only Di Wacko. Di, exciting end to that last heat.
That was exciting heat we had. You know, last 10 minutes, there's no set. Gabriel holds first priority for 10 or 15 minutes, but this is a first wave from Keone. Great backhand attack, allowed first set, a second 10, great combination. There was not much opportunities after that, but still great combination. But yeah, 10 minutes of holding first priority, and just last 10 seconds, got the wave, and needed 5.89, and gets a 7-point right. So
he didn't just surf it to the score either. He absolutely detonated that wave. It looked so incredibly classy. And I mean, he's going to be absolutely fizzing right now. Stace, how's the Brazilian going?
Yeah, Gabriel's feeling really good. Well done, mate. What a great finish.
Yeah, it was gnarly. I think I made the drop, was left in 30 seconds, so I knew that wasn't the good set wave, but I knew the wave was good and had the potential in it. So glad I made the score and advanced for the next.
You had a tricky hit yesterday, but it must have been nice to identify that wave and execute that like you did.
Yeah, yesterday was horrible, but I was happy that I had the second chance, and I was with my girl there, and I needed to reset, and I talked with my friends. Vitor gave me a call and cheered me up, and I had to get the focus and make the hit.
What about when you finished that wave? Were you pretty confident?
Yeah, definitely. I know it was the score, but surfing the wave was scary. My legs was shaking, but yeah, happy to get a good surfing done and again make the hit.
Awesome job, well done. You've probably got a lot of friends and family tuning in at home in Brazil. I think it's pretty late there. Did you want to say good evening?
Yeah, most of my family and friends are probably watching, so I want to say thank you. Obrigado por tudo. Se não fosse vocês, eu não teria a cabeça para fazer essa bateria, então estou muito feliz. Junto.
Good news, you win a Magnolia chocolate milk. Well done, Gabriel. Parabéns, Mal.
What a win. I'd like to win a chocolate milk.
Definitely.
You take that.
I'd love to have one.
Yeah. I reckon we can make that happen for you, Di. We could get you a chocolate milk after this stint in the booth. But you know what? He seemed quite cool, calm, collected for someone who just got a buzzer beater finish.
And he said his leg was shaking on that way, but
wasn't giving nerves through the camera, was it?
Not really at all. Zero pressure, zero nervous on the screen.
Yeah, he looked just super, honestly, just relieved maybe was what was going on. But right now in this heat, though, we do have a new matchup on our hands. Keone Lassa, that opening wave at 417, is looking to back it up here again. Great looking bowl. That connection is exactly what we're chasing from these surfers. Vertical in the pocket. Now shows us his rail game. He's got hung up on that foam a couple of times, so he's going to get vertical one more time, really in control of his equipment. And as far as his competition goes, that's the most informed we've seen Keone Lassa on a wave.
Definitely beautiful surfing from Keone. One of the small size waves, but first hit, that was a vertical off the top in a critical section. there's not much steeper wall after that, but definitely that first turn will be a money turn and get him a good score with that just one turn.
Yeah, Keone looking really sharp. We spoke about it a couple of times. His dad, an incredible coach, Julian Lasser, he's down there on the beach, not just supporting Keone, but a lot of the Basque countrymen, a couple of the Spaniards as well. We think about the Etchebarri sisters. They're working with Julian as well. And then he goes on from here to straight to Pipeline, along with all of those competitors actually for the next Challenger Series. So these guys surfing at elite levels across the world.
Definitely, and he had a 9th finish at Brazil CS event, so great result, and then straight into the World Juniors Championships, and he's looking really sharp.
Now, we got to talk, Gabrielle obviously getting that really clutch finish in that last heat, but there's no more heartbreaking feeling than being the other guy in the heat. You've been leading the whole time, 10 minutes,
Right.
no waves come through. Last 30 seconds, there's no more heart-wrenching feeling than seeing your competitor just absolutely annihilate a wave needing a score.
Definitely, and Alfonso did everything he could do, because last 10 minutes there's no way that he could improve his situation back to live action.
Wild card here, Toby Espijon from a really prestigious surfing family from Siargao. Unfortunately lost his brother in an earlier round, but Toby goes down as well, so you can see he's got that energy, that flair about him. He wants to keep flying the flag for the Philippines here at the World Juniors. Just needs to put a bit more of a tidy performance on than that one. Last score's in for Keone. It's a 4.33. But Toby, like we mentioned, Toby and Troy actually really talented brother duo.
Oh, definitely talented brothers, and before his heat started, he was on the screen and he seems really relaxed. He was talking to his coach, his friends, and just hang-fived with the local community. So he looked very, very relaxed.
Yeah, a lot of these Filipino surfers get a lot of support from the Bagtik surfers, from Bingo Magtugas, obviously Filma Alapayo sponsors a lot of those local Siargao boys with the Happy Islanders program, and that's how these guys get here. And having a role model like Filma, who's done a lot of time on the QS and now is in more of a mentor role, it really is starting to trickle down the generations, and you're seeing these Filipino junior surfers just get better and better with each generation. We think of Noah Arkfeld as well, incredible aerialist. He's too old for the juniors now, but it just feels like the field is expanding for the Filipinos.
Definitely, and then I love about the Philippines, every beach has a good community. Like at Siargao, there's Filma that you can look up to, and there's a big community supporting the younger generations, and there's another community at Balea, another one here. So there's so many big communities in the Philippines.
Yeah, you feel like a family wherever you go.
Yeah, true.
And you know what? They're so quick to lend out, helpful advice or give you a wave in the surf. No matter who you are, where you come from, they're so happy to share their home break. But there's obviously a lot of localized places across the world, but I feel like anywhere you go in the Philippines, it's the first kind of, as soon as you paddle out, the locals are the first people to want to share their lineup with you.
Definitely, it's so welcoming, and it's easy for us to just be in the water with them.
All right, live action here. One of Philippines' finest. This is Toby. Floats this first section. He's got nice speed down the line here. Beautiful demonstration of flow, especially through that carve there. Really laying the rail for Toby Espijon. It's going to be some nice carving work that's going to be pushing the likes of Keone Lasser to lift, because I liked that wave there. Wow,
I liked that wave too. It was one of the biggest sets. It floats a section, and I really loved the carving turn there from him. It just drawn out big carve, engaging the rail really, really well.
Yeah, so he's chasing a 6.57 for the lead at this point. Obviously, only 10 minutes down. Replay here, Di.
Floats a section and straight into the second turn. Love the vertical off the top, but this turn, engaging the rail really nice. I love how he uses his upper body to just swing around the surfboard, and a beautiful combination.
Yeah, that float, I thought it was maybe going to send him a little bit off kilter there, Di, but he really did recover so beautifully. And you know what he did great? Stayed in the pocket, stayed super tight where the power source is. And like you mentioned, Di, this carve,
Wow.
something special.
Something special. It was one of the beautiful carves I've seen this morning. It's beautiful turn and beautiful combination. So that'll be a good number for Toby.
Yeah, the beach, we're loving it. He's right back in the game right now. So 4.2, that last wave for Toby. So he's chasing a 4.31. Keone Lasser, we obviously saw that really nice two-turn combination from him, that board getting vertical twice. And he's now going to be challenged a little bit more. Obviously, he's got a pair of fours. He's holding down the lead, but we'd love to see those fours out of the lineup, by the time this next 19 minutes rolls by.
Definitely, I love to see a 5-point range, 6-point range, but he's up and riding.
Yeah, let's see what he can give our Basque countryman surfer, Keone. Great looking flow on this wave. Here we go. Starts to bowl up here. Nice tight turn in the pocket. We know the beach is going to love that one, especially his fellow countrymen. Might get a little bonus section through this inside here for Keone. Sometimes it's a little bit of fool's gold, but he's going to keep rolling with it. Yeah, it's not going to bowl up on that inside there, but you can see his flow, the tempo, and just his intent to keep his, I feel like, completion rate up. We saw him fall a lot yesterday, and it feels like today he's looking a lot more secure on his board.
And then compared to the previous waves, he's just pushing his surfing really, really hard. Especially on the last section, it was more horror section than in the previous waves, and just hit it really hard, vertical off the top. So great surfing again, and he's just trying to get rid of the 4-point range right now.
Yeah, Keone, like we mentioned, Challenger Series surfer, had a 9th place over in Brazil, channeling that energy here. Wants another big result. This flow, though, died. It was really nice to watch.
And after this one, well, this is where this is the one. This is a Manitan that was beautiful off the top. It was a very, very vertical and then upside down. Great techniques from Keone Lasser, trying to get rid of the 4-point range.
He improves, but not by too much, though, Di. It's a 4-4, but that's that turn you're talking about.
Right.
Really vertical and tight in the pocket. And you can see just no downtime in between his turns. He's using that drive and momentum from putting the board in the steepest part of the wave and then using that speed straight back into his next turn. So Keone technically flawless in his surfing here this morning at Mona Lisa Point, but he's kind of stuck in the world of the fours at this point. Great looking surfing, but the judges, they're pushing him to elevate. They want to see that type of turn, but multiple times, and maybe a bigger looking wave, thinking back to Isla Huppert's with that 9. I mean, that was one turn, but the section that presented itself, we spoke about it in the first heat this morning. It might be worth just hitting it, belting it once to get big scores today.
That's exactly what Isla did in her heat, right? For the 9-point right. That was something else, something special.
It was insane. She really just unleashed on it. I missed her post-heat interview, but I'm sure she was pretty humble through it. Nothing really gets her super phased. She's a super humble, really focused competitor. We're going to see her into the round of 16, but right now, unfortunately, we are losing some of our junior competitors. This is the elimination round, so it's time. It's crunch time, It's now or never. So scores were in. It's a 4-4, last of Keone Lasser. Toby chasing a 4.53. I'm pretty sure I saw Keone splash to the water there. He knows the stakes that are here right now. He got knocked out in this round last year, and he'd hate to go home again in this round.
Well, he's super hungry for the win, but also Toby is super hungry for just making it through to the next round, because he's the last athlete for representing the Philippines.
Yeah, especially on this men's side. We're going to see our 2 wildcards come up in the women's elimination round as well, but Toby, he's not backing down without a fight. That 4.2, we saw really great looking turns on that wave. Maybe some energy coming through now, and there is Toby Espejon. He's going to lay into a cool looking float to start that one off. Carves it into the pocket. Great looking wave here with a 3rd big section. Like we just said, Toby's not backing down without a fight here. He wants a spot into the round of 16, and that's one way to do it, Di.
Wow, that was a beautiful combination, and the wave selection was on point.
Wow, Keone. He wants to answer back too, looking really good. Unfortunately, just gets stuck in that white water up the top of that wave. You can see his technique is beautiful really vertical turns in the pocket. But Toby, this wave, what a selection.
Wow. This wave just kept, giving opportunities for him. Beautiful first and second time, but especially this last time, big section to hit. He just hit it really hard and timed it right. So definitely it'll be his best score.
Oh, scores to lock in. Is Toby Espejon going to go to the lead? We've got 14 minutes to go. Going to have a quick ad break, but stay tuned. We need to know who's going to win this heat.
Di mabilang ang bonding na nabuo. Kasama ng tamang tamis sa asim sarap na Magnolia Real Mayonnaise. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
Sit, roll over. Your fur baby deserves delicious and nutritious treats. Give them Nutri-Chunks. Nutri-Chunks milk sticks or Nutri-Chunks beef sticks. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks dog treats. Love in every meal.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Things are really starting to heat up in this heat. We've got a situation change on our hands right now. This is elimination round heat number 3 of the World Junior Championships. Toby Espejon has just gone to the lead with a 5.17. Keone Lasser down in third. And looks like we've got some waves to catch up to here. Di Wacko joining me in the booth. Di, take us away.
Wow, beautiful opening curve to start with. Eyeing for the section. Beautiful turn. Unfortunately, couldn't really stick the landing. He's on fire. He's fired up now with the 5.17. Now he's in the lead. That was he was on the way to get rid of the 4.20.
Yeah, he's looking loose. He's looking fired up, like you said, Di, and he's really wanting to fly the flag for the Filipinos here. Keone Lasser, pressure's on, chasing a 4.98. We know, Di, you can't surf your way. You can't force a 4.98. There has to be something special on that wave, at least one turn, because you need a 5, right? So Keone needs to find a wave where he can either unleash once and boost that score past a 5, or find at least one nice bowl with 2 good-looking turns. So wave selection's really going to come into play here.
Definitely, it's all about wave selection right now, because Toby's last wave, 5.17, was one of the biggest set, and it has a long wall and a lot of opportunities. So definitely, Keone has to be on that wave to get 4.98, because like you mentioned, it's pretty much you gotta get 5-point range.
No, he's going to get... You'd honestly want more. It's super close right now between these two competitors. They've never come up head-to-head before. Keone looking a lot sharper than what we saw yesterday. He was unfortunately falling a lot yesterday, similar to what we saw in that last wave, just getting hung up in the foam. But he's putting his board super vertical. So when he can do a completed ride and have consistent vertical turns, we know that something special is going to happen for Keone, but right now, he's got a pretty big target on his back right now. Toby Espejon, he's making it really hard for Keone to move through this round. Like I mentioned, got knocked in this round last year to Daniel Emsley. So one of South African surfers, also on the Challenger Series. And you come all this way with this hope of taking home the trophy. If you don't make it through the first round, that's all right. You've got an elimination round, but you'd hate to do it 2 years in a row.
Right, that's right. So definitely Keone wants to get through this heat. And he, like you mentioned, he's got the skill set to get the 4.90. But just, the thing is, he needs to get a wave, the good wave, the right wave, to actually give him a lot of walls or the opportunities where he can hit. And he's got the vertical off the top skill, so definitely it's a key to have a great wave selection.
Like we were talking about yesterday, you're a goofy footer yourself. We were saying how we see a lot of these goofy footers need to drive super hard off that back foot, especially when those bowly sections are coming back towards them, and then be able to adapt super quickly when the waves start to fatten out a little bit down the point. Keone feels like he's got that real steep section on lock, but maybe just that transition into those wider sections just needs to be a little bit quicker.
Definitely, and probably he's looking for the steeper section, and a little bit of, I would say, probably back off a little bit not using power too much, just waiting for the sections actually stand up for you, and then just hit the section, because he's got the skill set to hit the section really hard and throwing a lot of sprays. But looks like he's going to be on that wave.
Let's see what he can do. Keone needing a 4.98. Great looking speed and bowl, but goes down on that first wave. That is not what he was chasing. He knew that wave was going to have a nice bowl on it and did everything right. It just keeps getting hung up right at the top of the wave there.
I really loved bottom turn from him. Deep bottom turn, driving through the turns really well, but probably aiming too much vertical off the top, because like you said, it was horror. It was horror, but it was a section that kind of like a further section to me. So probably like a slashing turn to start with, the big carve start with, and then goes to the vertical is the to-go maneuvers.
Yeah, Keone's going to have to hit the reset button at this point. 4.98 is the requirement. It really isn't much, but like we said, it's going to need something special. It's going to need something that's going to make the judges say, oh, easy, that's a 5-point ride. Toby Espejon, on the other hand, he's looking at better, a 4.2. Just lost his little brother out of the draw in one of the early rounds to a pretty informed Lennox Smith. So not only is he going to want to be doing it for the Philippines, but I dare say he's going to be wanting to do it for his brother as well.
Definitely. When you have brothers in the same round, then if the sum of one of you getting through, then both of them are happy.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a couple of siblings in the draw. We've got the Espejon brothers, the Echabari sisters. Looking forward to seeing what more surfing duos filter through this event throughout the years. Right now, 7.5 minutes. It's a 4.98 for Keone Lassa. In just over that time, we're going to see Ryan Kainalo from Brazil take on Ben Esterhuis from South Africa. Battle it out for a spot into that round of 16. We're already going to see Oliver Zeitz, Huey Vaughan, Connor Donegan-Santos, Winter Vincent, Lucas Cassidy, Iko Watanabe, a couple big names, even Dane Henry, Will Dean, already into that round of 16 thanks to a big opening round win. 4.98 is what this man is chasing. Great looking first turn. It's on its way late to that second section, but holds on for a finish there. Keone, I really liked that two-turn combo. Bigger looking wave and capitalized on sections even when he was late to the party.
Wow, that was exactly the wave he wanted to get. Keone, probably he liked it as well. It's a great two-turn combo in a tight section, especially when, a little bit too late to the last, like a finishing turn, but still managed to ride out of it really, really clean. So great combination.
Yeah, Keone looking good. He looked like he was just getting frustrated and thought, I'm just going to belt this thing.
And he did. The vertical off the top, and then straight into this big finishing turn. Compress really well, really small, and then that was a clean landing. So it's going to be really a great number.
Yeah, easy best wave of the heat so far. Judges agreeing as well. It's a 6.83. So Keone Lassa goes back to the lead, and now he's applying a bit of pressure on Toby Espejon. 6.07 is the requirement for the Filipino. You can see a little splash of water there for Keone. He's feeling it, and as you would, pressure on your shoulders, and you over-deliver. You get a 6.83 when the requirement was just a 5.
Well, that's pretty much, he was looking for. He didn't probably look for the requirement, trying to get into the 6-point range. He's feeling it right now, splashing the water a couple of times now.
Yeah, emotion is really pouring out of our Basque Countryman surfer. Looking to the beach right now, we can see Ryan Kainalo. Ben getting ready. We got a bit more of an experienced surfer in Ryan. He surfed in 4 World Juniors, this one being his 4th. And then Ben, this is his first time we're seeing him in the World Juniors over here for WSL. It's going to be an exciting matchup between those two really opposite competitors as well. We've got one really fast, feisty, and one that maybe is a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. So let's see how that matchup pans out in the next 5 minutes. Right now, Toby Espejon needs a 6.07. We've seen some great rail work from Toby, though. It feels like he may be relying on that to get the big score. However, Keone trying to make it harder, was trying to get a reverse done on the end of that wave. Unfortunately, it just looked a little bit hard to get that tail back down, but he's feeling it here, Di.
Definitely, he's fired up. Nice floats, so much speed into this last section, trying to get a reverse. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of it, but he's fired up. He's trying to get rid of the 4.40, creating bigger space for Toby. You know, he's doing great now, Keone, with the 6.83.
Yeah, Keone trying to stay alive in this competition right now, has a dream of lifting that trophy above his head. It's about 15 kgs, the trophy.
Wow.
It's pretty heavy, so you'd definitely be paying for some extra baggage on the way home, but Dane Henry said it in the press conference. He goes, I hope I pay for the extra baggage to take that trophy home. So every single one of these guys wants to be a world junior champion, add their name to a long list of incredible surfers in the likes of Gabrielle Medina, Joel Parkinson, Isabella Nichols, to more recent times, Bronson Mady, Jet Schilling, Toby Espehan. He wants to be one himself, needs a 6, but you can see just that wave didn't have the tempo he was chasing, and neither that big opening moment on that wave.
But it was, it wasn't the wave that he was looking for, but still, Keone was just paddling back out. So definitely it was a great call for him. Just stand up, just shaking off the nerves for Toby.
Yeah, Toby needs a pretty good score. It's a 6.07. It'll be the best of his heat so far. Currently in his lineup, a 5.17, a 4.2. You can see down on the beach the Purefoods stand. You also have the Magnolia stand. They are supplying the goods down here at San Juan Beach today. I mean, you've got ice cream, you've got egg sandwiches, coffee. Honestly, chocolate milk. That's where you're going to go get it from.
Definitely.
Sorted. In the next, just 2 minutes 40, and then you can go get your chocolate milk.
Straight into that van.
Yes, literally. I've seen a lot of the athletes spend a fair bit of time there. 2.5 minutes, though. We're getting a gorgeous drone angle shot. Thank you to Magnolia Flight Cam of just this point and how long it actually runs for. It does really start to wrap around on that inside section. Keone, cool-looking backside floater to kick it off. It was very old school. I love this cool-looking end section. Tweaks out the tail. All right, found another gear for Keone Lasser.
Fired up now. Love the first floater. There's some classic style in it, but this is important wave for Toby.
Needs to be a 6.07, maybe more, based on that last wave for Keone. Starts on his rail here. Now we see it start to steepen up, floats, generates more speed, but he's going to need more. And I feel like Keone's about to drop another big number as well.
Definitely, it'll be a big number from Keone's previous last wave, actually. And then, Toby did right to pull out really quickly because probably he wants to regain the first priority, but this is the last wave from Keone. Love the classic style of the floater, and then there's a little bit of, couple of check-in turns, but this time just releasing the fins, vertical off the top, great landing. He's feeling it.
Checking the watch is still a claim. I'm calling it. Keone, though, I feel like I used to watch this video of Andy Irons in the Ments, and I feel like I'm watching it in reverse right now. Keone just really flaring out some style here. And this end turn die, this is hard to do, but he just made it look so easy. That tail completely drifting around, regaining it, and then just, what time is it? It's claim time. And then, unfortunately, just this way for Toby, it's not going to be enough.
Well, beautiful first turn and straight into the second turn. Definitely he wants to get a bigger turn. Nice floats to finish, but probably he knows that he needed more to get the requirement. So he just pull out and trying to regain the first priority for the last in 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. Really do feel like that requirement is going to go upwards of a 6.07 now for Toby Espehan. Keone Lasser, he's going to be swooping on this inside here, looking for more with 20 seconds to go. He's feeling fired up. I'm ready to see more. Nice opening turn here. Wow, using so much more speed than what we're used to. If Keone can channel this and keep this, he's going to have a good-looking run through this event. But we've got 5 seconds to go. The ocean goes a little bit flat. Previous to the last wave, Keone, a 6.1. So it meant Toby was chasing a 7.76. Unfortunately, we lose our local Filipino, Toby Espehan, but a very impressive performance there from Keone Lasser. We are going to say farewell to Daiwako. Welcome in True Styling to the booth in what is going to be a big Elimination round, heat number 4. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Brazil taking on South Africa in elimination round, heat number 4 here of the World Junior Championships, presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. Ryan Canalo in the red, Ben Esterhuis in the blue. This is going to be a pretty cool looking matchup between these two surfers. Never met head-to-head before in competition, so we've got another first here again at Mona Lisa Point. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by True Starling. Straight to work, Boots. Got a couple replays here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I'm excited for it. Good first turn for Ryan Kainalo. Pretty critical section, a whitewashy face, a bigger sort of wave, and then this one for Ben, a little bit of a fumble at the start, maybe the nerves creeping in. This is an important round for both of these men. Couple of good backhand connections, and he just winds up to get a strong finish. So 2 different approaches, natural versus goofy, and he's still going for Ben, the South African surfer, adjusting his stance through to the inside. It's really important to try and meet these sections where you can. It does get quite fat, and it kind of loses power on that inside, so just making sure you're negotiating that as well.
Yeah, really love Ben's use of the wave face as well. Felt like we got a lot of variety there. Love the fact that he puts his hand in the water on his bottom turn. Just that really classical technique for these goofy footers. Ryan Kainale got another wave here. He's just staying busy here.
Yeah, he is, and that's where you got to be at. 2 good quick turns, gets a really strong finish. So for Ryan right now, he started off with 1 good quick turn, gets a 2-turn combo as well. I feel like earlier we were seeing it, particularly in that very first heat that I saw with Lennox Smith and Troy Espejon. Troy sat and waited for a while, and that sit and wait mentality just feels like it wasn't really working for him. So I like how Ryan is adapting and trying to be busy.
Yeah, keep the pace up, keep the energy going in these heats. I mean, there's no point sitting and waiting. The more times you're on your feet, the more opportunities you're going to have to try and lock in some pretty big scores here, and that's what we want to see from these juniors. These guys want to spot into the round of 16. No one wants to go home in the elimination round, but unfortunately we're sending home 8 men and 8 women today, and we'll be looking forward to seeing that big round of 16 with those big heat wins from that opening round from some of our surfers. Waiting for the first wave scores to lock in. Feels like, as far as first waves go, Ben's going to get the upper hand of that exchange. Looking forward to seeing that second wave of Ryan. So 4 for Ben. We've got a 3-point ride for Ryan Kainalo, but the score's indicating that Ryan's going to go straight back to the lead here, which he does. A 4, 6, 7. Really cool. I was chatting to Di, kind of different styles, these guys. Not only do they stand differently, but feels like Ryan has this quite fast-paced, twitchy surfing where it's a little bit more smooth and slower there from Ben.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about some of the CT surfers that we have in regards to our Brazilians. You've got Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo. They're fast, they're responsive, they're whippy, they're excited. And then you think of our South African surfers, Jordy Smith. He's smooth, he's elegant and easy to watch. He's got that just natural power behind him. So you're really looking at the 2 very different styles, and maybe the 2 very different sort of idols that both of these men are looking up to and trying to emulate in their surfing.
Yeah, Ben just doing a pretty big stint over in Hawaii as well, starting to get some seasons under his belt. Keone Lasser, he'll be heading there for the Pipe Challenger Series very shortly, and he's currently on the glass with Stace Galbraith.
Thank you very much. Keone, an awesome heat there with the local Toby.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be a hard one against the local Toby. He ripped in that heat. He had me under pressure for a bit. But yeah, I'm stoked it worked out, and yeah, waves are fun, so happy.
It must feel good to come from, have a win from behind in a heat like that. He, like you said, he put the pressure on early.
Yeah, I mean, I started off with 2 finishes that I was looking for, because yesterday I fell out of my heat, so I wanted to finish off my first 2 waves, but then all of a sudden he had a really good wave, like a 5, and I was feeling the pressure for a bit. But then, yeah, I had good waves, and yeah, it all worked out, so I'm psyching, yeah.
It's funny in heats like that, there was a lot of falls from everyone in your heat yesterday, but what's it like when you see the level raising? Do you take that on board as inspiration?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I think all 3 of us felt the nerves in the first heat, and we all kept falling, and I said to Huey again after the heat, I was really nervous. Of course, going against these guys, you really have to do good, and you feel the pressure. So yeah, I mean, everyone's ripping, and I think you have to really do good to beat these heats. So you have to really work, and yeah, everyone's ripping, so it's gonna be a fun one.
For sure. Did you want to say g'day to everyone back at home?
Ja, eskerrik asko etxean ikusten aizasten guztiai, manga zaila izan da, baina pasadeu. Y bueno, a todos los que están en Venezuela, les mando mi apoyo, que están pasando por un momento difícil y vamos Venezuela, arriba.
Thanks, Keone. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Keone. It's such a goal to be bilingual. I would love to be bilingual. I just think it's such a flex. Anyways,
Keone, moving on through to the round of 16, you can see even like these guys know the stakes are high and everyone is pushing, lifting. We got another wave here from Ryan Carnalo, lifted again, True, a 5-5.
Yeah, during the break, he's just going from strength to strength, and I really like that approach. I mean, it feels like, you know, we look at that first wave, 1 turn, second wave, 2 turns, this one he gets 3 in, and he's able to open up more and more. He's setting and building on that foundation. Beautiful carve down, deep bottom turn, really just no space and no pump in between that bottom turn from that carve to that third snap. So Ryan is showing a little bit more of a seamless approach, just drawing that one beautiful line, so he gets rewarded with that 5-5.
Yeah, Ryan, like I mentioned earlier, this is his 4th World Junior title. So
Wow.
he's been competing in these for quite some time now. He had a 5th in 23 where he lost to the eventual winner, Jet Schilling. And that was his best result in a World Junior Championship format. So he's really looking forward to trying to better that 5th place here. He came here last year. Unfortunately, he was a big name. A lot of people were talking about Ryan here last year, but he got knocked pretty early on. So he's looking for a little bit of redemption as well. Obviously wants to hoist that trophy up above his head and fly the flag for Brazil for a second year. Obviously, Luana Silva taking it home to Brazil last year. But Ryan, you know, for someone who's still so young, 19 years old, he's already had a full year on the Challenger Series back in 2023. So he would have been super young, but it's years like that and when that was back when, you know, you saw Jiao Chianca on the Challenger Series as well, and you're going to be lifted consistently by all these incredible surfers from around the world.
Yeah, and that's such a massive kind of compliment to your surfing, to your experience, and coming into this event as well, you can kind of look back and be like, oh, you know, I had a heat with Jiao Chianca over, in Brazil for the Challenger Series, and that was, I took away so many lessons and so many things like that. So I feel like for Ryan, he's had such a, well-accomplished career already. And this being his 4th World Junior, maybe he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in this world stage.
Yeah, you can see that in his surfing. It's really translating, especially in this heat. Love how busy he's staying. On the other hand, you know, Ben, first ever WSL World Juniors. This is the biggest week of junior surfing of the year ever, you know, in the world. So this is a lot of pressure. He's flying the flag for South Africa as well. He obviously did that in the ISAs in Peru pretty recently, where he came away with a 9th place over in Peru. But we're talking, it's a really different environment here. You know, it's hot for one thing. It's not a left-hand point break, it's a right. And then you've got these big names who come from all these different areas of our sport, thinking of free surfing like Huey Vaughan, thinking of Challenger Series surfers like Keone Lasso, who we saw in that previous heat, or just guys who have been on a tear recently like Lucas Skinner. So for Ben, this is going to be a pretty eye-opening world to come to and try and still put your best foot forward. And I'm really impressed by the surfing we've seen so far.
Yeah, he's definitely, making a statement. He's looks like a younger, goofy-footed surfer, and that's when you can kind of see, Ryan, he's a little bit older, he's got a bit of a taller stature compared to Ben, so maybe that experience. But I feel like, we've been talking about that underdog story. Ben in this heat feels like he's the underdog, and I think that's kind of a blessing sometimes as well. You can get a little bit underestimated, and it's never nice to feel that as well. And he's thinking, okay, I'm just going to do my best and do my surfing. I know that the team from South Africa, they've got a coach here supporting them, giving them words of advice. So I think it's really good when you're talking about a support team, as well as, being confident in yourself. It really sets you up for a good recipe for success.
Yeah, Ben working really closely with Cape Town Surfing, the coaching team from over there. Actually saying that he really couldn't do it without those guys. So it's cool to see just how much all those guys are supporting this next generation coming through South Africa. So big shout out to the Cape Town Surfing team. And thinking, Ben's got a great role model to look up to, not just Geordie Smith, who's obviously been really taking control of that South African role models, but Maddie McGilvray, of course. But then you look at the likes of Luke Thompson, who was competing in this event last year, and now he's this close to qualifying for the championship tour. Took out a Challenger Series event over in Bolito in his hometown where, who knows, Ben could have been right there watching that. So I feel like this new wave coming from South Africa, you can see they're really feeding off each other.
Yeah, they really are. And I love it. I love seeing nations just feed off each other's energy.
Brazil definitely know how to do that. Ryan Kainalo, one of their finest, goes for an air reverse. Pretty tweaked out that one. Pushed the tail during the air. Trying to draw some smooth lines here. Stays up nice and tight in that carve, and that's all it's going to be for that wave. But haven't seen too many airs today. So it's nice to see Ryan stick one in his first attempt.
Yeah, I liked it. I saw him do that in his heat yesterday in that opening round. It was really tweaked out. You could see him push it in front of him. So, yeah, interested to see where this air goes. We know that the judges are being really critical on it. You have to be at a stage like this and at such a high level of an event. Let's take another look at it. It's a smaller wave, but love how he just fades back into it on that takeoff and really pushes that tail. That was really... I haven't seen an air like that this event, so interested to see where it's going to go. Gets a nice carve in. I mean, he's really good on rail. We know that. Gets a quick touch.
God, that ball went so far away from him.
Yeah, it really did. He did really well to control that and find that completion.
Yeah, smaller looking wave though. We know the judges have been a little bit critical when these waves underneath come through. They really want to see those big bowly sections bending back towards you. Obviously, maybe feels like the swell's starting to drop off a little bit in comparison to what we saw this morning. And that tide really starting to fill in. La Union, pretty unique tidal system here. They obviously have one tide change a day. So that's about 12, 14 hours in between a tide. So this time of year specifically, the locals here, they call it a monotide. Similar to a monobrow, you don't see a lot of difference between the high and the low tide. There's not a lot. Right now though, replay here, bigger looking wave right on cue.
Yeah, really good approach to start off this one for Ben. Unfortunately, just mistimes that last section and goes down. So that one won't factor in by the end of this heat, but loving this approach. He needs to go big and he needs to answer back strong for Ryan.
Yeah, as this tide starts to fill in slowly throughout the day, we're going to see our surfers start to shift up more towards that first peak, which is actually a bit more to the right of the screen from where our competitors are sitting, because that's where those real steep bowly sections are going to start to come through. And this wider bank will start to get pretty fat. Even though the walls, they'll be a little bit teasing. You think, oh, look, there's a long stretch to that wall. It'll be quite hard to get nice and vertical in the pocket. So we'll start to see one or two turners really come into play. And honestly, it's kind of been the star of the show today. Thinking back to Isla Huppert's, she got a 9 and a 6. She won her heat on 2 turns.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's a real leaf to take out of her book today.
Absolutely. I feel like, quality over quantity, we always talk about it, and that's where the scale could sit today. And I think Isla's heat is a great one to look back and go, oh, okay, big turns, big sections, big scores. It's really that simple. But, it's also a lot easier said than done. It's a lot easier to sit here and say that, but being out there and finding those waves where you can really open up on those big sections is tricky. You almost want to find ones that looks like it bends back into you, I guess, a little bit. So we'll see how it goes for Ryan Kainalo in this heat.
Yeah, looking at this one here, he didn't better his situation. A 4.27 for that air reverse on the last wave. He's going to go and hark at that end section there. Cool looking finner. I feel like he was really trying to push hard on it, but you just feel like those inside waves compared to those big ones are maybe a little bit lackluster. Maybe they don't have that push coming back towards him. Nonetheless, beautiful surfing here from Ryan.
Really nice first turn, almost a setup to just get him in position for this right there. He lets the tail go a little bit. You can see, lays into it as well. He drops that back arm to stabilize him. So Ryan, he's got a good score to come through, I think.
Yeah, that's those big single turns that we were just talking about. The judges have been absolutely loving them today. So Ryan, he's starting to improve little by little on his waves, bigger turns. They're really starting to filter through in this heat right now for Ryan. Ben has a 4 and a 1.93. So at this point, 6.17 is the number he's chasing. You can see he's looking in, trying to get some advice from the beach right now. But he doesn't want to sit for too long. We saw this trap. One of our local boys fall into this trap, like we mentioned, Troy Esperjon. it's an easy little trap to fall into, you know, just sit and wait, it's all right, and there's a next one coming. But when you've got it's just two-man, you're going to get priority back pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because there's waves coming through. Ryan, obviously the type of competitor who catches a lot of waves.
Yeah.
So, Ben needs to be careful he doesn't sit and wait too long. Feels like he wasn't going to, but he's not going to like the look of that wave. But, yeah, like I mentioned, Tree, easy trap to fall into.
Yeah, you're definitely in a position where if you're not on your feet, you're not giving yourself the opportunity to catch waves and get scores. And I feel like for Ben right now, we're over halfway down in this heat and he's only had 2 waves as opposed to Ryan's 5. And Ryan, each time he stood on his feet, he's basically gotten better. So I feel like Ben, he's got that 4. He started off strong. He needs a 6.43. Finding himself on a wave with 2 good turns could really challenge for that score. He just needs to capitalize. And I think sitting and waiting, it like you said, Jessie, it is a trap. It's a trap that you can get stuck in and just sit there and be like, oh, there'll be another one. There'll be another one. And then by the time you're thinking that there's going to be a third set roll through, you've probably got 2 minutes left. So it's really tricky to stay on top of that and to know when to pull the trigger on the next best wave.
Yeah, you're probably not a professional surfer if you haven't fallen into that trap a couple of times. You know, the best of the best. Unfortunately, sit and wait, and maybe sit and wait a little bit too long to the point that the buzzer goes through. So it's all learning curves, and this is why these guys are the best juniors right now, though. Ben not falling into it, getting busy here. Nice second turn. Unfortunately, that rail just getting buried in the top end of that lip there. So you can see frustration. I love the emotion that's just pouring out of these athletes here today. Priority now going back to Ryan. He betters slightly on that last wave with a 4.93. So with 12.5 minutes, Ryan Kainalo in the lead. Ben chasing a 6.43. We're going to go to a quick ad break and see if he can find that right after this.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chunks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansak manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
We are losing 8 of the world's best juniors out of the draw here today. This is the elimination round of the World Junior Championships here. Elimination round heat number 4 features Ryan Kainalo and Ben Esterhuis from South Africa. 11 minutes on the clock here. Been a bit of a sleepy one. We saw a lot of waves surfed by Ryan in the start of this heat, but 5.5, it's the high mark. It was a great 3-turner from Ryan Kainalo with beautiful flow on it, but haven't seen too much more since then.
Yeah, it's been a little bit sleepy. I feel like those good waves are taking a little bit longer to come through, which is okay because with these 2-person heats, you have a really great opportunity to, get an equal amount. But I feel like the last few heats, you have really seen either one person be in rhythm and the other one not, or no one really capitalizing on good moments. But Jessie, has there anyone that's kind of caught your eye for a win potential?
I can't go past. There's 3 guys, and I'm going to sound like the most Aussie person ever. Yeah, as you'd think. But there's 3 guys you can't go past. Obviously, Winter Vincent, 2nd place last year. Dane Henry, he's just turned into this absolute competing machine. And then you've got a bit of a wild card in there, free surfer, but has incredible moves, Huey Vaughan. But then also, I was super impressed by Keone Lassie in that last heat. If he can keep that energy going, I don't see why he couldn't get it either.
He was giving shades of Olympic gold medalist
Callie Vast. Oh, say it again. 3, 2, 1.
Don't you think? I was watching a few of his waves and I was like, oh, that is giving shades of Callie.
I was getting more reverse Andy Irons.
Okay.
Because there's this YouTube video of Andy Irons from the Mental Wise that I used to watch when Narrabeen was good. I used to watch it to get psyched up. And there's this backside floater that he does that I'm just been obsessed with forever. And he Keone did this sick backhand floater, and I was like, oh my God, it's Andy in reverse.
Okay. Love that.
Here we go. This is Ryan Kainalo looking to build here. We'd love to see him go to the air. He does that with an air reverse. Quick whip round to the beach. He's going to get a finishing turn again. So great looking wave selection there. This is the busy surfer that we love and have grown to love. That is Ryan Kainalo. So he's trying to drop a 4.93 to start to apply a bit more pressure on our young South African Ben, who needs a 6.43 at this point in time. But this air, a little bit cleaner than what we saw of his last one.
Yeah, better than the last air, and that just goes back to him getting better and better each time he stands up on his board. That was really nice. Gets a cleaner finish and then a nice little tag to finish for Ryan. I think good wave, another potential good score. Don't think it'll go into the top 2, but he's definitely giving himself every opportunity to better his scoreline.
Anyone tickle your fancy?
Ooh,
for a win?
Good question, JJ. I am thinking, okay, Lucas Cassidy yesterday, I was actually loving his fire and passion.
He had a crazy 10 in Bolito this year too.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm kind of feeling like Lucas Cassidy is definitely one to watch in my opinion, but also Dane. Dane has his people here, and I think it could go well. Lucas Skinner is on screen right now. He is also one to watch as well. He's got obviously incredible support with his dad Ben there as well. So Ben is a World Longboard Tour surfer who's just as competitive and knows exactly how to support his son Lucas. So it's a big field, but yeah, I'm thinking if you had 3, I'm going to give myself 3. I'm thinking Lucas Cassidy, Dane Henry, and Lucas Skinner.
I love that you went a little bit more international.
Yeah, well, because
I sound super biased.
One of the Starling sisters had to do it, right?
Yeah. And then let's talk about the women's side of the draw. Who are you liking from the women's side?
Okay, well, immediately Isla Huppets.
Oh, yeah,
Obvi. Immediately Isla, really, really loving her surfing. I think Yanire Gonzalez Extabari, for some reason, I'm getting a good feeling about Yanire. And also Laura Raup. I know Bella Kenworthy is in the draw, and I feel like she's going to do really well too, but I was really impressed by Laura's surfing.
I reckon we're going to see, I'm going to call it now, I reckon we're going to see an Arena and Isla final.
Oh,
That's
wow.
what I'm calling.
Okay.
They were the 2 standouts yesterday by far, so excited to see.
Do you want to give yourself a fallback option?
No.
Okay,
No,
I love it.
I'm backing it. Excited to see those ladies back in action into that round of 16. We do have the elimination round to roll through before that. That's exactly what we're doing here in the men's. This is heat number 4. Looking at heat number 5, we just saw Lucas Skinner on the screen representing Great Britain. Connor Slipen from South Africa, another South African coming up next, little brother of Luke Slipen, who's on the Challenger Series, exceptionally talented surfer. So we're excited to see these continuous of South Africans really try and storm on through to that round of 16.
Yeah, I am excited to see the South African contingent in this event because I feel like each year they keep getting stronger and stronger. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Connor is going to go in this next heat. It's going to be a really tough one between him and Lucas, I think. They're both really good surfers, different approaches. So it's going to be a really, really good matchup. I think the rest of these elimination round heats, obviously it's high stakes. If you lose now, you're out of the event. There's no more second chances. It's a scary thing, but it's part of the process.
Yeah, we can see a lot of the locals loving it down here. They're looking fired up, ready to watch a lot more surfing go down this afternoon. We look at heat number 5, heat number 6, Willem Watson, Kingston Panabianco. So Oz takes on Hawaii, Rickson Falcoa, Dylan Wilcoxon. Another Brazilian-Indonesian affair, and that's going to be pretty exciting. Those 2 guys just not winning their heats yesterday, so they were looking pretty sharp. And then, of course, Israel's Nadav Attar and Riki Sato from Japan. They'll be battling it out in heat number 8 of the elimination round. So excited to see just what comes in these next 4 heats. Right now, though, we've got 4 minutes 40 until we see who is going to make it through to this round of 16. Right now, looking like Ryan Kainalo, he's holding down a pretty solid lead, 5.5 and a 4.93, leaving the young South African at 6.43. True, he's obviously done some great looking surfing. He's got really nice tempo on his waves, great looking flow. 6.43, it needs to be something pretty special though.
Yeah, it does. And he has to remain composed. His last few waves he's fallen off, unfortunately, and that's just not going to cut it if you need a 6.43 right now.
Ryan Kainalo looking at this one. He's going to jump out of there because Ben, using priority, unfortunately goes down. So he's going to need to hit the reset button there for our young South African. Connor Slypen getting ready. Another South African surfer we're going to see next. Beautiful carve to start this one off for Ryan. Starting to slow down the pace of this wave a little bit. Waited a fair bit of time there. So looking at better a 4.93 is probably not going to do that just off the back of that wave there. So this heat, it feels like it's running away pretty quickly.
Yeah, time is the enemy right now. That was a good first turn for Ryan Kainalo. I love how he just opens up the shoulders, swoops through it. But yeah, you can see that wave die out pretty quickly. For Ryan, I think he's just applying pressure really well, and you can see Ben just unfortunately crumbling a little bit.
Connor Slypen, he will be flying the flag for South Africa as well. Like we mentioned, taking on Lucas Skinner. That's going to be a pretty solid matchup. Connor with Challenger Series experience. You know, he's surfed on that highest stage, really close with Luke Thompson and his brother Luke Slypen. So he's got some great role models to look up to, and I'm sure he's been chatting to them before he's heading out to his heat. And then Lucas Skinner, who's been on a roll, made 4 consecutive ISA World Junior Finals, and now he's looking to do just that, but here in the WSL. So first time we're seeing him here in this format. Looking forward to seeing what he can do here. He's definitely one of the biggest names that we've got here in the draw.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think, you know, looking at the people that's supporting him and the confidence that he's showcasing right now in this event, I think this is going to be a really good battle between these two surfers in this next heat. Cool approaches. Lucas, he does have that sort of finalist experience on the junior side of things, Jessie, as you said, and I think that really is a big feather in the cap.
2 minutes to go here. Priority used by Ben. That's a nice tight turn, a little bit hung up, but gets the hand on the nose to get down. Use some speed. Clicks with another section here for Ben. He needs more through this inside section to really make it easy for the judges to throw a big score his way. Great looking turn here, and again in the pocket. He's got a lot of speed, comes through this inside. He's chosen a great wave, had a good looking pace all the way through. I'm going to be brutal. I don't know if I'm convinced on a 6.43.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced either. I mean, it has to be better than the 5.5 of Ryan Kainalo's, and I just don't quite think it is. I think it's close to it, but Ryan's had a little bit more flow. It had that really great one line, whereas unfortunately that one he got caught up in a couple of moments. There was some really great moments on that wave as well, but you're looking at it and the judges are going to really dissect it and go, okay, maybe there was a lack of flow in this part of the wave. Similar turns, the variety was maybe lacking.
Yeah, he's got great style, really beautiful technique as well. Just felt like maybe Ryan slightly outpowering him a little bit, and that's nothing but age, you know, but great surfing here.
I mean, that was a beautiful first bottom turn for Ben. He was really unfortunate for that wave to not stand up like he was hoping for. This is just foam climbs and not big, powerful moments, big commitment. That one, just taking it back to the power source, that was better. The shades of what we're wanting to see from Ben, just we need that on a bigger wave, or he needs that on a bigger wave. Gets a completion. It was a good wave. I'm just not really seeing a 6.43. That turn there was really, really strong. He's got great upper body rotation. You can see that front arm really opening up as he goes up into that section right there, and it allows him to really just get vertical, but unfortunately just the wave lacking those critical sections.
And you know what? He did everything he could on that wave. He really gave everything. It comes in, it's a 3.37, so unfortunately not enough for young Ben, but we've absolutely loved his performance so far. His run in the World Junior Championships unfortunately is over, but we're going to see Brazil's Ryan Kainalo into that round of 16. He's welcoming in Paul Evans to the booth to take you through what is a pretty solid looking heat between Connor Slypen, and Lucas Skinner. Stay tuned.
Back at it here in the Philippines World Juniors, day 2 elimination round for the men. A great looking matchup. Connor Slipen out of South Africa, Lucas Skinner from Great Britain. True styling, it's not called quite Good Britain, is it?
No, it is great.
It's called Great Britain, isn't it?
Feeling a bit of bias here.
I can't wait to see Lucas get
I'm
into
loving
this.
it.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Connor does as well. What a matchup here. We talked about some of the bigger names in this elimination round. We're seeing a couple of them here. A little bit of a scramble wide, and it will be Skinner with the first wave. Whipping turn up into the lip and mixing it up with the variety, with the flair, and on an abbreviated section. Able to stamp out a couple of turns. That'll be a decent opener.
Yeah, loved that. Love that 2-turn combo. That last turn was so strong. You can see here he's firing up and ready to go. Look at this turn. Absolutely belts it and then just lets the tail go just for a fraction longer than you're seeing the rest of the competitors do. And that's why he gets that whippy kind of tail reverse. That was sick. I really, really liked that 2-turn combo.
Yeah, bit happening there with those two. Just sort of scrambling to get there, and then the speed that Lucas is able to get. Here's the reply from Connor. Quick in and out for him. He thought about teeing off, quickly realised that wave backing away, a little look down the line. And they readjust as well with his markers on land. So early stages of the heat, the judges will deliberate on a score from Lucas, and haven't had a lot of participation in this event down the years from the British surfers lately. Great to see Lucas here representing. We've seen some success from the Brazilians, and another good performance from Ryan Kainalo. Pretty stoked with the way he put that heat together. All right, Lucas again here. Just sets himself up with a little slash back to the pocket.
Wow.
And then going layback this time, opening up. And already the speed that you can see he's generating, he's going all right.
Yeah, he's going more than all right. He's going great, as we would say, Paul. And that, oh my goodness, the variety that we're seeing from these last turns from Lucas Skinner is huge. Just laying back into it, you could see he really extended that turn too. I am loving his surfing right now. That first wave was so strong. He's going to back it up so well. I think he's just started out perfectly and exactly how you'd want for a heat.
Yeah, 6-7 for his opening wave. That was the 2-turn combo, and then we've got what we just saw go down, a number to come in for that as well. He's going to be in a really good position already in this heat. We haven't seen a lot of that. Someone kind of running away early so much today. Lucas will have the advantage here. The number in 5.33 for his second wave. So a decent platform built from Lucas Skinner, looking to avoid an early exit here. Someone that just did that successfully from Brazil, Ryan Kainalo. He's with Stace.
Ryan, your 4th World Junior titles. You're a veteran.
Thank you. I'm pretty happy to be here again. This last heat was like not as low heat, but not big scars. But I'm happy to make sure to the next one.
Yeah, spent some good time here last year. You had a close heat in round 1 and another good performance then. What's it going to take to go all the way?
Yeah, my first heat yesterday, I was pretty excited, and I was just like, today I'm just gonna surf and try to do my best. And my first 2 waves, I can surf good, and the other waves I'm not feeling good in the wave, but I'm happy to have another chance.
Traveling with a good bunch of Brazilians here. Who are you hanging out with?
Yeah, I'm staying with Laura and she dad, and yeah, just this.
Would you like to sing out to anyone back at home?
Yeah, pô, tô bem feliz de ter avançado. Uma bateria que eu não consegui surfar muito bem, tô um pouco cansado, um pouco doente também. Mas é isso, tô bem feliz.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you, Paul.
Love it. Kainalo on a roll. Got some good momentum behind him. Hanging out with Laura Haupt, who went really well here last year. And he'll be delighted to get out of a tricky heat. So let's get caught up with the action here. A little over 24 minutes to go, and a fight back way from Connor Slipen just to get a bit of momentum. It was a 3.5 for him. We saw vision of it. Never really got to tee off on it, but it would just feel good to get some surfing done.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to get your feet in the wax and figure it all out. I think, you know, in these elimination round heats, they add a little bit more pressure. You know, that first opening round, you're kind of going out there, figuring it out. If you lose, it's all good. You're still in the event. Now is when the pressure starts. And it's when you have to go, yeah, okay, I need to really turn up in this heat. And Lucas has identified that straight away, applying that pressure and hearing that you need an 8.5 so early on in a heat. It can be a bit rattling.
I've got a new favourite surfer.
Tell me.
Dai Wacko.
Yes.
I love that man.
I tell you what, Jesse and I actually have a song about it.
I love that man.
He's amazing.
He's just delivered an iced coffee into the booth for me. What a legend.
Yeah, he's the best. He literally is the best.
How does the song go? Or
this is an off-air. It's an off-air moment.
Okay. Okay, TBD.
TBD, yeah.
Further.
We'll record it for a break.
So this one set up so far for another wave under priority for Lucas Skinner, who's had a couple of waves already, and now, after building up a little bit of a platform, a chance to sit and think about things, think about quality, anything above a 5. Meanwhile, Slipen will try and get busy here. Just that early exchange definitely went the way of the Brit, but we know how good Connor Slipen is, and they just want to get involved in. What he doesn't want is a becalmed period from the ocean. It really just needs a little bit of energy just to sort of get some of that momentum going, maybe just any kind of nerves coming into the heat. Maybe that energy gets released. It's Skinner that's already been able to do that. And to talk about a fast start, I mean, ideally, like, your master plan is go out there and rip a couple of scores, but how good does it feel when that does actually happen?
When the plan goes to plan, it is the best thing ever. You know, you can go out there and be like, this is what I'm going to do, but very rarely does it actually work in your favour. So for Lucas Skinner, with 8 minutes to go, he's already got the 6.67. Sorry, 8 minutes into the heat. A 6.67 and a 5.33 is crazy. I think it's just really showing that expertise, the confidence that he's got right now. And I felt like you knew what was coming from him. I just was not expecting it to happen so quick. It's crazy.
See some energy standing up on the outside here. Little paddle seaward from both of these. Maybe just thinking about going a little wide is Lucas Skinner. Doesn't like the look of the wave. It's a short section, a bit of a close-up from the takeoff. Slipen will use it, though. Bang!
Whoa.
Nicely done from him. Throwing buckets of sprays. You see Lucas just a little look over his shoulder. Just watching on from the lineup. So it was always going to be a closeout. What do we think of that decision not to go from Lucas?
It's a real touch-and-go moment there. I think smart, to be honest. I think it was okay to leave that wave. It was one good turn. We've seen that's going to be rewarded for Connor. It was a really good, powerful turn. I liked it a lot, but there is better waves out there. So I think for Lucas, he's got 21 minutes. Smart to leave that one. He was a little bit too wide anyway. You could see Connor being a little bit deeper, and Lucas, he's on a good opportunity.
All right, here we go. This is the wave he waited for. First turn, just a touch caught. He's able to float that with speed, and just a little off from that first turn. Just wobbled him a touch. So a mistake from him, unable to add with priority. There will be now priority with the South African. Well done to him for just being in position, being in the right spot, which is deeper when you don't have the priority to be able to do this on his previous wave.
Oh, look at that. I mean, identifying that one section, and he just absolutely belted it. Look at this turn. Oh, wow. Timing was perfect, lays into it, and you can see that power. It's almost like he's gone, okay, I just need to do one big turn to get myself back into this heat. He did that, executed, completed, and he's going to get a pretty decent score. I think we've seen excellent scores being thrown at single turns. Don't think it'll go excellent, but it's still going to be a keeper number.
A mid-ranger would be useful for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The context of this one, just kind of staying in touch. I think that's what he's going to do here. And the numbers in 5, 6, 7. So decent return, particularly sort of how much in terms of seconds actually standing up on your surfboard. It was like a sort of 2-second ride, but pretty decent. Consolidates his position. He'll bring his number right down as well. Still plenty of time left to go in this. It will be priority with the South African, so we will see Skinner look to try and pull the trigger and just speculate and build some points. You can just see on a slipe and just splashing water in his face. It's pretty warm out here, but I think a lot of that as well is just tension and nervous energy. You're surfing the heat, your head feels really hot.
Yeah, feels like it's about to explode, particularly out there. It's so warm, the water, and then it's warm outside. It's kind of, there's no refreshing moments. And then you're in a heat and you add that pressure, it's like, oh my goodness. Even, surfing a heat, you'll probably go for a surf if it's cold out in a steamer, but surf your heat in a 2 mil or a shorter to just give yourself that extra bit of room to move.
Good looking wave here for the South African Slipen. Arriving quite late to a section. Not exactly sure what happened there. Just lost control.
Yeah, he just got a little bit caught up in that whitewash. Probably didn't need to do that turn, to be honest.
Yeah, frustration here from him. Understandable. So he's coughed up priority meekly. And now momentum back with Lucas Skinner. Head on a swivel as he has a look around. Just checks his markers. He would have enjoyed seeing Sliper not emerge from that turn as well. He would have been watching out the back. So chance now with that priority to try and add a bit of pressure, turn the screw here. 2025 for Lucas, sort of mixed fortunes really. Suffered a quite nasty injury early in the year, had to spend a bit of time out and then got on the comeback trail, went all the way, blazed another win on the QS at Boardmasters in Newquay. Incredible moment for him over there on home shores once again. And looking to try now in the World Juniors over in Philippines to make himself a world champion. It's been an incredible career already from this young man so far. What's he got for us here? As he'll go slash off the top with loads of spray and then a wrap in the pocket, a little runner section here. He's seen something down the line he likes the look of. He'll aim at it and he'll just flare and blow the tail, waft those fins in the morning sunshine. Nicely done.
These junior surfers are just surfing with so much maturity right now. You could see the turn selection, the patience there for Lucas Skinner on that wave. That first turn was fast and whippy, but he did it in such a crucial moment on that wave. There's a short period and a very short time where you can do a turn like that, and he's just gone, yep, I see it, reacts very quickly. So, I mean, coming off the back of an injury like that, Paul, and then to be able to go straight back into surfing like this, maybe even coming back better, is huge. Let's just dissect this one. This first turn was so strong, really pushes off the tail. I loved it. And then straight into that beautiful rail carve, and he just identifies this, absolutely times it well, gets a rotation, and just a little bit of a carve to finish it. I think he's surfing really strong and with a lot of confidence and maturity right now, deep off the bottom, and you can see the fins coming off the bottom out of his board, out of the water, and that just shows how deep and how low he is. It's technical to do, and it leads for excellent top turns like this. I mean, to do that on a section where it kind of lacks power and it gets a little bit fat is tricky to do. So he's, well in tune with this wave.
Yeah, great technique for him. Good reward from the panel. 6.43 from the judges. His total heads in the right direction. Adding a bit of pressure now. Slipen 7.43. The number under 15 and a half minutes. Think about how soft that section was. Always kind of dying out. To be able to do that, sort of surf it up in terms of potential, bring your own energy. And that's all about speed generation, I guess. Just creates those opportunities for you. Here goes Slipen with some speed of his own. And then a bit of a tumble of white water. He'll have to be patient as he recovers from the float and then comes around. And a nice vicious snap in the pocket. Another wrapping turn, but really sort of set up energy to these turns rather than anything particularly definitive. And then just loses control, loses the fins, and he's down.
That actually hurt my heart a little bit there for Connor. I think he was on his way to getting another good score. I mean, he needs a 7.43. It wasn't going to be that, but it's definitely adding to the confidence. That board is, you can see how responsive it is when he's coming down from his turns. It really just slices through the water, and that's why he gets so much speed coming out of his turns as well. So he's surfing strong. It's just that completion.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like we talk about whether surfers respond to who their opponent is in the water. We'll revisit that as we pick up live action here
Wow.
And a drifty punt from Lucas Skinner on a bigger wave, and he'll hit it again. And he's got the speed to come around for a kick out, so not wasting any time at all. And there's the flare from him. It was a matter of time, really, before he launched. And he covered a bit of ground there, but sort of a functional air over a section. Nice recovery to a hit. But it's interesting to see if you think maybe Connor, is he adjusting his game and trying to do a little bit too much? We've seen so much variety already down from Lucas, and Connor obviously trying to keep up with him.
Yeah, he is, and I love that first float. You can see right now it was, a bit of patience through this section for it to wall up. It's a smaller wave, but he gets a lot of work done here. Driving through that rail, you can see, as I was saying before, how responsive it is coming out of those turns. That one there was really unlucky. Love that, just stomping on that back foot deep off the bottom. He's got that beautiful kind of his right arm touching the water. But then this turn here just gets a bit unstuck. What happened there? Looks like he just got caught up in the whitewash as well. It's easy. It happens, unfortunately. And then this one from Lucas Skinner. He's just having fun and covers so much distance. He kind of projects with the wave. That was crazy that he did that, and then gets that second turn in. I mean, he's going from strength to strength, getting better each wave. This was crazy. Gets that rotation, sticks with it. It's hard to do. Doesn't get so much height, but covers a lot of distance to then go straight up into that. That's tricky. And these junior surfers and these junior men, they're lifting the game and they're lifting the level.
Lifting the scoreboard as well. 7 points in for Lucas Skinner. Increases his lead, more pressure on the South African. He'll have priority as well. And he's going all right in this one, Lucas, at the moment. 13.67 his total. And he's shown us quite a bit. We've seen an air on that last wave. We've seen laybacks. We've seen kind of power hooks to slides in the pocket. So much variety from him. Just feel throughout. Speed is key for him. That kind of opens up all these opportunities.
Yeah, it really does. And you can see, particularly with his turn selections, the personality of himself shine through in his surfing is really cool.
So far, so good for Lucas Skinner and Team GB. Kind of sliding with a bit of work to do. He's trying to hunt down currently an 8-point ride. More live action from the World Juniors in the Philippines right after the break. Welcome back to Mona Lisa Point. Live action from WSL World Junior Championship continues. Day 2 of the event here in the Philippines. It's elimination round for the men. And on screen, out of Great Britain, Lucas Skinner. He's going all right in this one so far, as he claws his way back out to the lineup. This is what happened during the break.
Yeah, let's see what he does. He gets that quick float. He surfs with a lot of speed, as we said before. Goes to the air once again. Uncharacteristically falls off. We haven't really seen him, make a mistake in this heat yet. But I love how he's just bringing something different every single wave. Gets the grab, so that's a bit of variety from that turn as well for Lucas Skinner. So he's just, whatever his preheat routine is right now, it's working for him, and I really hope he doesn't change it, because this is the kind of surfing you want to see, and it's finals day surfing.
Yeah, he's looking really good out here. He's just sort of surfing just kind of naturally as well within his own game, but even in the context of the heat, trying to put that air on the wave, well, that was kind of what he needed to do as well. You think about where his numbers are, he needs something in the high sixes for it to even count. So sort of smart and strategic at the same time as being sort of joyful and natural. It looks good to watch. He's going to be feeling pretty good about where he is at the moment, but he'll also know that it's quite easy to turn the heat around, even get a couple of waves out here is easily done. The surfer of Connor Slipen's caliber and quality, evenly matched in terms of wave count, 6 apiece. Scoreboard's a little bit one way at the moment. You think about the 5, 6, 7. I mean, that's definitely keeping Connor in contention, but he really needs to go and work on his high score. In the meantime, from under priority, expect Lucas Skinner to just do this, keep catching waves, buzzing around, looking for particularly ramps on the inside. That one not offering him a lot in terms of potential. And he can surf without pressure here. All right, here we go. Important wave for Connor Slipen. Some whitewater on the face, and just the timing a little off. It always looked like he was just sort of rushing a little bit, trying to catch up with that wave, and he'll surrender priority there. He's having a tough heat.
Yeah, that's really tough. It can go one or two waves, you know. If you want to stay busy and catch waves, you can do it on good ones, like we've seen from Lucas Skinner. And then Connor, unfortunately, just hasn't had that luck in regards to being in that good wave rotation. I feel like that last one was never really going to be it. It was quite whitewashy and foamy on the face.
Preparations going down. A moment of calm. Pane Bianco. What's he got going on the tunes?
Maybe. I'm not going to suggest Adele. I don't think he's got Adele in his ears.
You don't think?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
But it's feeling like it's a good kind of in-between vibe. I know, I don't know that. You are right.
You
we could ask him.
You thinking like something sort of soft rock?
Soft rock, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, something that's, you know, keeping you calm but also elevating the heart rate just a little bit.
Yeah, it's sort of suggesting some sort of emotions, but not really kind of forcing them on you.
Yeah.
So they're there for you if you want to take them and run with it.
Exactly. But then it's also, you know, keeps you calm as well if you need to. Particularly...
Be patient, but stay busy.
Be patient.
Yeah.
Be patient, stay busy. Absolutely. Hurry slowly.
6:40 on the clock. Lucas Skinner with priority with another wave here. A little crumbly section, gives it a whack. And even just off that redirect, able to generate so much spray. Now he'll look at a lip line and he'll just kind of slice through it. And then look at the speed he picks up with these floats over the whitewater, building to an inside here. Whippy snap in the pocket. And he was really looking for a section which didn't quite happen, but you can just see the venom in how vicious his surfing is, how incisive. He's looking great.
That was really good. He is just, I don't know, looking really smooth. He's looking connected with his board right now. Wave selection's on point. He's sort of having, you know, a really good heat. And like we said at the very start of it, his plan is working out for him, and it did from the first 8 minutes. I liked this wave a lot. That first turn had a lot of grunt to it, a lot of power, driving through the rail, and you can see just extends once again, pushes the tail away from himself. I just love the speed that he's surfing with. I love the approach. He's got this real laser sharp focus, almost like he's just completely ready for everything that's in front of him. Look at that turn right there. You can see him really just laying into it. And it's showing a lot of maturity in his surfing. We haven't seen a lot of those turns as well because this wave can get really fat. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out, but Lucas Skinner, his timing has been on point, and that's really been working in his favour in this heat, and that's why he's in the lead with that 7 and a 6.67. I mean, he's got scores that he's throwing away that Connor Slipen would be loving right now.
Yeah, he's in full flow here. Equipment looks really dialed in as well. Of course, riding the board made by his dad, Ben Skinner, Skin Dog Surfboards. Boards go amazing for him. Some offers from some very well-known board builders from around the world, but just can't get off his dad's board. He just loves them so much. They work so well for him. A real good connection there. We saw the preparation with his dad, Ben, on the beach, giving him some instructions, using all of his experience as well. As we see our next heat, getting ready to get into it. Willem Watson coming up against the Hawaiian Kingston, Pane Bianco. Interesting looking matchup, that one. Conditions still look highly shreddable out there. Just a little, maybe a touch more crumble from that wind.
Yeah.
Into this lip line.
We do have the women on standby as well, so potential if it keeps getting better to roll into the women throughout the rest of the day.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Make the most of it. Seems pretty consistent.
Mm-hmm.
We've had waves with a lot of opportunities. This one, 15 waves ridden so far. But the crucial statistic really is the scoreboard, and it's been Lucas Skinner. It's been dominant, really. He's all over this, scanning the lineup for opportunities. Look back at the beach there as well in terms of his markers and his positioning where he wants to be. So second priority, probably just maintain a little wider and underneath at the moment. The work is still ahead of Connor Slipen. 8-point ride is the requirement that he needs.
It feels like a completely different. He feels like Lucas Skinner does a surfer from yesterday, in the sense that yesterday was tricky to be in the spot. It was tricky to be on the good waves, whereas now it's like, okay, he is fully aware of where he needs to be, what waves he wants to be on, and just seems to be more on lock and in tune with that, and it's really why it's working in his favour.
All right. Quick in and out once again for Lucas. Why not? He'll stay in motion and stay sprightly. Surfers here, obviously, their opening round heat didn't go the way they wanted. There's a couple of ways you can respond to that. Do you just fire up even more and kind of laser in, or do maybe some of those doubts start to creep in about it's not really my event, or, this wave doesn't suit me, whatever it might be. If you sort of were to sort of impose that narrative on this heat, it definitely feels like Lucas is ready and prepared well in advance of this heat to go out there and do exactly this.
Yeah, it's, as you said, Paul, there's two very different mindsets you can go into coming into elimination rounds, and Lucas has maybe seen the blessing in it. We look back to last year, Winter Vincent and Bronson Matey both getting knocked into the elimination rounds and surf their way through the whole event to the final. So sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. I was talking about this with Stace yesterday as well. The more reps that you get out on this wave with less people, the better. And the more that you're feeling comfortable sitting out there with no one else out there.
Connor Slipen, an extended paddle with his priority, 90 on the clock. And it just kind of summed, everything about that wave really summed up his heat, the energy, the momentum, just not really been with him.
No, maybe forcing it a little bit for Connor. That was really unfortunate because he's such a good surfer. That 5.67 for that one turn was so strong, but he's just found himself either a little bit too deep or a little bit too wide on some waves, and it's, just put him out of that rhythm and that momentum.
It will be priority with Lucas. There's a little look around. He'll be able to control the peak with under a minute to go here, and he's looking good for the advancement at this stage. We're definitely not going to count Connor out. Very capable of getting an 8. It's going to be hard to try and find a wave of that magnitude. All the while, Lucas Skinner's breathing down your neck in the lineup, just controlling it, snaffling up what he can. Maybe a set with a couple of waves. If there's something behind this, potentially for Connor. Meanwhile, we'll stick with Lucas Skinner. He'll just surf his way down the line as he'll recover and maintain some momentum. And a smaller wave out the back for Connor Slipen. It is an opportunity. The judges will score it. Won't be the excellent wave that he needs, and he's had a tough heat out here. He's shown sort of flashes of his quality. We know how good he is. He's never really got the grips of this wave, and by contrast, well done, Lucas Skinner. He ripped the heat apart.
Yeah, he did. He won that heat in the first 8 minutes.
We're all wrapped up for elimination round heat number 5. Great Britain's Lucas Skinner. Decent way to get yourself back in momentum, back into winning ways here in the Philippines. We'll have more live action. Willem Watson taking on Kingston Panabianco right after the break. Stay tuned.
Switch na tayo to Nutri-Chunks for small breeds like you. Small bone shakeables para easy to chew. And for easy digestion for your teeny tiny tummy. Fortified with essential nutrients. Nutri-Chunks for small breeds. Love in every meal.
Di mabilang ang uwian na naging kabang-abang. Kasama ang pambansang manok. Magnolia, 100 taon na at hihigit pa.
And it's a very warm welcome back to WSL World Junior Championship live Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines elimination round. It's Heat 6 from Australia. Willem Watson taking on out of Hawaii, Kingston, Panabianco. I'm Paul Evans, and it's with great pleasure that I can say I'm now joined in the booth by Stace Galbraith. Good morning, mate.
Good morning, Paul.
Great
to have you here.
You've been out and about on the beach.
Yeah.
Fact-finding mission. What do you got? What are your key learnings from this morning?
Key learnings are that the West Coast mornings are beautiful, cool, calm. By midday, it's absolutely scorching out there, and I've earned a chair in the aircon, and I'm stoked.
Sitting in the AC, and in the comfy chair.
Kind of pumping.
Really fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's all sorts for different sorts of surface, different ways of getting scores. It's sort of an unusual way. If you look, you see a point break, you kind of think how it's going to break. It kind of sort of does the opposite. It goes right.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we had some lefts yesterday, and we had some lefts last year as well. So, I mean, anything's possible. But you're right. It's a bit more of a beachy on a point. And it's could do a little bit of reef extraction, actually, I think. If you took out that little chunk on the side, it'd be all the way down to our hotel.
Just sand that off.
Yeah, I reckon we get out there to Savo. But no, it's a fun wave. And it's I think last year too, everyone got really good by the semis and the finals after a few heats and a few reps. I think everyone starts to figure it out. But yeah, I went for a paddle yesterday afternoon, and it's an expansive lineup. It's quite wide. Hard to know exactly where to be. But these youngsters are making light work of it, that's for sure.
What do you got on Willem Watson?
Yeah, tall young ladder. I don't know what they feed him down there in Barwon Heads. Him and his best mate, Izzy Norling, are both about 6'6", and both absolutely rip. And yeah, I know that part of the world's stoked to have their region represented by a young Willem.
So this is a little bit down from Torquay.
That's right, yeah, more to what direction are we going? East, along the coast. And it's cool to see. It's cool to see good representation from Victoria, just in general. Such a strong surfing part of the world. And, no doubt that everyone down there is tuning in this morning. And he had a great first heat, actually. He had the first heat of the first round. And it was one of those heats where everyone had a good crack at it, and it was just a matter of a bit of poor wave selection at the start that let him down.
Would you say it's a particularly strong Australian team over here this year?
Yeah, I think Winter's looking really strong. I think you could call him the unofficial captain, runner-up last year, and he's certainly been looking in form. And then you got guys like obviously Huey Vaughan, Lennox Smith, Willem, Isla, and the ladies this morning was unbelievable. So I feel like you're always a harsh critic of your own kind, though.
There he goes, Willem Watson into it, first turn, quick hit. He'll tag it again, 2-turn combo for him to get things underway after a couple of minutes. Relative inaction in this heat. He'll draw first blood, and that'll feel good for him. Just to go through the gears and to open up a little bit. He'll post a score as well as he makes his way into the lineup. I think it's time to go down here from the winner of the last heat from Great Britain, Lucas Skinner, is with Truzy.
Thank you so much, Paul. Lucas, you pretty much won that heat in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'm super happy. The waves are firing. It's almost as fun as it gets for a comp. Just thought I'd keep the ball rolling and try to catch as many waves as I could and just get the nerves out of the way, because elimination round, you're out if you lose this round. So, I was just getting my nerves out of the way, and I'm feeling really good.
You started off really strong. That confidence felt like it was building throughout the heat. Talk to me about the people that are supporting you in this event. It's obviously such a big thing for a recipe for success.
Yeah, for sure. This trip so far has been amazing. I got my dad here, my girlfriend Lola, and my coach Bo. So the vibe's been amazing. We're staying right on the beach, and we're just kind of having a really good time and surfing as much as we can. Dad's got the longboard event after, so we're kind of just training together. And I mean, this wave is mental. So just gonna see how far we can go.
Coming from that opening round and then into the elimination round, you said, it's really nerve-wracking. How do you kind of change that mindset to be like, all right, I'm just going to use this to my advantage and roll with that momentum?
Yeah, I think just not focusing on all the negatives from your first heat, because my surfing felt good, I just couldn't back it up, so I just focused on that my surfing was good, and if I get the good waves, I can go far. So I think just that and just believing in yourself, that's the biggest thing really, and all the training you've done up to this event, you just got to believe it and trust it, and I'm really happy. So yeah.
You got a good team of support here. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to watching back at home?
Yeah, I'm not sure who's up. It's really late at home, but my mum and 2 sisters, they're back at home, and my little brother Levin, and then just the boys at Skinner Surfboards. Stoked. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lucas. We'll send it back to you guys for this heat.
Love it. Thanks, True. Well done, Lucas Skinner. Pick up the action out in the water. couple of tall, rangy surfers, a couple of high centres of gravity out there, which you don't get enough of. We hear a lot about low centres of gravity.
What is the perfect surfing body?
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, there's sort of different ways of doing it, but you generally think sort of a bit nuggety. Seems to sort of traditionally anyway. Maybe in the olden days. Maybe now it's a little bit more
rangy.
Yeah, a bit more athletic.
It's hard to go past Reynolds. Sort of got it all. He's got equal parts athleticism and nuggety.
Yeah, maybe not so much in the athleticism these days.
No, but
a lot of power.
Someone like Ethan is a little too unrealistic for my liking. He looks like his chiseled statue. Is that the perfect surfing body?
Mick
Fanning, yep. Parker. Yeah, I guess it's for all shapes and sizes, I guess is what you're saying.
But these two using those rangy physiques to come to terms with this wave, carve up the face, go into the lip, try and be explosive, try and wow the panel. It's been a little quiet so far in this, sort of tentative, couple of threes, maybe some nerves. Really, it's more to do with the ocean. It's just not offered us a lot. We've had a pulse in that last real busy heat, and then this one just been a little quiet from this pair, so they're having to. It's really the pace has been dictated to them. Some energy out the backstays.
Yeah, let's hopefully this eventuates on the reef. Saw Lucas out there yesterday afternoon, actually with his old boy, having a shred on the log. Love to see it.
How'd he go?
Great.
Did he do some?
He got the twinkle
some
toes going.
rides?
He did.
Yeah.
I love a youngster that can ride it all, and I think that Kingston in this heat's actually another one who's he's not scared of getting the 9.6 out or the 10.2. It's a bit pointier though, the boards that he rides, but being from Maui, he's not afraid to get out after it on the outer reefs over there. As we see him up and riding here, he's probably not afraid of the air either, being from the windy island of Maui. Unfortunately coming undone there.
Stace ever go to the Mao? Did that happen?
Yeah, I've had a couple of amazing experience over there. It's Honolulu Bay. Life-changing, if you will. Probably some of the best waves I reckon I've ever seen.
Massive swell?
No, it was 8 to 10 feet and as good as a right-hand point I've ever seen. And I went home and I thought to myself, I don't think I'll ever see a wave better than that.
Wow.
And I still don't think I have actually. Crazy part of the world. Didn't get a wave, no chance. Zero chance at a wave there. Would not go there for a surfing holiday. I'd go there to spectate. But yeah, beautiful part of the world. Beautiful waves, great surfers. And no surprise to see the talent coming out of that island. Oh, I pretty much did all the hard work there. Did really well. Would have been a really nice score to have on the board this early in the heat.
Yeah, a lot of pop. Rotation done. Bit of back foot slipping off. He's down anyway. He'll throw that away. It'll be a small number for him, and it will be priority back now with Willem Watson. And he'll look to try and make something count here, as no one has been able to really put their nose in front, so to speak. It's been a quiet start to this heat, and that's going to add to the tension. Maybe the head noise.
Oh, yeah.
How do you even prepare for that? How do you sort of mentally train to surf in a heat where it is tough? It is hard to get scores. It's hard to find waves. What do you do?
I just don't think you can. Even doing mock heats with the boys at home, I think you've just got to be in it. It's just, there's nothing like it. I think that, you know, you've got to be careful of not over-competing. I think that can be an issue sometimes with some of the youngsters. They want to do every comp on every weekend, but at the same time, coming into events like this, having a few warm-up events is definitely going to bode well, I think.
Preparation key.
Yep, not a lot of trips to Noosa. You don't want to
like the England cricket
That's
team.
correct. Yeah, you want to be. Look at this lineup. Oh, that's us to Savo.
All over it.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful here. Plenty of waves up and down. All right, here goes Kingston. A little chop off the top on a wave that didn't really have the momentum to sort of hit the reef. It sort of propagated into the bay and then just stopped.
Yeah. It's like I think a lot of these lads that are good at doing airs, they want to ride a lot of waves just to get that reps up and to sort of start getting some completions down. But unfortunately here, the bad news is that the set waves are really the ones you want to be on. And when you're on them, you really don't want to let that opportunity pass. So I think that's why you'll see a lot of the time the lads are sticking to the rail. It's a more surefire way to kind of guarantee a score. But I think as we see, like what we saw last year with Winter and Bronson, as they went a bit further into the event and kind of got the wheels greased up a bit, we saw a lot more action on those set waves. But so far it's been Isla Huppets that's had the most exciting moment on a really big, decent wave. The rest of the lads at the moment are just sticking to the traditional stuff, getting it done. But now we're in the elimination round. I think that you will see crews start to try a bit more, hopefully get the wave count up a little bit more. But with what we've seen so far, not the case. It's been pretty slow on this one.
Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier, the strength in depth of this Australian team that's over here. It's really impressive. I mean, you all look at sort of favourites, people that we think might go well and win the event. And there's several names from Australia this year. Is it a particularly strong team this year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got guys with pretty big profiles like Dane Henry and Huey, and then Winters on the Challenger Series, and Willem's probably the least known of the pack, but certainly someone that's kind of the Australian way of doing good results. Yeah, Lennox got a semis here last year. He had a couple of buzzer beaters actually. He was on fire. So I mean, on paper they look really stacked, but yeah, again, got to be careful of how good you look on paper. Once you get out here, it's a different world. So I think that I guess what I would say about the Australian team is like they're all super explosive, which is handy, but this is a pretty long wave. So like piecing your big moments together, I think is going to be key. So whoever can kind of find those big combos, I think is going to be the one to lift the trophy at the end of the week. And I think that's why I keep coming back to Winter all the time. He's definitely got the best connection with this wave, I think, being here last year, and then obviously he's off to a good start here this year. I think he'll be the one that everyone's looking at.
Yeah, when you think about key learnings from his point of view from last year, I mean, he pretty much didn't do anything wrong at all. He just came up in a final against someone who nearly set the perfect heat.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's they're the ones you kind of just got to walk away from and go, not today. Wouldn't change a thing, though.
It's all pretty slow and sluggish out down the lineup in this one. Not a lot of action to bring you. The Ocean is just having a little bit of a snooze on these two at the moment. And there's our surfer out of Maui, Kingston Panabianco with the lead, but it's not a lot really. 4-4 is combined total, so no one really with a keeper score locked in as yet. Still 16 minutes to go though, but it's been a little bit painful to watch so far. It's not a lot happening these days.
And we must have even missed a paddle there from Willem, because he's actually got second priority, which is not really a position you want to be in after sitting for that long and letting a wave like this go to Kingston.
All right, here we go. A little bit of white water. Not a huge opportunity to open up. As soon as he got to his feet, it was like stretching out, and you're thinking if he could just come around, wave just kind of shut down on him.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, inviting at the start. Nice first section, but didn't really give him what he was chasing at the end there. I'm always starting to think, is it time? There's like a little shelf at the very, very top of this wave that's a bit, obviously not as long, but it kind of can offer one steeper section. And I think if you're looking to kind of start to add some scoreboard pressure to your competitor, might be time to think.
See,
about
this is your coaching background, isn't it? Coming in, sneak up there, go rogues, maybe smash out a 5-5, get in your opponent's head, and then come back down here.
Yeah, I think it's also the entertainment factor too. It's been a pretty slow heat. I think families, grandmothers and grandfathers around the world are ready to see their boys light it up. And if you can get a few scores on top of that, then that's just a bonus, isn't it?
Well, let's see who can keep a cool head here. It is Willem Watson with priority. It's a modest number in for Kingston Panabianco with the 2-6 on that last wave. So after surrendering priority meekly, he's got it back without any real damage done in terms of that scoreboard, more or less as we were. You're thinking really in terms of keeper scores up there, and at least the 5s is kind of par for the course for today. But this heat, we just haven't seen those kind of waves.
That could be a blessing in disguise.
14 minutes on the clock here. Time to go for a commercial break. Hopefully this one will fire up considerably when we return. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the action here. WSL World Junior Championships from Mona Lisa Point in the Philippines. Evans and Galbraith in the booth. Pani Bianco and Watson in the lineup. Where's Surf gone?
Yeah, it's coming, surely.
Right, we've had a little quiet period in this. We reckon we're confident we're going to see some action in the back half of this heat. Can only go quiet for so long, really. There has been really consistent waves throughout the morning here this morning. Some good scores going down as well throughout this elimination round for the men, and also as we just rounded out that round for the women. First thing this morning, been an entertaining day throughout. And let's see if this one will fire up for us now. Here goes the Aussie Watson. Wow. Big hit off the top, really nicely timed turn. Just let that turn breathe before he opens up with a swoop back. A little snap off the top, and then pretty cash. Very well done. The best wave we've seen, and we needed that, and we got it.
Isn't it funny how the world works? Lost priority. Kingston ended up on that other wave, which you would have gone first priority, as we see live action out the back.
Here goes Kingston. Chance for an instant reply. I want to keep momentum going just to come around and not get kind of caught up. He is a little caught here. And maybe some missed opportunity for points. Then he's able to get out and just sort of snap one as a finishing turn, really. Nothing with too much aggression from him. So never really able to get explosive. What he probably will be able to do is get priority, unless we see some particularly pacey paddling from Willem.
If we're going to get it, it'll be from Willem. Check the arms on him.
Yeah, can he use those long levers? A little bit of a paddle battle. This is the kind of stuff we needed in this heat. So we've seen an injection of quality. There's a paddle battle right now. So this was that last wave of Kingston. Well, this is earlier on.
And yeah, this looks like the most recent one here. Oh no, it's same as earlier. And this was Willem's wave behind. Nice first snap there. Beautiful release in the top. And then, yeah, some really nice connection work through the middle of the wave. He did well to sort of time the end here. I thought that maybe this could have been the end of it, that second last turn, but it gave him another good up and into the foam section there. He did well to sort of throw some water out the back of the wave. And then Kingston behind. Like you said, Paul, maybe a little missed opportunity here. We know he's good in the air. That could have been it. Unfortunately, opting to chase the wave down the line here, it didn't really give him what he was chasing. Sort of once you miss that section out the back there, you're pretty well guaranteed that you're going into Burger Central off into the channel. So yeah, it's a tricky one to read. You've got to get your damage done early.
If you're sort of recalibrating in your own mind numbers, you think about that 6.33, can maybe add a point to that in terms of how valuable that is in the context of this heat and where the scores are. So really well done from the Aussie Watson. With no momentum, no kind of backswing into that wave, had nothing going really. The 3.83 early on. Since then, he's sort of lost priority a couple of times, just sort of sat there for a long time. So does really well to surf those sections. Just enough on it. Didn't do too much. Don't want to fall on a set wave after waiting that long. And I think he just got it in that sweet spot for that high six.
Absolutely. And I think we were talking earlier, a couple of fives on the board and you'd be stoked. So to get a 6.33, that's getting into your cheering territory. You're really starting to think, okay, you can really start to put the pressure on now. And, look to be a little cheeky under priority. And if you can, at the moment he's sitting with the two best scores in the heat, so any kind of improvement to that 3.83, it's starting to make the 6.99 requirement. Look, on any other day you'd say absolutely, but just with how slow this heat in particular has been, the higher number that can go up, it's obviously going to be a bit harder for Kingston.
Under that 9-minute mark to go here, it's our sixth heat of the men's elimination. Couple of names in this round, just kind of raising bit of an eyebrow in terms of them being here. We know how quality that opening round was, so we're always going to see some of the bigger names, but just so far in this one, it does seem to have gone the way with the form guide stuff like Lennox Smith getting the work done, Keone Lassa as well, Ryan Kainalo, and then Lucas Skinner. So some of those names that you may be a little surprised to see here just kind of pick things up with an extra lap as well in terms of that insight from this wave. Here goes Kingston, surfer out of Maui, and a crucial wave for him, and no sort of momentum, almost a slow motion maneuver into the air. We'll get it reversed and completed. It wasn't very convincing.
No, unfortunate there, because you could totally understand why he wanted to get onto that wave. It looked like it had a really nice double up on it down the line, but yeah, unfortunately just giving him a little crumbly section there, not enough to really get into the sky. And so I don't think the judges will go too hard on that one.
True and I were sort of speculating about music, about amp-up music coming into
like
this one. And having your finger very much on the pulse, as you do, of elite surfing, particularly.
I thought you were going to say, well, rev up music.
Well, that too.
Yeah, okay.
Having so many fingers on so many pulses, what are some of these surfers into? What do you think? What's going down?
I'm at the stage where I ask, "What are you listening to?" and I get told, "Oh, you wouldn't know," which makes me feel horrible. Yeah.
Wow.
Because
down.
I was once sort of a pretty avid, big day out attender, thinking I was pretty cool, but not to be. So I would love to answer the question for you, but apparently I wouldn't know. No, look, I don't know. I think a lot of the kids are into a bit of rap, a bit of UK trap. You'd like that?
Yeah, it's sort of had its time a little bit, didn't it? A couple of years ago.
Yeah. Your Skeptors and your Stormsies and that. I think
Dave.
Dave, exactly.
Yeah.
I think there's been a few kind of, but then again, what's old mate that was kicking around in Bali forever? Central Sea. I feel like he's getting a pretty good run at the moment. Sench. So yeah, I don't know. Then you got there's a bit of techers getting around for sure.
Panabianco, nice and sprightly and light on his feet. Again, not loads of momentum or impetus to the surfing, but the board was doing a bit. And he got it up nice and vert for a stab. What was Sench getting up to in Bali?
Oh, he was just milling around in a Gojek jacket, actually. I'm serious.
Right on.
Yeah. Just blending in, or trying to.
So little under 6 minutes. There's Hickson Falcao out of Brazil. Coming up in the next heat. He'll just make his way over those rocks. If it looks a little bit sort of sharp and uninviting, it's only really that first bit. There's plenty of sand covering anything, so you just kind of pick your steps according to the tide, and then you're pretty sweet.
I hit the keyhole yesterday afternoon on the way in. Would not recommend. Just go to the beach and walk up. Got torn to bits. Sharp as.
Up the top?
At the bottom.
Oh, okay. The bottom keyhole.
Yep. Not good.
Ouch. So, 5 on the clock here. Have we moved the scoreboard along? Not really. The wave count's gone up for Panabianco, but not the scores. Last couple of waves have just provided him with 2s. It is Willem Watson with priority once again. Just the 2 waves ridden for him, and a good chance for an improvement. 383 his back up, so if he can get rid of that, it'll really turn the screw and put loads of pressure on Kingston. He's had a bit of a shocker, really. He's ridden 8 waves now, stuck in the 3s. It's been tough for him. It has been just a little short of energy, this one. Have you ever seen American rappers doing sort of an impression of UK rap?
No, I haven't. Pretty good. Is it good? Is it good?
That's sort of one of the reasons that I sort of stopped listening to it a little bit. I was like, yeah, it does actually just sound like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always contentious topic, out of America. Who's got the title?
Oh, they don't like it, do they?
No, they don't. No.
They haven't enjoyed the Brit invasion.
No.
4 on the clock here. Willem Watson still sitting there with Prio and just thinking, what? Well, a couple of things. A, how, why, etc. But also, you know what? I'm pretty sweet here. I've got that 633 in. I've only ridden 2 waves. I've also got priority as well. This is my heat, really.
Professional. 2 waves, 2 scores. The mistake turned into an absolute gift. Lost priority. Kingston ended up on the 2-6. And Willem, a few moments later, ended up on the 633.
Here we go. Here goes Watson. Decent looking opening section. First turn's nice. Second turn is really nice.
Wow.
Just compresses into that. And he enjoyed it. That'll feel good. He will add to his score for sure. The 383 is gone. Let's see where this goes in terms of by the time he pops out in the lineup, couple of minutes on the clock. and it will be the Hawaiian Kingston Panabianco with it all to do, Stace.
Willem was one of the only surfers that I've spoken to that actually made a trip to come here outside of the contest. A lot of people came here early and warmed up, but he came on a completely separate training mission late last year. And I think at the end of that wave, they're the kind of things where you go, all that hard work, all that extra time it was worth it, because I think he's pretty well locked the heat up here. From the drone angle, that wave looked amazing as we check the replay from the front here. Similar first turn to the last wave, just a 2-turn combo, but no downtime, and then he absolutely walloped that last section. I think the judges will enjoy that one, pretty similar to his 6.33, and it's going to make the requirement now for Kingston quite difficult.
Just sat up sweetly and just sort of begged the treatment, really.
Yeah.
And he was like, no worries, all over it. Really well done.
As you were.
So the judges will give a number to Willem Watson. It will put him in a pretty commanding position. Already that requirement is up there. Well, pretty much a 7.699 prior to that score coming in. It's going to be an excellent range number at least. It could be a real moment of strife. That's the requirement. Now, well, it's a combo. It's 13.33, the number that Kingston is looking for, because it's a 7 for Willem Watson. So it's going to be tough to find two waves in 90 seconds for a surfer on your screen, and he knows it. He just sort of hang his head really there, and the realization that, I mean, it's not technically possible to get those two waves. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, and it's not through lack of trying. It's, you know, a few of those waves you'd forgive anyone for taking a look at and wanting to ride. They just didn't pan out down the reef like he was expecting. Willem here on what looks to be a bit of a victory lap at this point.
Yeah, it just has a little swing. And from his point of view, the heat that's offered very little. That was just his fourth wave, but only kind of 3 legit waves that he's ridden. Good enough to, and you think about where you might find momentum from a heat. These ones getting through like really tough kind of wave-starved heats with actually pretty respectable score, 13.33. Let's not count out Kingston. He's still in this mathematically. He's got a good-looking wave here. He's got a bit of speed. Just kind of reaching for a section. Board got away from him. He's down.
Yeah.
And he will be out.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just looked like he was in two minds there to hit that section. You could kind of tell he was thinking about throwing the reverse, but yeah, just like you said, board got away from him there. He's sort of caught in between the two turns. So we see Willem behind.
Watson swinging down the line. This one pushes wide. Just pop out the top of the wave and out the back. We're all out of time here. And you have to say to him, well done for just remaining focused on the task and really for taking opportunities when they came through. There were sort of probably 2.5 maybe quality waves in this heat, and he was good enough to be on them and surf them well, mistake-free when it counted. And he'll go through to the next round with a little more info on this wave to add to what he's already been able to get in terms of experience out here. We'll keep rolling with the action. We'll see Rick Falcao taking on Dylan Wilcoxon. We'll bring in Jesse Starling to join Stace for the Cool More Live action real soon.
To go in this elimination round. Unfortunately, we've said goodbye to 6 of the world's best juniors. Let's find out who our final 2 remaining are in the round of 16. This is heat number 7. Rickson Falcoa from Brazil. He'll be out there in the red. Dylan Wilcoxon, one of the very talented surfers coming out of Indonesia right now. He'd love to take that trophy back to Indo for a second consecutive year here. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Stace Galbraith. And Stace, oh, we're getting some action right now. A bit of a paddle battle to start it off.
I love to see it.
Yes.
You know, always thought, you know, if you're going to hassle in the last 5 minutes, why not get it going at the start?
Honestly, to be honest, I love a bit of attitude at the start of the heat.
You need it. Get the ball going. Get the juices going early.
Absolutely.
And as long as you don't let it get the better of your performance when the wave actually comes, more power to you.
Yeah, you know what? These guys, although they've all looked pretty cool, calm and collected, I reckon let the emotions show. Get angry with it, and just I feel like these guys are all still under 21.
Yeah.
Let's fire up.
We need a bit of fire. The last heat was really slow, but it was a well-surfed heat from Willem Watson. He got limited opportunities, but surfed him really well. But I think if we're not going to see many waves getting ridden, I want to see some elbows getting thrown.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Really smooth surfing there from Willem. Got a pretty cool heat on our hands with this one too. Really opposing surfers, got a bit more of that heavy-footed power surfing coming from Rickson. Obviously won the South America regional, the junior regional series. And then you got Dylan Wilcoxon, who's just gone on this trailblaze recently. I mean, he won NIAS. He's already got a QS 6000 win under his belt. He's only 16 years old. So pretty talented young gun out of Indo. We saw Willem Watson, who got second in the Oz regional series, take out that last heat. He's down there on the glass with True Starling.
Jay, Willem, that was a tough heat. It was really slow, but you made the most of the opportunities.
Yeah, it was slow at the start, but just had to wait for the good ones, wait for the sets, paid off.
When you're thinking about that and when it is slow, how are you, remaining focused and composed so that you can really capitalise when you're up on your feet?
I don't know, you just got to maybe breathe in stuff, just try and stay as composed as possible, not let the nerves build up.
Coming into this World Junior Championships as well, the elimination round, it can be a bit daunting, but it can also be a momentum builder as well. Moving on through to the round of 16, what are some key takeaways that you found from that last heat?
I don't know, I'm just happy to get through that one, get some decent scores on the board, not just like 2s and 3s and stuff. Stoked to break the seal a bit, get through.
Anything you'd like to say to your team back at home?
Shout out to everyone watching at home. I appreciate all the support.
Awesome. Thanks, Willem. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, pretty chill there from Willem Watson. He just absolute clutch performance in that last 5 minutes. He's just happy to scrape through, he reckons.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely got it done. It was a slow heat, but sometimes they're the ones that feel the best to win. You don't ride a lot of waves, and you got to execute. So yeah, he definitely got that done there. And it's a pretty simple formula, isn't it? You don't want to be coming in scoring 2s and 3s, even if you still win a heat like that. It doesn't feel very good. You want to surf regardless of what position you end up in, and yeah, to surf that good and get a win at all. Yeah, that's why he's here.
Now, Stace, on the spot, like I was just saying, Dylan took out NIAS earlier this year. That's a big comp. People who can't take points home in that QS 6000, they go and compete in it just because of how good that wave is.
Yeah.
His performance in that event, incredible.
Yeah, wild. Yeah, it was really cool to see. It's always nice. Look, I think we could probably all agree that tube riding is the pinnacle of our sport. It's the most unique thing that our sport offers. We can't really compare it to anything else. And when you see someone that young, so comfortable in the tube, it just warms your heart.
Yeah. That's a really great way to put it. Yeah, it does. He comes from a really talented surfing family as well. Obviously has Jaden and Aura, his younger siblings, who are super talented. Grew up in Lakey Peak. Not that kind of paradise. Not many other places you'd love to grow up in. Yep. Lakey Peak is really up there as maybe as far as the surfers' paradise goes. No, not Lakey Peak. What am I talking about? The men's.
You grew up in Kandui, right?
Yeah. What am I talking
about? That's all right. There's heaps of good kids that come out of Lakey Peak too, and he's no doubt spent a lot of time there. But yeah, I think all those places are paradise. Yeah, but no, he's from a very idyllic location.
Yeah, great waves, great family. Here with his dad as well. Like we mentioned, we were here last year, got to see Bronson take home that trophy, and that was a big deal. Not just for Bronson, but for Indonesia.
Oh, massively.
And their first world champion, and Dylan, he wants to add to that list. And at a young age, he's already got those accolades. It's building up to it. I mean, 2 years in a row, it'd break Indo. They'd love it.
Oh, for sure. And it comes off the back of guys, obviously, to name a few people that come to mind. Obviously, Rizal had an amazing career, but he wasn't as competitive as these youngsters. And then you got someone like Oni Anwar, who really kind of paved the way for someone like Rio Wada, who's now on the tour. And then you see these, these super talents that come through, like a Bronson Matey, who's like a generational talent for sure. So exciting to watch. And you can see that all of that comes through to someone like Dylan. Like, he's got a mix of kind of everyone in his style, and an absolute excitement machine. So yeah, no doubt it would mean a lot to everyone in Indonesia that watching it. That's really put surfing on the map in years to come, and now these youngsters are carrying that torch. So yeah, it's awesome to see. And they spend a lot of time in this part of the world. Like, the region up here is so strong. Obviously got events in Cloud 9, events in Taiwan, plenty of events in Indonesia. So coming here, I know they feel really comfortable.
Oh, absolutely. And, Dylan, he's got a chance to take it home back to Indo for another year. We saw Brazil take home the trophy as well, so I'm sure Rickson would love to do it on the men's side. Luana Silva winning on the women's side last year. Rickson, pretty cool season actually on the South American side of things. So Rickson and Ryan Kainala actually tied on points. And it looks like those guys had a really cool battle. There was 4 Pro Junior events. Ryan took out 2, and Rickson took out the other 2. So a bit of a battle going on between those two. But we do have Truzy down on the beach. She's going to give us the call and a bit of an update on the surf.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jessie. I'm here for the SMC infrastructure conditions update, and we also have had an update on the call. But first, the surf is firing. It is still so fun out there. It's clean. There's some great opportunities. As we've seen, it is a little bit slow, but when those sets roll through, there's some really good sets and opportunities to just go vertical. So with that, we're on with the women's. Following the men's elimination round, Heat 8, we're going to go straight into the women's, and I'm looking forward to it. They're all starting to rock up. Samomo Sato walking past me right now. So yeah, we've got a big day of surfing. It's going to be super exciting.
You work on holidays boots.
Yeah, you know, work and play. You got to have a good balance.
Just relaxing in the beanbag. Probably see you there
I know.
for the next little while.
It's hot out here. You got to make the most of the shade. Big thanks to Purefoods and Magnolia, just allowing me to have a beautiful little office.
Yeah, beanbag post-tea interviews coming right up. Thanks so much for the call. So we're going to keep running on with the women after this elimination round of the men. So no waves ridden so far, almost 10 minutes into this. But like I was saying, bit of a cool rivalry coming up between Rickson and Ryan. That would have been, I would say, pretty tense going into that South American Junior Series.
Oh, big time. So what you're saying is this is going to split the tie.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see the two of them in a heat together, because they both had a first each, they both had a second each, and they both had a fifth each. I don't know how they split it, but those guys, they must have had a pretty solid battle going down.
There is a little Renato Hickle's book of splitting ties. It does exist.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to try and remember how it goes. It's something like individual heat wins, then if you can't split it that way, it goes back down to like number of excellent scores.
Wow.
Oh, before that, it goes, you drop the fifth result, and whoever, if it's still like, if it's sometimes because it can be mixed, you know, like ninths and fifths and thirds and seconds and that. So if you drop the fourth or fifth result, drop the last one, and that could split it. If not, then yeah, heat wins if they're not excellent scores. And then after that, I'm actually not too sure.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, well, it turns out Rickson had...
Rock, scissors, paper.
Yeah, Rickson had the upper hand there, so he took out the junior event over in the South American. We're going to have a heat restart, so 30 minutes back on the clock. It is getting a little bit slow just in this heat. Ocean taking a bit of a breath in at this point in time. You can see no real waves coming through. Saw this happen in the last heat?
We didn't see it happen in the last heat. We didn't get a restart, but yeah, you're right. It was a little slow for sure, but then it kind of, in the end, you know, like there were some waves that come through for sure, and there definitely some opportunities. So it wasn't that the crew were getting starved out. It's just maybe a couple of turn selection errors from a few of the lads, and then a bit of a priority swing, and then yeah, it wasn't certainly wasn't consistent, but there was definitely opportunity to get some scores on the board. I think the restart here really benefits Dylan quite a lot. He's definitely a kid that wants to ride a lot of waves. So to get a fresh clock now and hopefully a set straight into it, I think that'll work in his favour.
It's always the way it goes, isn't it? You get a heat restart, and then a minute later we get some waves. Dylan opening up this heat right now. He's got a bit of speed down the line. He's trying to wipe it off here. Wants to stay nice and tight in the pocket. He's trying to find, so I've got a weird little lump through it. We've got great surfing going down, but not a lot of wall bending back towards him here. Maybe a section to work with now. Great looking little snap in the pocket. Good feeler to start out this heat there for Dylan. There's no more restarts to go down now, but yeah, it just feels like maybe slightly cruise control.
Yeah, I guess like you said, the wave had a bit of a wedge in it that ran the whole way down. Didn't really allow him to fully open up, but I think, like, yeah, again, getting back to his age and his sort of ability to be really exciting, a wave like this is the perfect kind that he wants. He got to do a bunch of different turns. He got to go fast, a couple of foam climbs. No airs, unfortunately, but just to see him feeling out his board through these wobbly sections and just being on your board for a long period of time at the start of a heat like this, I think for him, even though he might not win the first exchange. That a better wave could come through any second now. But I just think for him personally, just building into that heat, this heat, I think it's a great way for him to get going.
Yeah, 383 to kick off his campaign for Dylan Wilcoxon. Just a small score. We're kind of seeing this theme kind of roll through the last few heats. We get a small score, and then these competitors start to realise, oh no, we actually need to open up now. And we see 6s and 7s start to roll on through. Like we mentioned, the women's elimination round is going to be on. We've got a pretty solid opening heat with Mariah Ikeda taking on Mara Lopez, so one of the local girls against one of Japanese finest. And then we've also got heat number 2, Sumomo Sato, Laura Mandeli, couple big names in the elimination round. Reed Van Wagener. We look at names like Sierra Kerr in the elimination round, Vahiti Inso. They're going to have another big showdown. Obviously this morning, the star of the day so far, Isla Huppert Stace. I haven't even got to chat to you about this turn yet.
Yeah, that was sensational. Yeah, got to watch that all go down with Isla's dad, Marcus, and he was proud as punch, as he would be.
I imagine he would just be jumping for joy.
Oh, he was audible.
Oh, I love that. How good. We're going to see, looks like another little wave rolling through, maybe an inside one there for Dylan. Like you mentioned, he's the kind of surfer that kind of wants to keep busy. Bit of a nightmare to have a restart when you're a surfer like Dylan.
Yeah, well, again, like nightmare in that last minute. You're probably dying for a restart. But if a wave came at the 20-minute mark that wasn't that good and you kind of had to make a decision, that would be a nightmare scenario. You just wanted to stay flat for that whole 90 seconds at the end there where you're like, nah, give us a fresh clock. But if an opportunity comes up, that's just devastating because most people take it.
Yeah.
It's hard to pass up. So. Yeah, he'll be stoked to get a fresh clock.
Most people don't actually like restarts. Obviously, if no waves come through, but I reckon a lot of competitors just want to get the job done.
Yeah, it just depends. I mean, if the conditions suit you want to restart. But if you're in a position against a surfer that might have your number or whatever, a shorter clock's actually better because it kind of can take them out of their rhythm. Essentially, they get a shorter heat, less opportunities, so kind of let luck come into it a little bit more and less about the surfing. So, but it's an interesting one because no one's going to say they're the underdog, but in some instances there clearly is an underdog, and it's sometimes not a bad thing to see people get it going right on the 20-minute mark. It can suit them.
Paddle in here, Dylan having a look, got a lot of speed, it goes to the air. It's what we're used to seeing from Dylan. Unfortunately, just getting hung up in that foam there, so we're not going to see a ride out, but that's that attitude. It's the type of surfing that we've grown to love from Dylan. Obviously, incredible in the barrel, but he's also incredible on that air game. His whole Instagram is pretty much a highlight reel of just perfect waves.
Yep.
Same with Rickson, he's got a crazy power hack in his repertoire.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, it's two completely different contrasting styles, and it's cool to see Dylan kind of understand that. Like, I don't think that you're ever going to paddle out there and try and out-power surf a power surfer. And Dylan's got such a great bag of tricks. Why not just lean straight into that? And you can see that at the start they're trying a pretty big air on his second wave. Unfortunately coming undone, but you can see the intention there. And, beautiful connection with the lip. Just unfortunately got hung up in the explosion there, but it was a bummer because that wave almost looked like it had a bit more on it as well. He could have kind of milked a few more turns out of it, but not to be.
Yeah, just a small 1-point ride here. So nothing really crazy happening in this heat. If you're Rickson, you're pretty stoked on that. You'd hate to hear that your competitor locks in a 7, 8 or 9 on their first wave, leave you chasing right at the start here. He's going to stay pretty quiet. He would have loved that pulse of swell yesterday. It feels like that's the kind of surfing that really suits his style. At this point, he's going to try and get the ball rolling. I don't know he's competitive surfing enough to know if he doesn't like these sort of pressure situations. We'll get to know it pretty shortly. Dylan, nice in the pocket here. Kind of smaller looking inside one. He's loading up. You can see a slash. He wanted to go to the air there, but just can't quite find the section. There's a little bit of body language, a bit of emotion on that one there from Dylan. Maybe a bit frustrated with the wave that he's choosing.
I think the wave was all right. I think he just kind of was always, you could tell he's just always looking down the line for the air. And I think frustration might have come from, there's probably 2 decent sections in this wave if he just committed a little harder to those turns and didn't worry about what was going on down the line, because, that air section never really eventuated, and unfortunately he was just kind of chipping his way and he never really got to sink into one of those turns. So it's all part of it though.
Di and I were talking yesterday. It's pretty tricky. It's pretty easy, to get stuck in that world where you think you got to be hunting down the line here to see, there's the big green wall. But it's actually when you sit tighter in the pocket, that's where you see a lot of these scores come through. So maybe just fumbling with that a little bit, getting stuck in that realm of being wide, but being wide, it's not very bowly through that inside.
No, exactly. And you look at someone like Winter Vincent or even Isla Hupperts, they're just getting their turns done out the back, and if they finish on the closeout out the back and don't get the rest of the wave down the line, they're not too worried about it. Like, if that was all the wave was going to offer you, that's all it's going to offer you. There's nothing worse than missing a section to chase something that doesn't turn up, and you do see that happen a lot here. It is very tempting to want to be down the line all the time. But the best section in this wave is definitely at the start of the wave. Even if it does have sections after, they're just not as vertical. They just don't have as much risk or, scoring potential. So, yeah, it's hard though, because instinctually you do want to go down the line, but you've kind of just got to switch your brain off and just deal with what's in front of you.
Dylan looking at a 2.83 on that last one. So just a couple small scores so far in this heat. These guys have almost been out there for 20 minutes. At this point, and still no wave ridden for Rickson Falcoa. Luckily, it's the Philippines. It's nice and warm. Your joints aren't getting cold from sitting in the cold water, but seems to look pretty cool. He's not frantically paddling around the lineup. Maybe he's that type of surfer who just loves to sit and wait. Maybe
to be honest, I think he'd be keen just to make a decision. He hasn't even really had to make a decision. There hasn't really been anything come his way. This will be the first time he really has to think about it, and he'll let that one go, which is kind of the middle of the two peaks there. Hopefully there's a few waves in this set, but other than that wave right then, in 19 minutes, he hasn't really had to think. It's been pretty slow for him, unfortunately.
Stace, on the spot, any big names really standing out to you to take home that trophy?
Yeah, I've said it a few times. I think Winter Vincent looks really good. He obviously did really well here last year, and I think that time in the water in heats is super important. Obviously, he's a talented kid, but he's had so many reps out here. He surfed every heat in the comp last year, came runner-up. And so I just think that time out here, surfing it on different tides and different conditions, I think just that on its own is gonna bode really well for him. So yeah, in the men's side of things, I think Winter's looking pretty good. Women's a little more open, I think. Obviously someone like Bella Kenworthy, I think, should have that experience and that sort of knowledge to kind of deal with those big pressure moments, like you said. How do people deal with it? And Bella's obviously on the CT, so this for her should feel really comfortable. But then again, you've got surfers like Sierra Kerr that have been here a lot as well, not just to this event, but just in these positions before. So, yeah, the women are pretty experienced, even though they're all super young. They've done a lot of these events. So, yeah, it's hard to say. But I wouldn't think that, outside of Isla's moment today, I think it's a little more evenly spread.
Yeah, I feel you. I love that. I think there actually is a pretty big open playing field here. Finally looks like we're going to get a paddle from Rickson, our Brazilian surfer here, on the backhand. Pretty slopey start to this wave. He's going to have to wait for something special on the inside. It's not going to be it. So, yeah, maybe a bit of a poor decision there. Dylan going for it, but a bit of wobble and maybe a little bit late to that section as well. So, yeah, it feels like this heat, it's probably the slowest I've seen so far.
Yeah, well, it's our first restart of the event, which is, not something you want to put on the resume. But, hey, we were due for a bit of a breather. It's been pretty
it's been
non-stop.
busy. It's been busy. Rickson's wave, though, he finally made a decision, and it wasn't the best one we've seen.
No, unfortunately, that wave did not offer him much at all. And again, hard to say no. Nice tall wave as it came in on the bank, and just like typical kind of first wave of the set. It wasn't really groomed at all, and had a lot of lump on it. The wind is, it's not very strong, but it is coming for sort of like an awkward direction. It's like, as you see here, it's not like a perfect onshore wind to bring up your board and do airs and stuff, or have these fun sections here. The lip's quite tricky. Willem Watson in the last heat, we saw him, like, beautiful section that he just dealt with, but those sections don't pop up all the time. So, yeah, to read the lineup is definitely something that all these guys are learning on the fly.
Yeah, got the beautiful smooth surfing of Ricky Sato coming up in heat number 8 to be the last heat of this round, taking on Israel's Nadav Atab, which is kind of the first time I've come across Nadav, and he spends a lot of time in Costa Rica, but just did a big stint training with Andy King.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, before this event. He's a big name to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, big time. Yep. Yeah, you can see a lot of good coaches out there, but King's up there with one of the best of them. So to be getting the work done with the Kings, you're going to come in here feeling pretty good.
Starting to get busy now for Rickson Falcoa. This one, he needs to stay in the pocket here. It looks like a little bit slopey. Gets a nice slash to start this one off. Bit of speed down the line here. That's a better looking turn. Finally getting a little bit of action in this heat now. 3 quick back-to-back Rios there. Felt like maybe it was another poor wave selection, but hit the bank beautifully through that inside and just connected with it lovely there for Rickson.
Yeah, really good wave selection there for his position where he is in the heat. Obviously wasn't a huge wave, but just anything with steepness out here, you'd grab out with 2 hands. Just something to where you don't have to generate your own speed and let your board do the talking. And that was great display of a good combo of backhand surfing there.
You can kind of see the difference in surfing as well that we've touched on. You see Rickson be that really bit more front-footed, heavy power surfer, and he takes a bit more time with his turns, but once he connects, there's a lot of water coming off that back foot.
Yeah, he was pretty good through the start here. He didn't get too sort of overhyped and sort of just put his board in the perfect spot to get through the double up there, but that turn was cracking turn, best turn of the heat so far. Followed it up with a nice little combo here to get it a completion on the board, and I don't think the judges will have a hard time giving this the best number of the heat because he's only got to get over a 3.83 at the moment. If he wants to do it in one wave, it's a 5.16, and he probably will do that, I think, just on the strength of his turn right here.
Yeah, beautiful and tight in the pocket there. Really love just the 0 downtime between these 3 connections here. He just eyed off these sections perfectly, and timing, honestly, impeccable. You can see why he's got such a strong hold on that junior series over in South America. That score, best of the heat so far. It's a 5.83. Putting a little bit more pressure on our young Indonesian surfer, chasing a 3.51. Haven't really seen Dylan click out of first gear yet. Obviously, the waves not allowing him to, but for such a young competitor, he's actually got a really relaxed approach to his competitive style.
Yeah, you can tell that. He seems like a pretty cool character. I think you can see that from a lot of people around the world when they come from real quality waves. Nothing seems to bother them because they kind of got this currency in their back pocket that no one else has.
Yeah.
Just on tap.
Yeah, that's not a bad call.
So they're just like, yeah, you know what?
If all goes wrong, you're going back to paradise.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a hard life, is it?
Yeah, no, got it pretty good. But I don't think. I think too, just typical of Bronson. Like, I don't think they too worried about other people's scores and what they're doing. I think they just genuinely want to perform. You don't see them get too, a lot of the Indonesians, you don't see them get too wrapped up in tactics and all of that. You more just see them looking to just perform their best. And even though he's dropped into second now, he really hasn't put a good score on the board. I think he'd just be more excited about that next opportunity and what it looks like and putting on a bit of a show because, he just hasn't had much sort of critical lip to work with. He's had some clean waves, done some nice surfing, but hasn't really had anything that's been able to sort of let him even just show like a big turn or a big air. So we'll hopefully see that in the next 15 and a half.
Yeah, I feel like those tactics come a little later because thinking back to Rio's early days, he was probably a pretty nonchalant surfer, didn't really care about the other people out there in the water, and then now he's super locked in.
Yeah, we trains really hard, and luckily enough with the tour, there's so much priority these days. It pretty much take the tactics out of it. In most places, but you're right. You definitely develop that mongrel. The more time you spend on the tour, you realise that you have to have it. You have to have at least a dash of it.
It's interesting when you listen to all of the tactics when you go around those events. Like, if I get the first wave and they don't get a wave within 7 minutes, usually they crumble if they don't. And it's just like, how much heat are you watching to analyse all of that?
It's almost a feeling thing too because people know, particularly on the women's draw, like because you surf against each other so much because the draw's so small, as we see some sets on the horizon here.
Yeah, feel like we got a bit of action coming our way. Rickson, Falcoa, just a quick in and out. Again on that first set, looking a little bit fat through the inside. Maybe something coming through for Dylan. Maybe a little second wave, a little 2-for-1 bonus section here for Rickson. He wants to find somebody back up this 5.83 swoop on this one. Hoping this one bowls up just like his last wave here. Back to the carve. He's really laying some nice rail. This is where it starts to open up a little bit more here for our young Brazilian surfer. Just swooping back. Nothing crazy vertical at this point. We can see a bit of a 2-for-1. We got Dylan out the back, currently stuck behind, but bit of a puff your chest moment there for Rickson. He liked it. He felt that one. About 14 turns done all the way through.
Yeah, again, he just did really well to pick off that smaller size wave that just hit the reef perfect and gave him a bit of coping. I mean, it didn't really give him a section to really, really lay into, but it would have felt good letting go of that many turns in that sequence of time in a heat like this, which has been pretty slow. the legs will be humming after that one.
Yeah, Rickson didn't need much, just had to better that 1-5 and start to apply a bit more pressure on Dylan. That is Nadav heading out for this heat. Smaller looking wave, but they're actually bowling back towards him quite nicely.
Yeah, he did well here. As you can see, the start of this wave, he knew he was going to get a bit more down the line, and just a nice sequence of sort of carving backhand manoeuvres. A better snap there, and then some nice sort of joinery work through the inside. Throwing a ton of water with not much real vertical face to work with. And this inside section just sort of has a really hard chatter to work with, but he's so strong that it didn't matter at all. He just powered through it.
I love a little stamp of authority back to the beach. I think it's so good when you see someone just eye down the judges.
Yep.
I love it.
What more do you want?
Thinking back to, remember that year at the Surfest, and there was this massive story, like 4 lay days, and then Hogg just belted one and was on the Newcastle rocks.
Oh, yeah. And his board was just getting absolutely hammered. Yeah. I do remember that.
That's what it reminds me of every time. I love it. I just channel it. It's great.
He needed to, win the comp to get on the Challenger Series.
Yeah,
I think
he got second.
Yeah.
Who won it that year? I think maybe Ryan or Jacko won it that year. It was a Nova Castrium for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, love it. Channel that bit of energy. Feel it. 12.
That wave was pretty Hogg related, that last one. He grinded it down into absolutely nothing.
Absolutely was.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So a 5-point ride there puts him in a pretty good position now. So obviously we know Dylan's got the talent, but just with the way this heat's been and then sort of the tide at the moment, it hasn't really offered up any crazy big ramps. We saw Dylan on a pretty good set wave behind Rickson out the back here, but unfortunately it just didn't really eventuate for him.
Yeah, Dylan just kind of floated that first section here, but it kind of shut down on him. You can see he's looking and hunting for a ramp, but it's just really not eventuating for him. And you can see different type of emotion. He's frustrated because he's got that urge to really be up in the air, but it's just not happening to him. So maybe just needs to surf what's in front of him rather than hunting down the line, because he's half an hour down this heat. I know that the first 10 minutes didn't really count, but he's got a 3 and a 2, and I love the fact that he's got this incredible air game that he can showcase at any time. But he's probably got, if he had to just surf the pockets in front of him, he's probably got a 4, 5 and a 5, which would have made it a lot easier, because instead of needing a 7, he would have needed a 5, 8.
Totally.
You know? He's got the talent to surf those waves up.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, he is. He has plenty of spice, and it's one of those things where in the moment you don't really think, oh, if my 3.8 was a 4.2, I wouldn't care, but it does make a difference when the clock starts counting down. And even thinking about his highest score of the event so far is a 6.9, and that was in the last minute of his heat yesterday with a really nice air. But even for him now, you're starting to think now he needs the best wave of his comp so far. So it is one of those things where the small things definitely matter. You even saw it yesterday with some of the heats where some of the boys had an amazing first air and then would come through the inside and just fall off. It's like, oh, those little moments, they can come back to bite you.
Yeah.
Especially with so many close heats.
That's why we love the elimination round. You're not getting knocked out in that first heat. But it's kind of crunch time now, because unfortunately we're sending 8 people home in both the men's and the women's. We're going to run 6 heats of the women's elimination round. So that means Heat 7 by Haiti taking on Stella Green and Maria Salgado, Catalina Ziraquai. They'll be out there tomorrow. But we've got a couple of big names still to go down. A couple people surfing twice today as well. So a little bit different to some of the conditions we saw out there this morning. But 9.5 minutes right now. All eyes on Dylan Wilcoxon chasing a 7-point ride. So like you mentioned, Stace, biggest of the event so far. Rickson Falcoa, pair of 5s, has him out there in the lead. He wants to keep moving on through, because we know there's a bit of a rivalry going on between him and Ryan Kainalo. Sitting pretty close, these two. Pretty hand in hand at this point in time. Dylan obviously with that first priority, but as this tide fields in, it actually starts to get better further up. Even though it's not as long of a wave, we get these steeper sections, and if the air is what Dylan's looking for, maybe a move further up the point, and that just comes with time out there. Yeah,
totally. You're just sort of scouring the lineup. It is such a big, long lineup, as we've seen even from Rickson, where he's got his scores. They've been right down the bottom. You could have taken off on those waves halfway down and still pretty much got the same score, because where it got good was so far down. And it's the same with up the top. There is that little closeout section at the top there, but it can feel a bit sort of lonely if you go there, especially with first priority, oh, am I really going to paddle off the peak where everyone's been getting waves all day? But with second priority, I'd be surprised to not see people start sort of exploiting it more because there's definitely a wave there.
Pretty interesting at the moment. So the reef here is really finger-like. They've got small little canals all through the reef. But during December, they had a big storm, so a lot of sand was pushed in and filled up all of that reef. That's why it's kind of looking a little bit more like a beach break rather than that long point break conditions that we saw last year where we saw people get multiple turn waves. We're seeing that more now with this swell. It's starting to push the sand out of those canals, but we're going to see Dylan have a look here. Hopefully try and find one of those long running point waves. Got a section to work with. That's a nice click with it for Dylan. Probably his best so far, but again, just... yeah, body language. He's looking frustrated here, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen Rickson picking off those smaller ones and having that nice double up down the line, so you could understand why he was interested in that wave. He's like, oh, well, if you've been getting some runners, I'm going to get myself on one too, but unfortunately not the case.
You got a replay here.
Yeah.
I like the first turn, I do.
Ulu cliff angle.
Yeah, it's the right approach, but yeah, you can just see he just needs something to bowl back towards him just that little bit more. And it's so hard because your competitor's got 2 5s on the inside, really.
Yeah, so you think, hey, give me some of that action. I want some of that. But yeah, it's sort of like both of the waves that Rickson got, they're amazing second priority waves. Like, I'll roll the dice on this and see what happens. And on both occasions, they worked out really well. And then, yeah, unfortunately, we've seen Dylan go a wave just now, and he's handed priority over, and it looks like there's some really good sets on the horizon. So, yeah, this is the kind of moments where you're just kind of kicking yourself, going, I fell into his trap.
Hopefully we'll try to get one now. Looks like we finally might have a bit of motion coming on through. No takes on that first one, fair enough. Usually the first wave of the set is a little bit fatter than the second or the third. We're going to see our Brazilian surfer use up priority here. A little bit deep, but it's just a bit of defense because he knows the talent of his competitor, Dylan Wilcoxon. 6 minutes 20. Was there another wave out the back for our young Indonesian? Haven't seen too many sets roll through, so we'd love to get a little piece of this action here. Maybe something starting to stand up out the back, but looking not too phased by it. He's going to have a paddle, and he may as well. 6 minutes to go here, but it's going to roll under him. So Dylan, the type of surfer who loves to catch a lot of waves, these slower heats, it's not what he's hoping for right now. Can see a bit of frantic movement starting to unfold.
Yeah, coming down to under 6 minutes now. It's starting to become crunch time. And yeah, it's quite frustrating when you sit out the back and you see those sets coming in, but the last thing you want to be doing is sort of paddling to the left of your screen, because if you're paddling that way, you're almost guaranteed that wave is just going to go straight into the channel. You know, when those sets come in, you want them to have that bit more sort of direction that's coming underneath you, that you can sort of have the wave already broken and kind of come into it and start to tee off that way, because as we've seen throughout the last 2 days, so many of these waves just don't hold their shape if they're too big and they kind of run off the reef. So a little disappointing there, but getting back to the first wave, you can understand why Rickson went that wave with, surfing at someone like Dylan. Dylan doesn't need much. He could do an hour and a closeout and get the score.
He needs one section. That's it, really. But it's interesting, this heat, it's really opposite these conditions actually to what we saw compared to yesterday. We started off with these smaller conditions and it built probably more than what we were expecting. There was a couple 4 or 5 footers rolling through yesterday. This morning we still had that nice fresh swell, but starting to die out. These guys would be hoping for a bit of a reverse right now. They want a bit of swell moving their way. Dylan, I love that he's hunting around and trying to find a wave here, but yeah, like I mentioned, this kind of worst nightmare for him. Looking to the beach, both of these guys, a lot of support, a lot of coaches from all around the world here at the moment, and it's interesting to see all the different strategies. Obviously Julian Lasser working with a lot of the Basque Country and the Spaniards, Clancy Dawson with a lot of the Aussies, now Amura looking after the Japanese ladies out there too. So cool to see all these different type of tactics starting to unfold. Rickson trying to stay busy here in this heat, build on his lead. 4 minutes. You can see these guys a little bit confused about where the swell's gone.
Yeah, and I think, getting back to it again, the position that Rickson's in is like, he's got his great scores by sort of sniffing around like that, so I think he's pretty happy to keep kind of doing that, and he knows what those waves look like. So if he's electing to go, you kind of would think, okay, he's found something, but on that occasion not to be. But I think too, what it's doing is sort of messing with Dylan, because every time he looks at a wave, he's kind of thinking, oh, well, I've got priority, should I be looking at that wave? And those little micro decisions that you have to make through the whole heat, every time that happens, they can start to weigh down on you. And we've seen that, Dylan's second last ride, or maybe it was his third last. He didn't really need to be on that wave. But again, he would have seen what Rickson was doing on the inside, going, "Oh, give me a go at that."
They might just have a chance here. Maybe looking like something going to roll through, hoping that it's going to be a nice steep wave for Dylan. He's not even going to go. He's going to let that one pass under, and nothing out the back there stays. So feels like when the wave of energy like that comes through, especially 3 minutes to go, you could jam a wave like that, lock in a 6, and then potentially get a 4 on the inside like we saw. So maybe just another mistake potentially there for Dylan.
Yeah, well, I guess you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's in the driver's seat. Maybe that wave just from our angle looked really good, and then from his angle looked really bad. You'd hope not, though. You'd hope that we're not right in that occasion, because there's nothing worse than letting one go that you should have gone. That's like, would have to be the worst feeling in the world for sure, particularly when you come in and your coach goes, "Why didn't you go that way? What are you talking about? Oh, it doubled up down the line." Or, "Why did you kick out?" Like, that's just the worst. So, yeah, I'll back him in. I think he made the right decision. You see a lot of those big waves, they do, unfortunately, just not have a real ramp. Last year, I think we had a bit more. We had a lot more wind, and it was helping kind of groom and bring the swell in, whereas today it's just sort of that light and variable and maybe a little bit breezy out to sea. So we're just getting like, it's more of a crumble. It's not like a great launch pad for these young guys. So, you do have to be really selective. It's not like you can just go on any old wave and hope that it's going to give you enough projection to get up into the lip. You need a few characteristics to line up in your favour. So I think that's why we're seeing the boys be a little bit more selective. But I think, yeah, like you said, it's like these shape and this size of wave are probably the ones, but they're going to break a bit further in. So it's a hard one to know. Like, the last thing you want to be doing is waving the white flag and moving onto the inside.
Absolutely.
When there's still like the feeling there's a quality set coming out the back. Because if you ducked over that wave, you'd be so gutted.
Kicking yourself.
Yeah.
But with 90 seconds to go, probably going to leave it to an out-the-back wave. But still with 7 minutes to go, probably could have taken that set, or 3 minutes to go, taken that set, then gone through that inside. And, like we said, there's scores in there. That's exactly how Rickson won this heat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he really well. And you know what? Like what you mentioned, it was his patience. Like he didn't flinch through that first 10 minutes. We had the restart. Again, he didn't really move until he saw a wave that he liked. Funnily enough, the wave that he did like was absolutely rubbish. But it set him into a good rhythm from his first sort of in and out. And then he went 5, 8, 3, 5, and he hasn't really ridden too many waves since then. So, yeah, it's been a pretty walk in the park so far for Rickson. But there is a minute left, and we do have swell approaching.
Yeah, 60, or not even 50 seconds to go here. Dylan is going to take this wave, using up first priority, needs a 7-point ride. That's a good-looking first turn here, but needs more. Needs more again for the judges to really solidify that 7.
Wow.
3 great turns. Again for the 4th, but it goes down. That was on its way through that inside. If it had one more special section, would have made the judges think a little bit.
Wow, the third turn was brilliant. Like, Rickson's 5.83 is not, like, his first turn on that wave is really nice, really powerful, but then after that's pretty flat. These 3 turns here, I wouldn't say that one turn is better than Rickson's first turn on the 5.83, but 3 turns together in a row like that were pretty nice. I don't think it's going to be enough, but I think the judges are going to have a good, strong look at it and make sure they get the result where it needs to be. And I threw way too much mayo on that. It's a fortnight.
It was on its way. I liked it.
Yeah,
It was a
I liked
nice
it.
combo,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, we are going to lose Dylan Wilcoxon out of the draw. I'm sure we'll see him again in competition very shortly. Rickson Falcoa moving on through. We'll see you soon, Stace. We're going to welcome in Di Wacko to the booth. Don't go anywhere. Last heat of the round coming up right after this. We are at the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. We're into the last heat of the elimination round here. Heat number 8, Nadav Attar from Israel taking on Japan's finest, Riki Sato. I also have Japan's finest in the booth. Di Wacko taking it through with one of your fellow compatriots. This is a big heat for Riki.
Definitely, it'll be a big heat for Ricky, and it's going to be really nerve-wracking moment for me as well, because we're going to see 3 surfers in back-to-back heat coming up in the women's
Japan,
side as well.
yep.
So, little tense for me as well, but really big moment for Ricky.
Yeah, it's cool to see Riki at this stage, surfing at such a high level. We obviously see him on the QS, competing a lot. He's got an air game. He's got great rail game. He's got this beautiful ability to surf nice and sharp in the pocket. He's going to need to lift, though, because he's got a big task of Nadav Attar from Israel out there.
Definitely, it's going to be really tough to get through this heat. But, Ricky is a really smart competitor, and he knows how to surf. He trained a lot, so I'm really looking forward to see his performance here.
It was a slow heat on that last day. We even had a heat restart, but keeping his cool, Rickson Falcoa taking the win. He's down on the glass with true styling.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, Rickson, that was a really tough heat. You had the heat restart. How did you kind of remain composed throughout the rest of it? Because it was slow.
Yeah, that was so stressed heat with couple waves. I needed to improve that. We are Brazilian. We always made this in our competitions in Brazil. I'm so happy to make this. Yeah, it's a big event with a big athlete, and I just need to make the hits, elimination round. So happy, and go to the next round with more waves, with more strong turns, and it is.
And Rickson as well, at the start, you had a bit of a tussle with Dylan Wilcoxon. There was a bit of a, paddle battle between the two of you, which was super exciting to see that passion and fire. Being your first World Junior Championship coming here, what was kind of your main thought process to, how you wanted to surf in this event?
Yeah, I was too prepared. I come from Hawaii, and I feel so good birds, and yesterday was a hard day for me. I don't catch good waves in the hit, don't make good scores, and I just have to make one more of my surf, but I'm so happy and go to the next round.
Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family at home that might be watching?
Yeah, queria mandar abraço para todo mundo que está acordado essa hora assistindo o Brasil. Queria ter sido uma bateria mais tranquila. Mais feliz de ter passado, toda a bateria difícil por aqui. É isso, queria mandar beijo para todo mundo e abração, vamos com tudo pro próximo round de amanhã. Valeu.
Thanks so much, Rickson. Congrats. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, a lot of passion and emotion coming out of Rickson there. He's taken a pretty big heat win in the elimination round, sending home Dylan Wilcoxon and the dream of taking it back to Indonesia for a second year in a row there. So unfortunately, just a slow heat. And a couple of missed opportunities there, but we are moving into this last one. Starting off, Nadav Attar, 3-3-3, so another small score, but at least we got a couple waves starting to roll on through. Feels like we got a paddle from one of our surfers, and we do. Nadav going for an air reverse there. Unfortunately, just landing in a bit of a weird spot, not a lot of power pushing him out in front of that foam there. But we've got, this is already going to be a great heat. We've got two really passionate and fiery competitors. We know how much this means to both of them. And it's the elimination round. It's now or never.
It's now or never, that's right. This is the last chance that you can get back into this World Junior Championships, and this is a big moment for both of them. And then, it's being really quiet in the ocean, and probably these two surfers watching their last heat. So I think the Nadav doing a great, smart, competitive surfing, just picking up the smaller ones and just, reverses and just trying to get a point and doing a quick start. So it was a great, smart competitive surfing from Nadav.
Yeah, a couple of small scores, but he's already going to be applying pressure back to his competitor, Ricky Sato, who we know originally from Shonan, now lives in Chiba, and we sure know that a couple of his friends will be watching on. A lot of guys that he trains with that are, on that top stage, thinking of Keijiro Nishi, other guys on that Challenger Series, think Joe Azuchi. They're really leading the charge and helping push this next generation forward.
And then, a lot of people watching for this heat for Ricky, and especially their family. They spend a lot of time working, just, the budget, costing a lot of, budget to travel around the world. So probably his mom and dad are just watching really nervously right now.
Oh, I bet. There's so much that goes into it, so much more than just surfing. It's a whole, it takes a village, it takes a team. We've got coaches, obviously sponsors involved. You've got to get your board styled, and then your family, like you mentioned. None of these guys would be able to do it without their family. You can tell a lot of people bring their parents, brothers, sisters to this event just to have that taste of home as well, because when you're at such a big stage, to have just a kind of a feeling of calmness around you, a feeling of regularity, yeah, it's definitely going to help improve a performance.
Definitely, big support from family is another like extra power that gives you. And I used to surfing with Ricky's dad when I was really young in a shonan, and I know that he left home for the children just for practicing surfing. But on screen we have surf up and riding.
Nadav trying to add to his scoreline here. Has a 3-3-3. That's a better looking reverse. Unfortunately goes down. Big looking floater to start off for Ricky Sato, and potentially a good looking inside, but that whitewater getting the best, so it's going to be a bit of a paddle battle for priority here. But as far as a first look at Ricky Sato, he was looking nice there. Nadav here just getting unstuck.
Right, just waiting for the section to stand up and get into this reverse, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But this is Ricky's first wave, racing down the line, big floats the section, trying to come around. Unfortunately, that wave just shut down on him. So definitely there's going to be a paddle battle between two of them, but looks like, Ricky has a little bit of advantage.
Yeah, he's definitely out there in front of Nadav right now. Ricky feels like he's going to lock in a pretty nice score for that one turn. Judges not giving us any indication yet, but it was a strong turn. He's looking confident on his feet, which is good early signs here, but so is Nadav. He's had a couple of falls, but he's obviously backs himself enough to be going for those turns, and he's got them in his repertoire. So 193 for that last wave of Nadav. Ricky Sato currently chasing a 526, but it's pretty cool to see someone like Nadav throw down, air reverses not even 10 minutes into this heat. His confidence of his make rate must be really high for those waves.
Definitely, and then I think he's going to throw another air reverses within a couple of minutes, because I can see that he's just hungry for the air reverse and eyeing for the section really well.
We're going straight back in here, Dai. Feel free to take it away.
佐藤力、2本目のライディング、ここを決めてくるとスコアを上げてきますが、ここはワイプアウトしてしまいます。
Yeah, Ricky Sato not making this end section here. It started off so well though, Dai.
Beautiful first time, pushing really hard on the tail. Unfortunately, couldn't really stick the landing on the last section, so that was really unfortunate for Ricky.
He's probably going to get the score based on that first turn. Maybe might just come under. He's looking for a 2.1, so we've got a bit of a small scoring affair again to round out the final heat of the elimination round. And then we're going to roll into the women's. We're talking to Stace about it. There's a couple of big names that we're going to see in this elimination round, thinking of the likes of Sierra Kerr, Sky Suit, both in heat number 5, both Stab High champions.
That's going to be a stacked heat, and it's elimination round. Wow, we have to say goodbye to one of the athletes. That's a big heat.
We've already said goodbye to a couple of big names as well, and unfortunately lost both of our local surfers, Troy and Toby Espejon, one of our South Africans, Ben, Connor Slipen as well. So yeah, a bit of a shame to start seeing these incredible surfers fall out of the draw here, but the aim of the game is to come out and be number 1, take home that World Junior title trophy back to your country and get a full ride on the Challenger Series. Right now, though, priority with our Israeli surfer, Nadav. He's going to get a section here a little bit late to it, but he works with it. Just that one turn, so maybe a bit of a sales strategy from Ricky Sato on that last wave.
Nadav had a first priority, so probably didn't want Ricky to have that wave. But unfortunately, that wave wasn't really the good ones. So it was more, Ricky was selling Nadav for that wave.
Yeah, Ricky doing well at this point. Got a 2.83, so got himself into the lead. Just a 2.67 is what Nadav is chasing. You can see they paddled each other up the beach a little bit. I don't hate that. Obviously, as this tide comes in, we start to get some more sections start to open up. And maybe it's not as long as the other waves, but you do get some really nice steep walls. It's actually where we saw Bronson get his 10 last year, using those shorter, sharper waves to really loft himself into the sky. Not once, but twice. We've obviously had an excellent score here today, so far being that 9-point ride. Feels like, those single maneuvers, they're paying off right now. Nadav having a look here. This is better for Nadav. Nice looking first turn. Drifts up and over on that second one, so he's really starting to find his flow here. And again, so this is what we want to see, a combination of good-looking terms here. Good flow, nice power, great speed all the way through there. So finally find a surfer who's piecing together one of the waves earlier on.
Definitely, I like how he just sticks to the plan and keep busy and getting those inside ones that has more bally section and just peeling nicely along the reef. And then love how he just followed the plan, and then it works out really well because it was great two-ton combo. I love the first turn and straight into the second. So great strategy from Nadav.
Yeah, Nadav, he's going to lock in a score, probably going to take him to the lead, and it does. It's a 4.5 for this wave here, Di. One
of the smaller size waves, but he found this critical section to hit a nice two-ton combo in a tight section. Probably, and there's one more turn in, so three-ton combo. So probably he wants to get a bigger turns, but definitely this one helps him in going into the lead right now. Beautiful first opening carve, and I love the vertical off the top, just releasing the fins and generating so much speed and getting this last section to hit. So great three-turn combo from Nadav.
Yes, silky smooth surfing there from Nadav Attar. Love that combo of turns. 4-5 for that three-turner. It's going to leave Ricky Sato looking for a 4-6-6. So we've already started to get a back-and-forth battle between these two. And it feels like we're going to see it chop and change a couple more times. We're already 14 minutes down in this heat. Well, close to being 14 minutes down. Thinking about Mariah Ikeda, Mara Lopez, we've got Japanese surfer, one of the best juniors coming from Japan, taking on one of the local girls. There's going to be a bit of a local advantage in there for Mara. She's surfed this wave a lot. But Mariah, she's obviously been here a couple of times now.
It's going to be a great matchup, Mirai is actually a CS surfer now, and she's been following Challenger Series 2025.